Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Forever Insane in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 71. Pain. A four-letter word. A word that can mean so many things, can be caused by so many things. There's different kinds of pain, external, internal, there's even a good kind of pain. Pain is just like death, it's something you can't escape. It's something you will feel throughout life. At least death is a one-time thing, pain isn't. It always comes back. Pain leads you to death, makes you wish for death. In a way, pain is crueler than death. Harsher. Maka Albarn knows pain. She knows physical pain, the pain of her ribs breaking, of being shot at. She knows the pain of burning and her flesh melting. She knows the pain of being impaled. She also knows emotional pain. The pain of hurting the one you love. The pain of losing someone you love. The pain of being betrayed. For these past couple of years, ever since her mother was sent to the insane asylum, all Maka's life has been his pain. So much pain, so many kinds of pain. They all hurt, some hurt more than others. She should be numb to pain, she should be able to handle it well. But this pain is too much. Maka's tears fall down her face, she can't speak, all that comes out is her blood. Azura's hand inside her, in her chest, the pain she feels all the kinds of pain. Physical pain. The pain of her insides ripping, her insides burning. Emotional pain, seeing Justin's limp body in the background, his blood pooling around him, knowing she's going to die now, that she's going to hell, that she's never going to see Krona or Ragnarok ever again, that the world is going to be destroyed. But maybe the thing that hurts the most right now is the feeling of this demon grabbing her soul, tightening his hold. Just imagine something with its hand in your chest, grabbing onto what makes you, you. Grabbing onto your core, your very being, what makes you human, what makes you do what you do. This demon's hand isn't supposed to be touching her soul. He's not supposed to have his hand inside her. It hurts so much, please make it stop, make it end. It hurts, doesn't it? Azura smirks, tilting his head at her as he pushes his arm deeper into Maka's chest. She whimpers and grabs at this demon's arm, trying to pull him out. She claws at his arm, trying to hurt him, but it's no use. This is only the beginning. Me and you are going to have a lot of fun for all eternity, Maka. I have to make you pay, you have been so troublesome. He laughs in her face. But maybe if you beg, I'll make this quicker for you. Azura lowers her so her feet are touching the ground, but his hand is still gripping her insides. She's too weak to fight him. His smirk is so evil. Get down on your knees and worship me, I promise your hell won't be so bad. He leans close, those med-eyes inches from Maka's. I'm your god now. Maka's shoulders shake in her sobbing. She swallows her blood, her tears falling quickly. Pain. So much pain. She wants it to stop. She locks eyes with Azura before she spits in his face, her blood staining him. Go, fuck yourself. Maka wheezes out. I'll never worship, why, you asshole? Azura tightens his grip in her chest, causing Maka to scream out in agony, her scream only getting broken by her sobs. He makes its king sound as he wipes her blood off his face. Maka, why are you fighting me? It would be so much easier for you to just give in. Your mother gave in to me. He grins, grabbing her face so she has to look at him. She begged me not to kill her, she cried just as you are. She cried like a bitch as I ripped her soul out from her body. I'm giving you a choice, Maka, be good to me, and I'll make this quick. Don't talk about my mother. Like that. Maka growls weakly, her eyelids getting heavy, only for Azura to squeeze her insides again, getting her to scream out, her vision getting blurry from her tears. She feels her chest burn in hate, burn with this demon inside her. You know how to make this all stop, one final chance. He grins, licking his lips before he licks up the blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. She could make the pain go away, only temporary. The pain, it's so much pain, she wants it to stop. She just has to worship him, worship this evil demon, worship the thing that took her mother. Maka gives him her deadliest glare. She can deal with this pain. She can deal with anything. Maka will never bow down to a demon that has taken her mother, that has hurt her mother. No. This demon killed her mother, killed Justin, killed Custos. I will never bow down to you. She wheezes and Azura smirks. Oh well. He shrugs. I wasn't going to have mercy on you even if you did anyway. He chuckles darkly, loudly, his chest moving up and down in large huffs. I would never show a bitch like you mercy. His eyes flash with something, his evil orbs holding a faraway look. I despise you, Maka Albarn. I hate all humans, but you I hate the most. He growls. Suddenly he digs his fingers into her. It feels like they are going between her ribs, getting her to cry out and scream, her chest ripping more. She claws at his arm desperately. You're the reason you fucking took him away from me. You and that bitch Death. He glares back at Death, who has been crying out when Maka has their pain, and this is the same at least with the soul part. But mostly it was you, Life. Azura glares back at her. Hell. You don't know how fucking ecstatic I was when I was placed on you as a curse. You hid well, but I found you. I took everything away from you just as you took from me. I took your mother. I took your father. I took your sanity, I took your friends, and now I'm taking you. I'm taking your soul, yet I know it won't satisfy me. Nothing can give back to me what you have taken. He screams in Maka's face, his voice seems to shake the sewer. What the hell are you talking about? Maka stares at this demon with wide eyes, still struggling with him, trying to get his hand out of her chest, trying to get away. It burns so much the fire is coursing through her veins, burning her very core. Oh, it hurts, it's hell. I haven't taken anything from you. You have taken the only thing I've ever wanted. He hits her against the wall, his voice so deep, his lips in such a deep snarl. He left because of you. He cared more for you. He cried for you. He died for you. You took him. You took Desha. Azura screams in her face. The madness is too much, the pain is too much. She doesn't understand what he's saying, his hand tightening on her soul, getting another jolt of pain to be sent down her body. Yet when she sobs, when she cries and locks eyes with this demon, his red eyes are nothing but rage, then they flash as his hand goes deeper inside her. Her eyes lock with his, her vision gets fuzzy, her head starting to hurt. That's when everything fades away. Maka doesn't have a good feeling about this. She doesn't want to open her eyes, afraid of what she will see. The pain has faded away. She no longer feels Azura's hand in her chest. She takes greedy breaths of air, yet she doesn't feel it in her lungs, because here she doesn't have to breathe. She's truly not even here. Maka decides she's not going to open her eyes. She's just going to stand here, and enjoy the quiet, enjoy no pain, enjoy no Azura. Wow, this place is so beautiful. A voice gasps. She feels someone next to her. Her eyes shoot open from the voice, her eyes falling on Custos. Maka almost cries. The angel is staring at something, crouching down to look through a bush, those beautiful green eyes so wide with bewilderment. He's glowing like how he used to, even more, and those eyes, they're free of that deep sadness, nothing but joy radiating off of him. Seeing him so happy, it rips her chest apart, knowing he's gone in real life, he's only alive in this memory. Custos. Maka reaches out, wanting to touch him, wanting to be burned by his holy power one more time. Custos. Another voice speaks to her left. Custos looking from the bush to look over at this person with such a gorgeous voice. He sounds like he's singing when he speaks, so calm, so. When Maka's eyes fall on this man, she falls on her butt, her eyes wide. She takes in his long blonde hair that goes all the way down to his butt, looks at his glowing face so bright, it almost hurts to look at even in this memory. His face is flawless, smooth, his eyes so bright, so blue. Looking at his eyes is like looking at the sky, and his face the sun. He's beautiful, no words cannot describe him. He tops all the girls of the world, and if Maka couldn't see his chest in his robe, she would think this to be a girl, but it's not. It's a man. His smile could quite literally get the angels to sing. Is this God? Oh. Lucifer, forgive me, I didn't see you there. I wasn't going to go in the garden, I just. Custos gets up quickly, putting a hand to his heart in a way to show respect. His green eyes are shaking in this angel's beauty. He seems nervous. Lucifer. So he isn't God. Why does that name sound so familiar? Maka still can't get over his beauty. She ignores the chills she gets and just stares at him. Do not be alarmed, Custos. It's fine, I was going on a stroll. Lucifer smiles. Why don't you join me? Come, the garden is open to us just as it is to God. There's nothing wrong with going inside. I know you want to see his latest creations. I know we are allowed, I'm just not worthy. Custos hugs himself. He seems so nervous around Lucifer, like how someone would be if you just ran into your favorite superstar and they're asking you to walk with them. Nonsense. Go right in. Lucifer opens up the bushes, smiling at Custos. The eager angel smiles back before he goes in, trembling in his excitement. Maka's waiting for this other man to walk after Custos. Instead, those sky blue eyes lock on hers, look right at her, and he smiles. Are you coming too, my dear? Maka's mouth opens wide, chills being sent throughout her body. Why does she feel so afraid? This is an angel, right? A beautiful angel at that. It's just no one has ever seen her in these memories, and if this place is what she thinks it is, this was way before her, way before anything. Aye. Her throat closes up when this man holds out his hand to her. Come my child, I choose you. His voice is strong, it has authority. Maka slowly puts her hand in his and he helps her up. He smiles at her before he turns and leads her into the bushes, his hand never leaving hers. It's odd, shouldn't holding his hand hurt? Especially when he's such a pretty angel. Doesn't that mean he's powerful? Yet it doesn't hurt, it almost feels familiar, natural. When she gets out of the bushes with this man, she can't help to gasp, her eyes so wide in amazement. It looks like they're in a garden, the grass is so lush, a green she's never seen before. The sky looks so blue, so clean, so pure. This place is full of trees, apple trees, orange trees, banana trees. Maka tenses when she hears a lion roar. She looks to her right only to see a lion sitting with a lamb. The lion is licking the lamb in a way to clean it, and the lamb doesn't look scared. Maka looks around, seeing all the animals walking around. She sees a alligator walking with a zebra, bunnies hopping past a snake, and it doesn't do anything. This place, if she could use one word to describe it, it would be harmony. Peaceful, so beautiful. Again, she can't describe it to you, it's just amazing. Oh my. There they are. Maka blinks when she hears Custos. She looks over to see him standing in front of her, looking at a naked man and a naked woman. They are holding each other, hugging, smiling, their eyes so pure. There's a tiger curled around them. They are resting on this tiger, a fox wrapped at the woman's feet. The man is small with brown hair and the woman has long brown hair that barely is covering her chest at the moment. Custos smiles so brightly. Wow, they really are in his image. He puts a hand to his heart. You're the only one that exists right now, life. Lucifer leads down, his mouth pressed against Maka's ear. He whispers. Maka's whole body tenses at his words, a chill so deep sent down her spine. That will change soon. Custos. Maka blinks when someone appears next to Custos. It's Custos. There's two of them now. The new Custos is looking at the old one with such a bright smile, those green eyes, good and nice, beautiful, just like Custos. Finally came in the garden, I see. You should have waited for me to get back from heaven. I'm sorry, Azura. Custos frowns slightly, looking at this boy. Azura. Did he just say fucking Azura? Maka's mouth opens to hear Custos tell her Azura is her twin brother is one thing, then to actually see it. Fuck. He, Azura, the demon god of madness, really looks like Custos. He's good here, his eyes bright and innocent. Damn. No, I'm sorry, Azura. I'm the one who told him to go in. Lucifer speaks up, stepping forward. Azura's eyes get wide and he puts a hand to his heart like Custos had. No, that's fine. I was just playing with my brother, sir. Azura moves so he's standing right by Custos, locking their arms together. I know. Lucifer smiles before he lets go of Maka's hand. He takes a step back. I have to go, but I'll see you soon. His eyes lock on Maka. She gasps at those eyes before he looks back at Azura. He smiles. Take care of your younger brother, Azura. Always, sir. Azura grips his fist, determination in those eyes that gets Lucifer to smile. Good. Is it her, or does this beautiful angel's lips curl before he fades away? Azura, have you seen God's newest creation? Custos tugs at his twin's arm, smiling so bright when Azura looks at him. No, I haven't. Azura chuckles slightly when he sees that Custos has a piece of grass on his face. He cups his cheek and wipes it off, an amused smile on his face. You were looking through the bushes again, weren't you? Maybe. Custos gives him a sheepish smile that Azura chuckles at. Stop laughing at me and look. Custos grabs Azura's hand and crouches down in some bushes again to get a closer look at the two humans still holding each other in an embrace. Azura smiles as he looks at the two people on the tiger, and he has the same look. Custos has the look of love. I wonder what their names are. I heard the male is named Adam and the female Eve. Azura grins at Custos when he looks at him with wide eyes. I also heard God made Eve by taking a rib out of Adam. Wow. Our God never ceases to amaze me. Custos smiles, putting a hand to his heart. Everything he makes is good and great. Custos looks back at the two humans. Aren't they beautiful, Azura? Custos's eyes sparkle. Yeah. Azura doesn't look at the humans, he looks over at his brother, looks at those sparkling green eyes, looks at that smile on his face. Azura's lips turn in a smile of his own. Beautiful. His voice is almost a whisper. Custos looks over at him at his words, with those eyes still sparkling and that smile still on his lips. Azura grins as he wraps his arm around this brother's neck and starts ruffling his hair, getting the other boy to squirm. Azura. Custos whines but he's smiling, laughing as he fights his older brother off. Stop it. Nope. I see how it is, you'll go in the garden with Lucifer but not me. Azura teases as he continues to ruffle Custos's hair. Hey. You know it's not like that. Custos giggles. That's it. I challenge you to a game of tag. Oh, you're on. Azura grins as he lets go of Custos. He taps him over the head before he takes off running deeper into the garden. Tag, you're it. Cheater. Custos huffs as he runs after him, yet he's smiling. They both look so happy. They both love Adam and Eve. So what the hell happened? Maka runs after Custos, wanting to follow this boy who is no longer with us, taking in as much of his face as she can. Custos picks up the pace only to stop when he sees Azura go down a left path. Custos' eyes light in realization and he almost smirks. He runs down the right path instead, going fast. Maka runs after him a bit confused, but when she sees Azura in front of them, looking back for Custos, she realizes that the two paths go around in a circle. Azura frowns before looking forward only for his eyes to get huge. He goes to turn on his heel only to be tackled by his younger brother. Azura hits the ground with Custos on top of him, the younger brother grinning vigorously. I got you. I finally got you back. I'm getting too smart for you, Azura. Custos grins down at his brother. You just got lucky. Azura stares up at his brother's face that is inches from his own. The boy gulps and he blushes. Are you feeling okay, Azura? Custos frowns and gets off of him, holding out his hand. Why, yeah, I'm fine. Azura takes his hand. He shakes his head and the blush is gone. Never been better. Good. I don't know what I would do without you. Custos smiles. Me either. Azura grabs Custos' hand. Come on, let's go home. Okay. Custos walks with his brother hand in hand. He smiles at the sleeping humans as they pass them. I love you, Custos. Azura smiles at his brother. It almost looks nervous. I love you too, Azura. Custos closes his eyes in his smile. That's when everything fades away. Maka can't help to frown when everything comes back. She's back in the garden, but Custos is sitting on the ground hugging his knees to his chest. She reaches out for him. Custos. Azura appears behind his brother, a concerned frown on his face. You can't just run out like that, Dash. Lucifer, why? Custos looks up from his knees to look at his brother. His eyes are shaking. He betrayed us. He tried to become stronger than God after all he has given him. How could he? And now he's been sent to burn. He's been cast out of heaven as a snake. There's always a chance he will repent, Custos. Azura walks so he's next to his brother. He puts a comforting hand on his shoulder. We all make mistakes. I'm sure he'll come to his senses sooner or later. I hope you're right, I really do. Custos gets up and grabs Azura's hand, frowning deeply. But he took so many of our angels with him. Why? Don't they know the path of evil will get them nothing? Don't they know how much God loves them? Why? They lost their way. Azura wraps his arms around Custos, hugging him tightly. You'll never lose your way, will you, Azura? Custos looks at him with those eyes shaking. Of course not. I am one of God's high-ranking angels, just like you will be someday, Custos. I know my place. He stares into Custos' eyes. He rubs his cheek. I have a purpose here. Those words have meaning, maybe more meaning than Custos and Maka can understand. Promise. I promise. Azura smiles as he points to something around his neck. It looks like a scarf. You're wearing it. Custos' eyes light up. I thought you didn't like it. Custos shifts. I like anything you give me. I know you put some work into this. Azura grins. And it's soft. I'll always wear it. Always. Custos smiles. Always. Azura leans his forehead against Custos's. So what should I get you? He hums. You don't have to get me anything. I just made you that to make you it. Custos smiles brightly. Come on, I want to get you something. What is it that you want? Anything at all. Azura leans closer, grinning. Custos closes his eyes before he opens them, something like determination in those eyes of his. I want you to train me. What? Azura looks taken aback when Custos grabs his arm. Please. I want to be in God's army with you, Azura. Custos grips his fist. You're not a fighter, Custos. Especially with heaven being spilt in two, I don't want you getting involved in a war with those demons. Azura's expression changes to a serious one. Fine, I promise I won't join God's army, just train me. Custos grips his brother tighter. I'm tired of being the weakest angel here. You may be the weakest. Azura cups his cheeks, those eyes boring into his brother's. But you're the one with the strongest heart. Sometimes a strong heart isn't enough. Custos grabs Azura's hands that are on his cheeks, his green eyes boring into his brother's. Please, Azura. Azura stares at his brother for a moment, looks at those eyes of his that hold fire. Azura closes his eyes before sighing. Fine, let's get you a weapon, I'm only showing you some moves, okay? Okay. Custos cheers before he tackles his brother in a hug, smiling in his chest. Thank you so much, Azura. Yeah. Azura hugs this boy back, nuzzling his head in Custos' hair to hide his blush. That's when everything fades away. Maka sighs. It seems like Azura and Custos were really close, and Lucifer, he left heaven. He betrayed God. Then it hits her. Why, that name sounded so familiar, because Lucifer is the name of the devil. Maka Albarn was holding the hand of the devil. Her eyes shoot open in alarm at this realization. Hit harder, Custos. Azura commands. He holds a sword in his hand. Custos charges with those blades sticking out of his forearms. Their blades spark as they collide, but it's obvious Azura is better. Custos is just trying to learn. With a thrust, Azura knocks one of Custos' blades to the side and press the tip of the blade against Custos' throat. See, you would have been dead. Azura sighs as he pulls away. The sword fades away in light. Yeah, I suck at this. Custos sighs as the blades light up before disappearing. You'll get it. Azura smiles and ruffles his hair. Custos looks up and smiles. There's a rumbling. Custos' eyes get wide. Azura and him take off running towards the garden where it came from. Custos' expression is nothing but fear when they get into the garden, then his face falls in horror. This beautiful garden is now empty. The sky is black that used to be blue. All the animals are out of this place now. They are attacking each other. The loin bites off the head of the lamb it was licking. They become hostile. They become hungry. The sky is open up, bright light shining down on Adam and Eve. They hold each other dressed in vines, trembling. What has happened? Custos puts a hand to his heart, his eyes shaking. They have eaten from the forbidden fruit. A man watching the same scene speaks up, looking back at Azura and Custos. What? Why would they do that? Custos cries out in distress. Lucifer, he tempted them and they fell trapped to it. The angel frowns before he looks over at Adam and Eve. And no. Custos looks at Azura, who is frowning. He looks back at this angel. What's going to happen to them? They will be kicked out of the garden. They will have to work hard to survive, and having kids will be painful to Eve. The angel shakes his head. They will be open to more temptation, and because they have sinned. The angel looks at Custos. They have created death. Custos puts a hand over his mouth. Azura holds him to comfort him. Maka's too busy at looking at the girl that's looking back at her. Death stands before her, staring at her blankly, but she isn't alone. Lucifer stands next to her. That smile of his has been turned into a twisted snarl. He grabs a hold of Death, his hands going around her waist. He starts to slow dance with her. Death's face is still blank. As he makes her spin, the devil is laughing evilly. It sends shivers down her spine. Today you dance with the devil. Today, life can't be without death, and it's all my doing. You're my doing. Satan throws Death towards Maka. She spins till she's right in front of Maka in a way that her arms are around Maka's waist and Maka's arms are around Death's neck. Maka can't control herself. She starts to slow dance with Death. She can't look away from those hateful eyes. Death grips her tightly. Maka screams in agony as Death starts to go inside her. The more they dance, the more Death starts to make her way inside of Maka. Maka struggles, but she can't fight this. She knows she can't. Maka then sees it all, the future death of the world, all the wars, all the illness, all the pain. She sees it all as Death finally goes inside of her, becoming one with her life, and Death becoming a part of each other. And no. Custos seems to be looking at her now, his eyes wide in horror. Did he see what she just did? Maka watches as a tear falls down his face, just one signal tear. It falls down his cheek and hits the grass, the tear staying solid on the ground as Custos runs out of his brother's arms and runs towards the light. Adam and Eve have already left. An angel is blocking the way out with a fiery sword. My God! Custos cries out. All the angels look at him. Custos, what are you? Ahura starts. He takes a step forward only for the sky to open up more. Yes, Custos. A loud, thundery voice roars over the sky. It gets Maka to fall down. She can't even explain it. I know they have sinned. I know they deserve what you have given them, Lord. Custos closes his eyes, taking deep breaths. My God, I want to go with them. What? Ahura runs towards his brother now. To bring them back to you, to protect them from evil. The world is cruel. You know what's going to happen to them, and now hell is open to them. Custos bows before the sky. I wish to do all I can for them. I know you love them, yet sin cannot go unpunished. Custos, are you insane? Ahura stops in front of his brother, his eyes wide. There's no way you can. Ahura, step aside. The sky thunders lightly. Ahura seems hesitant, but he gets away from Custos, a frown on his face. Now Custos. The angel tenses, bowing lower. You have a good heart. You are full of love and goodwill. I can see how much it's hurting you, knowing that their life has been tainted from their sin. There's a pause. You may go, Custos. You will be their guardian, but this also means you can't come back to heaven till your purpose is done. You will be the guardian of life. You will be my connection with them. This will not be a pretty job. You will see all of the humans you love die. Do you still want to be their protector? Yes. Custos doesn't hesitate. He puts a hand to his heart. Then go. The thunder roars, and the angel with the flaming sword protecting the way in, moves. Protect life. I will. Custos gets up. He stands tall. All the angels that have gathered are looking at him with wide eyes. They almost seem confused. Wait, Custos. Ahura calls for him, and he stops walking towards the way out of here. He turns to look at his brother. I'm coming with you. God, may I go with him? Ahura looks at the sky. No. Ahura's face falls at that one word, his mouth dropping slightly. You must stay, Ahura. You are needed here. This is perfect for Custos. But Ahura starts. Don't question God, Ahura. Custos walks up to his brother, putting his hands on his shoulders. It's okay, he's right. You're needed here, like you said. I'm the weakest angel, but with the strongest heart. I need to protect what is left of life. Don't do it. Ahura grips onto him, whispering in his ear. You can still say no. You'll be giving up heaven. You'll be giving up me. I have to do this. I'll be back. Custos frowns deeply. He turns his back on his brother to hide how he cries. It's not like you need me, Ahura. Heaven needs you more. Custos grips his fist before he fades away out of the garden. Ahura reaches out for him, his eyes wide, full of pain. I need you more than heaven needs me. He whispers before he bows his head, his blonde hair covering his eyes. Maka doesn't know how long he stays here, but soon all the angels are gone and the sky has no light. It's just black. It's raining. Ahura is getting soaked. How sad. Maka tenses when she sees Lucifer. He's standing next to Ahura, whispering in his ear, but Ahura doesn't look up. He left you for those humans, for those sinners. You keep coming back here every day to stand before the entrance of this garden, hoping Custos might come back, but he hasn't. He's not coming back, Ahura. He doesn't care for you like you care for him. He loves those humans more than you. And no. Ahura trembles before he grips his head. You're wrong. Custos, he loves me. Maybe he does, but he must love those humans more to leave you even when you begged him not to go. Ahura tenses at Lucifer's words. And can you believe God? Not letting you go with your brother? That's pretty messed up, don't you think? What if Custos needs you? Demons roam the earth, yet God doesn't care about that, does he? Ahura's breathing becomes uneven. He pulls at his hair, his chest puffing up and down. And here you are, stuck in heaven when you know you want to be with Custos. Heaven isn't heaven without him, is it? So why listen to him, Ahura? Why don't you just leave, go to look for Custos yourself and bring him back? God is only using Custos as his puppet. You're all his puppets. We're not his puppets. He loves us. I have to listen to him. Ahura's voice is so shaky. You don't have to do anything. Lucifer purrs in his ear. If he really loved you, he would have let you leave with Custos. Why listen to a God that is so cruel? I didn't listen to him and now I'm free. You could be free too, Ahura. You could have all that you want. Stop trying to tempt me, devil. Ahura growls, but it's weak. He doesn't look up. I'm only telling you what you want and I know what you want Ahura, I know your dirty secret. Lucifer's words get Ahura to whip his head up, his eyes wide. Yes, I know God's rules. Angels cannot involve themselves in relationships nor in sexual acts. Such things would get you kicked out, but you Ahura, you want your brother. You want to be with your brother. It's wrong, I know. Ahura grips his hair only for Lucifer to grab his hands and pulls them away from his hair, giving him a smile that gets Ahura to stare at him. Why is it wrong? Because God says it is? Just because he says it's wrong, does it mean it really is? You love Custos, you want to hold him, kiss him. He is your purpose here and now he's gone. Why listen to a God that is against your love? Why listen to a God that's trying to keep you away from him? You want Custos. I want Custos. Ahura closes his eyes. You want to see him again. I want to see him again. Then go for it. Go after him. Don't listen to God, listen to your heart. How can be listening to your heart be so wrong? Don't let your Custos slip from your fingers. Go find him, go find your love. Ahura stares at the entrance of this place for a moment, the devil's words setting inside him. He closes his eyes. I want Custos more than I want salvation, more than I want heaven. What's so wrong about that? With that, Ahura fades away. The devil's smirk is sinister as he looks at Maka. Everything fades away. Maka doesn't like where this is going. Her eyes fall on Ahura. She thinks, yeah, he's glaring. He looks upset, angry. He wouldn't leave them, not even for me. Why not try making him see how much of a waste they are? Use your heart, Ahura. How are you feeling now? Lucifer grins in front of Ahura. I feel angry. Yes. I feel violent. Yes. Now look at that boy. Ahura looks over at a man working in the field. He's glaring over at another man that is smiling. You see the jealousy in his Cain's eyes. Such a evil emotion. They are evil and yet your brother doesn't know. They're using him. They are taking him away from you. No. Ahura roars, his eyes getting narrow, dark energy seeming to float around him. Cain, the man in the field, tenses. He grips his shovel, his eyes turning like Ahura's as he marches over to his brother and kills him, beats him with the shovel till he's a bloody pulp. Ahura's eyes go back to normal. He takes a step back, his eyes wide. Lucifer is gone now. Custos appears in front of this scene. His face falls in horror. Abel, no. Custos falls down to his knees. He tries to touch the lifeless body only for his hands to go through. Tears fall down Custos's face as he looks over at Cain, who is laughing madly, gripping the shovel. Cain. Custos' words get this man to stop laughing. His eyes shake before he drops the shovel and takes off running. Why would he? How could he kill his own brother? Custos holds his face in his hands. I have failed. He sobs. No. No, you haven't. Custos tenses and looks behind him. Ahura stands before him, smiling softly. This isn't your fault, Custos. These humans, it's their fault. Cain became jealous of his brother and killed him. You had nothing to do with it. I'm supposed to protect life, Ahura. Custos stands up. He wipes his tears, looking at his brother with confused eyes. Why are you still here? Why you're not supposed to be on Earth, Ahura? You could get in trouble. I know you're worried about me, but I can handle myself. Custos puts a hand to his heart. I don't want you getting hurt because of me, please. I promise I don't need you. You don't get it, Custos. Ahura shouts, getting Custos to stop, his eyes wide. It's not you who needs me, it's me who needs you. His voice turns soft as he takes a step forward. I need you, Custos. I need my brother back. Ahura. Custos frowns deeply. Let's go back, okay? We'll go back together and everything can be like how it used to be. Why stay here, protecting something like this? He points at the dead man. No matter what you do, they will die. Why protect life when death will consume them anyway? It's because of things like this that they need me so. I'm here to protect the innocent. I'm here to save their souls. Custos grips his fist before looking down. Brother, I'm sorry, but I can't go back. This is where I belong. You don't belong here. Ahura roars and takes a step forward. You don't belong in this nasty place. You belong in heaven. You belong with me. I can't go back to heaven, a failure, Ahura, a quitter. Custos holds his face in his hands. Then don't go back. Ahura, what are you saying? We don't have to go back, Custos. Ahura walks till he's right in front of Custos. We can leave heaven and it can just be me and you. We don't need them, we don't need anyone. You're talking about disobeying God, Azura. What has gotten into you, dash? You have Custos. I love you, don't you get it? It pisses me off that you would leave me for these humans. I've been there for you since the beginning. I need you, I love you, what's so wrong with following my heart? Forgetting what I want. Azura leans in. Custos staring at him with wide, confused eyes. He goes to grab him to pull him into the kiss Maka sees coming, but when he touches Custos, Azura yelps in pain, his arms recoiling away from Custos. He holds his hands that are burnt. What dash? Then he stops. Brother. Custos looks at his burnt hands in horror. He takes a step back as he looks at Azura's eyes. They're red. The green eyes he used to have are gone. They're red now. What have you done? Custos reaches out, touching his brother, only for Azura to yelp again. Taking a step back, Custos' eyes get wide in horror. You did it. You caused Cain to kill Abel. Your anger did it. You're a. Custos backs up, tears falling down his face. A demon. I didn't mean for that to happen. I just wanted you to come back, Custos. I'm still your brother, I dash. You promised me. Custos cries out, tears falling down his face as he stares at his red-eyed brother. Custos, Azura reaches out. Custos closes his eyes before he fades away, leaving Azura alone. He bows his head, his shoulders slumping. Custos, I'm sorry. He's the one that should be sorry. Lucifer appears beside him, whispering in his ear. You disobeyed God, for him came all this way, told him you love him. Even before the death of Abel he would not come with you. These humans are worth more than you. He doesn't care you love him or that you did all this for him. Think about it. He cried for those humans, but he never cried when he left you. He cried for them and he left you. You saw the disgust in his eyes. Even when he knows your pain, he has abandoned you. He's the one in the wrong. He doesn't love you even after all you've done for him. Maka watches as Azura lifts up his head. His red eyes glow in anger, yet there's a deep pain in them. He grips his fist, grinds his teeth as a tear falls down his face. It's red like blood, but it's a tear. Let it all out. Lucifer coos as he warps his arms around Azura, holding him like a father would hold a son. Azura's tear falls and hits the ground before he takes the scarf around his neck and wraps it around his face, hiding himself. Maka hears his sobs as he grips his face through the scarf. Those hands, she sees those vertical eyes form on his hands. Lucifer speaks calming words as they both start to sink into the ground. Azura roars in pain and anger before everything fades away. Maka doesn't know how to feel about all this. When her eyes open, she can't help but to gasp. Custos and Azura are in front of her. Azura is how he looks now. He's holding a pitchfork. Custos' blades hit the pitchfork. This is their fight. By the looks of it, they both look kind of tired. This must be in the middle. Custos does a flip in the air, hitting Azura's pitchfork hard enough that Azura hits the wall, his weapon falling out of his hands. Custos is right on him. He lifts up his blades, his green eyes shaking as they lock onto Azura's red ones. Go ahead. Azura growls. Finish what you've wanted to do from the very beginning, Custos. Destroy your disgrace of a brother. I never wanted it to come to this. Custos closes his eyes before he opens them, such a pain in his eyes. He lifts up the blade it aimed at Azura's head, aimed to kill. Only for his arms to hang limply to his sides. I couldn't kill you then and I can't kill you now. That's too bad. Azura's lips turn in a mad smirk as he grabs the pitchfork before Custos can move. He stabs him right through the heart. Your heart is too big, too bad it can't protect you from my weapon. Custos trembles as the pitchfork is ripped out of him. Custos, no. Maka cries, hearing that Custos died is one thing, to see him die, oh fuck her. The angel falls, his body hitting the cold unforgiving floor. My brother, it's not too late for you. Custos wheezes out. You could still be saved. Please think about what you're doing. Does it look like I care about being saved? Azura roars before he stabs Custos in the chest again with the pitchfork. This time Custos' eyes close. I only cared about you. You became my enemy for these humans. They mean more to you than me. Azura's eyes shake as his pitchfork fades away and he falls to his knees next to Custos' body. He rubs his cheek, his fingers burning, but he doesn't seem to care. This could have been different. Azura rips Custos' blades from his arms, trembling. I told you you were never meant to fight, you were never meant to die in this disgusting place. Damn it, Custos, of all my years I have never regretted anything that I have done, never felt bad. Azura holds Custos in his arms even though he's burning him. I regret killing you, I feel bad for killing you here, why did you make me do it? Why couldn't you have just been with me? Why damn it? Custos doesn't answer, he's slowly starting to fade away, holes in his chest. Azura leans in and kisses Custos on the lips, it's a soft kiss, nice, full of emotions. Maka couldn't understand. Custos fades away from his hold, leaving Aura alone. Our first kiss, our only kiss, is a kiss goodbye. He laughs madly, yet there's a sadness, a pain. Of course it is. He stands up, holding the blades of Custos against his chest. You're gone away from me, you had to protect her, you always had to protect life. He looks up, such a deadly glare on his face. It's all life's fault, all Maka's fault. On your death, Custos, I swear I will destroy her. Destroy what took you away from me, destroy what caused all of this. He roars out in pain. Before everything finally fades away, Maka's eyes shoot open, the pain coming back to her. Azura is still holding her against the wall, his arm in her chest, she's still clawing at him. The pain hits her so quickly she screams in agony, her scream seems to snap Azura out of his thoughts. Those red eyes refocus on her. You saw it, didn't you? How this is all your fucking fault. How you took him away from me. Azura roars, yet she sees that pain there. He sticks his hand deeper and Maka screams out, her tears haven't stopped. It's not our fault, you're fucking insane. Death screams out, her eyes wide in pain. Get the hell off of her, I'm not dying here, I'm death, damn it, no. But you are. You're connected to life and she to you. It's both your faults. You will know my pain. You will know my fucking rage. Azura growls, tightening his grip, getting both girls to scream. Life, he left me because of you, to protect you. Death, he had to protect life because of you. You took him. You killed him. Maka continues to cry. She saw how she became, how death and her became connected. She saw the beginning, she saw Custos as death, she saw it all, and now the pain is back. It hurts so fucking much. It's not her fault, she's life, it's not her fault Adam and Eve sinned. Yet she's the one that got cursed, life got cursed. Now it's time for me to take your soul, I have much more planned for you in hell. Azura roars. J. Judas, you bastard. Death cries out, grinding her teeth at this pain. You lied. You lied. You fucking lied. Maka's eyes shake, all she can see is those eyes snarling, boring into her before he shoves his arm in all the way. Maka screams, her voice cracking. Death's screams flow with hers as Maka is ripped apart. Finally, your soul is mine. Azura grabs at something before he yanks out his arm, coming out of her chest. Maka fall on her butt, coughing, crying in pain. She puts a hand to her chest only to see she doesn't have a hole, she doesn't have anything wrong with her, but she's still hurting. What the hell is this? Azura blinks as he looks at the piece of paper he holds in his hand. Death looks over, the only one that can see it, her wincing in pain only for her eyes to widen. Beat you to it, bitch, XD, is what the note says. What? Death grips her chest, her eyes wide when she sees the purple flower stamp at the bottom of the note. Impossible. Azura growls as he throws the note away. He glares at Maka, who is struggling to get up. A demon has already taken your soul? No. A demon has only put claims on it, I can't break that. Your soul is mine, and only mine. Azura roars, his body lighting up in dark power. He reaches out to Maka to stab her chest again, to take her soul for real this time. Azura's hand is caught. Maka stares with wide eyes at this boy who has just appeared in front of her. Dark, large vines dance around Maka. Protectively they point at Azura. Mad blue eyes bore into mad red eyes. The pink-haired boy's smile is so large, his forehead against Azura's. Azura's hands gripped by this boy. He saved her, he stopped him. I don't think so. Judas grins at Azura, who is looking at him with widened eyes. Father. Die, crazy motherfuckers. Soul yells over the roar of his machine gun. He shoots rapidly all around. Crazy person, after crazy person falling before they can get to the albino assassin. Either the crazies don't understand running into bullets gets them killed, or they just don't care. They're insane after all. It's becoming a bloodbath, crazy people crawling over the bodies of their fallen. Their mad grins haven't left. Soul, I said try not to kill them. They're still human beings. Kid screams at the assassin as he takes his machine gun and hits a man over the head before he does a backflip away from a crazy woman trying to stab him with a screwdriver. He kicks her in the face and she falls. Kid glares over at Soul, but he isn't the only one just opening fire. All of the assassins along with the witch hunters have appeared on the scene, considering all of the crazies have gathered here. The assassins are shooting freely without blinking. The witch hunters on the other hand are mainly knocking them out. The assassins are taking more out. The sky is smoky from all the gunpowder. This is a war. Madness vs. sanity. They aren't normal anymore, kid. Either I kill them or they kill me. Your way is nice and all, but if we all started trying to strain ourselves with not killing them, they will overrun us. There's too many of them to worry about morals, kid. Soul glares as he aims the machine gun beside Kid, shooting about 10 of the crazies that were about to attack the unsuspecting boy. I'm not letting you die here. I'm a assassin, this is what I do. We aren't going to win with being nice. Kid grinds his teeth, turning his attention back on the battlefield. He watches as his witch hunters try to hit these crazies in the temple or the neck to knock them out. They're struggling, getting surrounded by crowds of crazies because they are spending too much time trying to knock them out and they are too close. That's when Kid sees a man that he's known all his life, one of his father's friends. He's fighting a crazy. He hits the crazy in the temple, knocking him out, only for 5 more to appear next to him before he can turn fast enough. One of the crazies swings down a axe it was holding, hitting him right in the head, piercing his skull. Kid watches as this man Kid has known all his life fall, blood pouring out of his busted open skull, his brains spilling. He hits the ground with an unforgivable thud, his lifeless green eyes staring at Kid. The crazies roar in victory and begin eating him, tearing him apart even more. No! Kid screams, his eyes wide in shock as he watches other witch hunters fall, getting stabbed, eaten. Kid grips his machine gun, pointing it at the crazies that are eating his father's friend, his eyes burning with a fire in this moment. He knows Soul is right. These people, they aren't people anymore. They're animals. Killing one another, killing his men. They want to get to Maka. They're spreading the madness. He must protect order. Change of plans. Kid roars at his men. The witch hunters left look over at him. Kill them. Don't hold back. There are too many of them. They will kill us all. Kid screams over his machine gun as he shoots down the crazies eating his father's friend. He closes his eyes, somehow hearing as the crazies' bodies drop and crack over all this commotion. He was never meant to kill people. He's a witch hunter, but things change. Everything has changed. Some of the younger witch hunters still seem hesitant. They shake in fear, some crying they don't want to be a part of this, not in this war of madness. They don't want to lose everything. The older witch hunters seem eager to kill the crazies. They go right ahead and start shooting at them, hitting them right in the forehead, silencing their mad laughter for good. You're doing the best thing for your men and for the world. Soul looks over at Kid in concern, seeing how his eyes shake. And really, do you think these people would still want to live? They're eating people. Some have eaten their family. Fuck, I know I wouldn't want to dash food. A voice giggles beside Soul, hot breath in his ear. His machine gun is grabbed. He whips his head around only to be greeted with mad, bouncing brown eyes. This crazy man opens his mouth and lunges forward, ready to bite into Soul's face. There's a gunshot. This man makes a grunt before his mad eyes close and he falls to the ground, his mouth open, his limp hands letting go of the machine gun. His blood pools around Soul's feet as he looks over at his savoir expecting Kid, but he's still looking to the ground. His machine gun has stopped. He looks in deep thought. Soul blinks as his eyes fall on Liz, the Thompson sister, pulling back her handgun. Keep your eyes on the enemy or you're going to die. Liz grunts as she turns, shooting a woman in the forehead. Ugh, thanks. Soul blinks before he grins. He turns back to shooting rapidly at all the crazies, getting them to fall faster than bees sprayed with bug spray. They just fall, blood everywhere. Soul's eyes are only shaking slightly. Liz watches Soul a moment before she looks at Kid, seeing how he's looking down, not firing. She frowns deeply. Kid, you have to look up too. I know this is hard, but you're going to end up getting killed like this. Just don't think about it. Liz shoots a man that was coming up behind Patty, who firing without problem. She's seen too many of these things eating their own children. Could you still look at these med beings and think of them as human beings as they try to stab your heart out and eat you? No. I don't think about it, Kid. I just think about protecting Patty. That's what we're doing. We're protecting the world. This madness attack is only in here. You can feel it. It's closed in. We can't let this get out. We can't let them get in the sewer to kill more people and turn them into monsters. Liz screams over the gunshots, but Kid is still looking to the ground, those yellow eyes shaking so badly as bullets rain like raindrops, gunpowder smoke being the storm clouds. Kid dash. She hears a giggle behind her. Liz's eyes widen and she whips around quickly, Ready to blast this crazy's head off, she stops. Liz drops her gun, her face falling in horror as she takes in this 8-year-old boy grinning at her madly, his mouth covered in blood like pizza sauce, his blue eyes are bouncing, his hair matted with blood, his nails full of dirt and grime. She's never seen a crazy so young. Kids are usually dead. No. This one is alive. And he's insane. Daddy ate mommy, then he ate my bother, he tried to eat me. Silly daddy. He must have thought I was a steak. He loved steak, did you know? That was until I ate him. This little boy giggles. We taste like chicken. There's so much red stuff. So much red you could just drown in it. He takes a step closer. Liz, seeing a chunk of his small arm is gone, bitten off, her eyes shake. She can't pick up her gun, can't move. I'm alone now, would you like to be my new mommy? She had blonde hair like you, she was a good mommy, she loved me. Mad tears fall down this boy's face as he laughs loudly. But you're not my mommy. You're nothing but steak. This boy charges her. Liz can't move, she can't kill him, how can she? He's a little boy. Liz. Patty cries out, getting to her sister just in time to hit the small boy over the head, knocking him out. He falls in Liz's arms, the older sister looking down at this boy with shaking eyes. She feels a lump in her throat. Liz, are you okay? Did he hurt you? Liz blinks, looking over at Patty, who is looking at her with those big blue eyes. They don't have madness in them. She looks at her sister, a resolve burning her very core. Liz will never, ever let this be the world her sister has to live in. She will fight to the end. She will protect her sister from the fires of hell if she has to. Patty isn't dying here. She isn't dying anytime soon. I'm fine. Liz lays down the boy gently before she picks up her gun and gives her sister a reassuring smile, hoping she doesn't look as shaken up as she feels. Liz, look out. Patty screams, pointing behind her. Liz whips around, seeing that 7 crazies have just appeared behind her. She shoots down 2 of them, only for her gun to make a clicking sound. She's out of bullets. Shit. Liz backs up away from the 5 crazies, only to feel Patty's back against hers. Liz looks behind her, only to see 5 more crazies. They have them surrounded and she's out of bullets. Patty, what are you waiting for? Shoot. I'm out of bullets, dash. So am I. Patty screams. Liz can hear it, the fear in her sister's voice, and she hates it. Oh, how she hates it. Liz feels her own fear for her sister as she looks back at all the mad faces. They're getting closer, some holding knives. One has a piece of machete and a hockey mask. Great, we have a Jason here. Liz. Patty screams, getting Liz to whip around, seeing one of the crazies grabbing her sister's arm. Get the hell off of her. Liz punches the crazy in the face, knocking it back into the other ones. Don't touch her. Liz holds her sister close to her as all these crazies close in, getting closer. They're going to kill them. They can't fight all of them. Liz pushes Patty's face in her chest so she doesn't have to look. She screams out. Kid. Help. At Liz's voice, whatever trans kid was in snaps. His eyes get wide. He whips his head over to see the Thompson sisters surrounded. His eyes narrow, a fire burning in his eyes, his teeth grinding, his body trembling. No. 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 He roars as he pulls out his handgun, shooting the crazies with weapons quickly, not using the machine gun. It's too risky. He could hit the sisters. He shoots all the crazies down before they can lay a hand on the 2 girls. You're not going to touch them. You're not taking my family away. Kid pants, staring at all the bodies laid in a circle around the Thompson sisters. Kid. Liz looks at him with wide eyes before she smiles. It's bright, full of emotion. Yay, kid saved us. Patty cheers, moving her head so she can beam at the boy still hugging her sister for dear life. Kid straightens himself out, fixing jacket. Forgive me girls, I've been weak, you could have just died. Kid trembles with his words, looking at these 2 girls that have been with him through everything, his family. But we didn't die, you saved us. Liz gets up with Patty. Yeah. But we're going to be dead if you don't, starting popping caps in their crazy asses. Patty smiles at Kid and he smiles back. Right. Stand behind me. Kid gets out his machine gun and starts firing, shooting down all these crazies that are charging towards him without mercy now. They almost took his family. They want to take all he has left. He will protect them even if that means having to kill his own kind. That's so fucking cute. Soul gushes, looking over at the 3, getting Kid's eye to twitch. Can I be a part of your family too? He bats his eyes as he guns down a group of 10 crazies that just got on him. No. Kid speaks blankly, but he can't help to smirk at the look Soul gives him. Aw come on. Soul whines as he aims his gun at a large group of crazies that are running towards him. I'm awesome. I could be like I don't know but hell I want to be in the family. Soul goes to pull the trigger only to hear a clicking sound, his face falls. He's out of bullets. Oh shit. Soul grabs the gun like a bat now, and when a crazy gets on him he bashes their head in with the gun, blood getting on the assassin's pants. Damn it, these were new. He complains as he blocks with the gun, stopping a crazy from sinking its teeth into his neck. The crazy woman chews on the butt of the gun, her eyes bouncing. He can't get the gun away from her and he's becoming surrounded. Oh hell no. Soul lets go of the gun, pushing it so the woman falls into other crazies that stab her with a butcher knife, her laughing madly all the way. Soul kicks a crazy out of his way and runs out of the group only for them to follow. Can't catch me fuckers dash. Soul trips over a rock, falling on his face. Are you fucking serious? I thought this shit only happened in bad scary movies. He cries out hearing the crazy's laughter. Soul, stay down. Kid roars before he points the machine gun at the crazies, gunning them down before they get close to Soul, his yellow eyes ablaze. When they're all down he looks at Soul. Are you alright? Yeah, I'm fine. Soul gets up quickly, brushing himself off. What do you take me for? I'm no rookie assassin. He smirks at how Kid rolls his eyes. For no rookie assassin, you tripped on your feet pretty good. Shut up. Soul grumbles before he looks around the battlefield. A lot of bodies lay on the ground, most of them the crazies, but some of their men. Even with the order to kill them, the witch hunters are dying, becoming overrun, running out of bullets, or not able to fend off so many at a time. The crazies are charging a mad storm of power. Even the assassins are having trouble. There's too many of them. It's as if the whole town has gone crazy and is here now, attacking them. All trying to get to the sewer, all trying to kill them. Soul takes all this in with his dark red eyes, the same eyes that have seen plenty of death in his lifetime, death by his own hands. He closes his eyes and takes a deep breath. We're losing, Kid. I know. Kid grips his gun as he shoots rapidly at a group of 20 crazies that tried to charge them. It seems no matter how many we kill, more keep coming. The madness has never been this bad. This gets him to frown. We have to do fucking something to lower the numbers or dash. Soul starts only to stop. Kid stops firing, both their eyes falling on something. They stare with confused eyes as the large wave of crazies in the distance starts to get knocked down. Something's coming and it's coming fast, running over these crazy people. It hits down another wave of crazies and then Kid can finally see it. It's a car coming this way, destroying anything in its path. Justin. Maka. A voice roars out of the car. It sounds familiar somehow to Kid. His voice is desperate, worried. The car is going so fast, swerving so much until finally, it does a flip in the air when it hits a large group of crazies in a pile of bodies. It lands on its side, sparks flying as it skids towards Kid and Soul, knocking down all the crazies in front of them before it stops only a couple feet away from Kid. Well, that got rid of a lot of them. Soul blinks at the car, his eyes widen slightly when he hears coughing and a man climbs out of the passenger's window that is facing the sky. Holy shit, you're still alive? That's fucking awesome. What? Kiriko groans as he rubs his head. He's bleeding a little on his arm, but that's about it. His brown eyes seem unfocused. He closes them and opens them, his brown eyes focusing. Kiriko stops when his eyes fall on Kid. Kid is looking at him with the same wide-eyed look. They point at each other, realization lighting their eyes. You're that male nurse from the asylum. You're Maka's prissy friend. Excuse me. Kid gives him this annoyed look that Kiriko just grins at. You haven't changed a bit, Kid. Neither have you, it seems. You're still the brute I remember. Watch it. Kiriko's eyes narrow, his left one twitching before he stops, his eyes lighting in realization. Shit, I don't have time for you. Have you seen Justin and Maka? I lost them. I fuck that demon got me and fuck Justin. Kiriko roars his name, looking around desperately. Justin. Soul looks at Kid. I believe the blonde boy with Maka dash. So you saw him. Kiriko grabs a hold of Kid and starts shaking him, his brown eyes wide. Yes, he was with Maka. They went into the sewer to get out of the town. Kid answers as calmly as he can as he rips Kiriko's hand from his clothes. He brushes off his jacket where he was touching. Sewer. I'm coming. You fucking demon, I swear if you have hurt them I'm fucking killing you. I'll fucking drag you down to hell and let you feel the burn. Justin, you better be fucking okay. Kiriko takes off running towards the sewer only for a large group of crazies to suddenly appear in front of him right behind Soul and Kid. Get the fuck out of my way. He roars as he punches and hits the crazies away, but there's too many of them, he'll never make it. This doesn't stop the man. Stop. Soul and Kid cry out, but Soul is the one to grab the older man, being strong enough to pull him back, throwing him back behind Kid. What he fuck dash, Kiriko gets back up only for Soul to stop him. Kid has started firing on the crazies. You would have been killed like that. You're not going to be much use to anyone if you get yourself killed. Soul grips his machine gun. Just wait till we make you a path, I wouldn't want a fellow shark dying. Soul grins, pointing at his sharp teeth. Kiriko blinks, looking at Soul's teeth like it's the first time he's seen it. Your teeth, you dash. Kid. Liz and Patty scream, getting Soul to whip around. Kid is shooting at the crazies only for his gun to click. He's out of bullets. Kid hits away the crazies with his gun only for a very large crazed man to come up dragging a axe. Kid's too busy with the others to notice. When Kid does notice, it's too late. The large man lifts up the axe, and that's why the Thompson sisters are crying out, he's going to die, he's going to be struck down. No. Soul moves without his body telling him to. He pushes Kid away. The axe comes down, slicing Soul instead in the chest from his shoulder to the opposite hip. His blood spats as he falls, his body hitting the ground without him making a sound. Kid can't believe what he's just seen, can't believe he isn't the one laying on the ground lifeless. He can only do one thing at this moment, his eyes shaking, his chest tightening. Soul. Kid cries out in horror. What? Maka stares up at Judas, her eyes wide, a hand against her chest. She's still winching in pain. It still hurts, though not physically. She still feels as if her insides are ripped apart. Maka takes in this demon. She thought she got rid of this demon that took her hope. You, what are you? Surprise. Judas glances behind him to grin at Maka, his blue eyes bouncing so much. I'm on your side. He giggles as his vines lash out for Azura. The demon god rips himself from Judas's grip and jumps back a few feet, his scarves coming out to block the vines. They bounce off of each other. Weren't expecting that, huh? No. But you ate the gem. Maka points at him, before coughing her chest. Oh, it hurts like she's tearing apart. When she coughs, she's still in so much pain. Who said the gem was going to help you? You should be careful with who you trust. The witch has lied to you. Judas's vines do a dance around him. They're so long now, curling over each other, the flowers on them getting bigger. Maka's eyes get wide. Could Medusa have lied about the gem? But then why would she want her to have it? Judas, what the hell are you doing? Azura growls, his scarves gathering around him, his eyes glowing darker. No, father, more like what the hell are you doing? Judas gives him a derpy grin. Trying to take what isn't yours. How rude. He snaps his fingers, holding out the piece of paper Azura took out of Maka's body. I even left you a note. That was you. Yudesh. Azura stops when he sees the flowers on Judas's vines. His eyes widen slightly only to narrow. He looks at Judas's blankly. You killed your brothers, and now you stand before me, protecting this girl, and you have stolen her soul from me. What will you gain from this? Other than a painful death. I'll gain the crowd. Judas smirks. It's time for a new demon god to reign, father. You're foolish. You must know no matter what you do. Azura takes a step forward only for Judas to hold out his hand. The red gem, the demon's tear, comes out of his palm, lighting up. One look at it, Azura screams, grabbing at his dark hair. His scarves cover his face. He falls down, speaking nonsense to himself. Yay, it worked. Judas hums as he turns to look at Maka. He grins at how she tenses. I'm surprised you could get into his head. You're good. You're really good. Thanks to you, this gem has so much more power over him. You made him relieve his hell. Well done. Judas claps. It's not like I had a choice. I saw some things I would much rather unsee. Maka groans, rubbing her chest. She can't get up the pain. It. Maka. Her chest tightens. It hurts, but she doesn't care. Maka whips her head to the left at those voices, those two voices calling her name. She feels tears stinging the corner of her eyes. When her eyes fall on Krona and Ragnarok running side by side to her, she feels her being lifted. Seeing her loved ones, she thought she never was going to see them again. She thought this was the end of her. But maybe it's not. Maybe there's still hope for her yet. Maka, you're fucking okay? Ragnarok makes it to her first, disappearing to reappear in front of her. He tackles her in a hug, holding her close. She takes comfort in his coldness, in the goosebumps he gives her, and how tightly he's holding her. You had me scared shitless. I fucking thought, are you okay? I dash. Maka. Before she can answer, Krona is on her. He tackles her in a hug, both these boys holding her so hold. She sighs as she feels Krona's warmth, a smile and tears falling down her face. She's not said no. She's happy, the tears are happy as she wraps her arms around them, burying her head in Krona's chest. Thank God you're okay. Krona pulls away with Ragnarok to look at her. Both their faces fall when they see the state she's in, how her foot looks hurt, how she's sweating, holding her chest, her eyes shaking, tears falling down her face. Maka, are you okay? Did he fucking hurt you? Ragnarok snarls, anger building as he glares over at Azura, who is still screaming, squirming around. I'm okay, I promise it was just a close call. If this demon didn't come when he did it, I would be dead. Maka holds them close again. She cries. I thought I was never going to see you again. I'm sorry, I just left. I didn't know all this was going to happen. I wanted to spend my last hours with you guys, damn it. Maka wails, not able to hold it in as she holds Krona and Ragnarok closer, never wanting to let go, never wanting to be away from them again. I thought I was never going to see you again. You us too. Krona's eyes water, but he blinks them away as he rubs her hair, trying to comfort her. But we're here. I am sorry it took us so long. We each had to take care of a couple of things. Krona's voice cracks him, not able to hold it anymore. I am just so glad you're alive. That I didn't lose you. Krona wails, tears falling as he hugs Maka tighter, crying in her hair as she cries in his chest. Stop fucking crying, cry babies. Ragnarok grumbles, but he grips the both of them tighter, his breathing uneven. I fucking told you we wouldn't let you die, I fucking told you. His being flickers. God damn it, Maka, don't ever fucking do that again. Just don't. His voice is weak, he grips onto the both of them, his voice cracks but he doesn't cry. Krona and Maka wail, all huddling into each other, scared that if they let go, they would lose each other again. Now. Judas smiles at this scene, his med-eyes seem to soften, his vines dancing slowly around him. Judas. The demon blinks before looking over at the girl that called his name. Death stands before him, holding a hand to her chest, she's panting, those bars around her. Death. Judas's face changes for a moment before he grins. So you still hate me, Dash? Yes. What? Judas looks at Death with wide eyes. But I didn't betray you. I dash. You made me believe you did, you asshole. Death yells at him, but her lips end up turning upward. You fuckface, you really had me fooled. So yeah, I still hate you. That was a dick move. Judas smirks at this, he chuckles. You're so not mad at me anymore. You love me again. Give me some sugar, Death baby. I just saved your life. Your king saved your life. Judas throws his arms apart, grabbing Death and pulling her into a hug. He leans in to kiss her, only for Death to grab his cheeks, trying to pull his face away. I'm not kissing you, asshole. Death struggles with him. You left me alone, with the thought of betrayal, and then you come to my recuse like you're all high and mighty. You're no king, Dash. I'm a king with no crown. Judas chuckles, wrapping his arms around Death's waist, gripping her tightly. Stop struggling, you know you want it. You don't really hate me. You're happy to see me. Judas smirks at her. You hate me when I'm gone, he smirks, showing off those sharp teeth, his eyes bouncing more. Death stares at this and groans. I hate you, turn me on. She grabs his shirt before yanking him roughly, Judas's lips clashing with her own. Judas's eyes get wide as she shoves her tongue down the demon's throat, biting at his lips in her hard, kissing her hands roaming his body, grabbing his ass. He groans into the kiss, only for Death to push him off. She licks the black blood from off her lips and smirks. What's wrong, king? Too much for you. Judas blushes darkly before his lips turn into a perverted smile. Not at all. If that's how you hate me, let me show you just how much I hate you. Judas's eyes narrow, his vines dancing excitedly, about to tackle Death. Azura roars, suddenly snapping Judas away from Death to look at Azura. The demon god is starting to get up. Damn it, Death, you distracted me. With your hot smile, those dark eyes and those fat feet. Fuck you. Deathseye twitches as she gives him her middle finger. He chuckles, his eyes locking on Azura. He holds out his palm, the red gem coming back. Alright Maka, Krona, Ghost. Listen up. Judas speaks in a loud voice. The three teens hugging each other look at the demon. Krona and Maka's sobbing has stopped, but their tears fall freely. I'm glad you're all together again, but this isn't over. Right now things are really bad up in the city with my madness, plus my father's together in one place. Even the strongest are falling to madness and the ones under its influence are getting stronger. This fight between me and my father could most likely turn all of you mad full force, so I'm going to wait till all of you get out to go all Super Saiyan on his ass. When you get out of the sewer, don't go back in. I'll seal the madness to only the sewer and I'll fight my father down here. When I do this, the madness will release the residents of the city. Judas grins madly as Azura's scarves start to unwrap. Once I beat the shit out of him, the force field will go down. As soon as that happens, you three get the hell out of here. J. Judas. Krona frowns slightly, gripping Maka tighter. Don't worry, I'll be right behind you. Hell, I'll even have a new crown. Judas laughs madly. Now get the hell out of here. Judas's face starts to break off, showing blackness underneath his eyes turning red. It's time for the demons to play. It's about to get really ugly up in this bitch. You heard him. Let's get the hell out of here. Ragnarok grabs Maka. Krona and him together help her up. Wait. Maka's eyes widen as she whips over, her eyes falling on Justin, the boy still laying on the ground. He hasn't moved. Justin. She cries out and limps to him, falling down by his side. Justin. Ragnarok turns confused, but when he sees the boy, his cousin, his face falls. Krona runs falling to Maka's side, looking at the wound in Justin's chest with shaky eyes. Maka, that doesn't look so good. Krona looks at her burnt up hands. It doesn't look like he's breathing. She won't hear it. She looks down at this blonde-haired boy, looks down at the boy that saved her, helped her, fought for her, Giriko's love. He can't be dead. Justin, please. Maka whispers as she leans down. She puts her head against the part of his chest that isn't pierced. She hears a heartbeat. It's faint, so very faint, but it's there. He's alive. Maka screams in joy, putting a hand to his chest. She summons her powers only for her left head to have a rebound. She cries out, putting it out. You're out of fucking powers. Ragnarok appears next to her, not looking at Justin. We don't have time for this. We have to get out now. Maka, you're really hurt. Krona starts. I don't care. He's not dying. Maka closes her eyes. She pushes through the pain, pushes through everything. Maka, why you could die. She hears Krona and he grabs her. Stop this, that's Ragnarok, but she doesn't listen. It hurts like hell, but her power rips out of her, going into Justin, healing the hole in his chest, getting him to breathe easier. I did it. Maka breathes out, leaning against Krona. I saved him. That's all good and dandy. Judas watches as all the scarves move from Azura's face, showing his dark expression, showing how his face is nothing but darkness now, his eyes glowing dangerously, his scarves gathering. But y'all have to get the fuck out of here. Judas doesn't sound as goofy. He holds the gem close to Azura, the demon growling, his eyes getting darker. Okay. Maka tries to grab Justin and lift him up. What the hell are you doing? Someone has to fucking carry you, Maka. You don't fucking carry him. Ragnarok starts. Ragnarok, you take his body. Krona grabs Maka. He holds her like a baby, cradling her against his chest. He stands up, holding her. I'll see carry Maka. Maka can't help but to blush, looking up at Krona. He's never been one to give orders or call the shots, and the way he holds her. Something's changed about the pink-haired boy. Though he's the same, he's stronger, firmer. He holds her close, straightening his back. Fucking got it. Ragnarok seems hesitant to go into Justin for a moment before he takes a deep breath and goes inside him. Maka watches as Justin opens his eyes, but she knows it's Ragnarok, not him. Justin hops off the ground, standing quickly. Fine. Now let's get the fuck out of here. Please do. Judas spreads his legs, more of his face breaking off, his vines growing larger, his teeth getting sharper. He's turning into something just as Azura is. The madness is spiking. They need to get out of here. I can't hold out much longer. Why, you better come back. Krona yells at Judas as he runs past him, Maka in his arms, gripping onto his chest, breathing heavily. She's in pain. She has to get out of here. They have to take her home. She's in pain and he hates how all he can do is hold her. If only he was a girl he would have powers, he would be able to heal her, to take away her pain, but he can't, so he'll hold her. It's all he can do. Of course. What do you take me for? Judas roars in laughter. He watches as Krona and Ragnarok run down the sewer with Maka. His smile falters slightly as he turns back to look at Azura. The gem is holding him back. Azura is becoming more mutilated by the second, his eyes holding hate, his face in a snarl. Judas's face is slowly falling off, his body twisting. He grips his fist, trying to stop himself. Not yet, they're not out, not yet. Control, control. Control is hard for a powerful demon like himself. You look fucking constipated. Judas opens his eyes to look at Death. She's still here, staring at him. He can't help to grin. This girl getting his mind off his inner struggle. Constipated or not, you know I still look good. Judas grins when she scoffs, only for his grin to fall. You have to get out of here too, Death. You can't stay, Dash. It's not like I was planning on to. Death huffs. She glares at him. You better come out of this fucking alive, you hear me? If you don't, I'll fucking find you and give you your second death. She threatens. This only gets the demon to smile. You're worried about me? Like fuck if I am. I won't die, Death. Judas smirks. But when I come back, you owe me. You owe me a song. A song. Death raises her eyebrow. We'll talk about it later. Now get out of here. I got to beat the shit out of my father for hurting you, my love. Don't be stupid. That's when Death smiles at Judas. It gets the demon to tense, staring at this smile. It's not meant or evil, it's a real smile. I had you wrong, Judas, maybe, you're not so bad. Her smile grows only the slightest. Give him hell. With that she fades away. Judas blushes with what he has left of his face. He closes his eyes, smiling to himself, then he feels it. They all got through. Judas opens his eyes, the last of his face falling off, showing the beast he really is. The red gem shatters. You'll pay, Judas. Using my tear. You will beg me for mercy. Azura lunges towards Judas, his scarves lashing out. No, father. Judas's vines go out to meet Azura's scarves before he jumps towards Azura. It's you who will be begging me for mercy. He tackles Azura, the very ground shaking. Think twice before you touch my girl. All sounds fade away from Kid to a horrible ringing in his ears. Screams and gunshots are muffled as he watches Soul fall slowly, his blood flying out of him in slow motion. The mad laughter can't be heard. He only stares at this boy that saved his life. When Soul hits the ground, everything comes back to him. Sight. Sound. Feeling. Soul. Kid cries out as he gets up, running to the boy. He falls to his knees by his side, holding Soul's head up by his arms. The young assassin's eyes are closed, the cut so deep in his chest, it's not moving, it's not. Kid. Soul groans, his eyes opening, getting Kid to sigh in relief. You scream like a girl. Soul grins up at him, but it's weak, his grin falls. You have to get out of here, we can't win this battle. There is nowhere to run. This place is sealed in. Kid hits away a crazy that got too close. He looks back at the wound on Soul's chest, his eyes shaking. Why do you have to be such a fool? You're going to die now, you know that. Kid takes a deep breath. I'm a fool for saving you? Ouch. Soul chuckles weakly. It's just a scratch, I'll be fine, I always am. Soul reaches up, grabbing Kid's jacket. I'll be fine, I'll be. Soul's breathing becomes shallow before his eyes roll back and he goes limp in Kid's arms. He's still breathing but barely. Oh fuck. Kiriko stares at Soul and Kid with wide eyes, thinking they're just kids. They are fighting this horrific battle and they are so young. The albino kid shouldn't be dying, he shouldn't be holding a gun, he shouldn't be bleeding out on the concrete. Madness holds back for no one, no matter how young they are, neither does death. She takes all ages, she doesn't care. Kiriko grips his fist, a rage overcoming him. Looking at how Kid holds this other boy, he sees himself as Kid and just in his soul. What if he's hurt like that? What if these fuckers hurt him? It gets something in him to snap and he roars, charging for the crazies that are blocking his way to the sewer, hitting, bashing heads in with his fists. The madness is getting to him, he isn't thinking. He just needs to see Justin breathing and he needs to see him now. Kid. Liz screams as she kicks a crazy in the chest. Getting the woman off of her, Patty punches a man in the face, but they have them surrounded. There's too many of them, they have no bullets, they don't have anything but their fists. Liz. Patty. Kid whips around, He gets up to run to them only for crazies to get in his way, grinning with those large smiles off theirs. They grab a hold of Kid. The young witch hunter does a low kick, knocking them off their feet only for more to take their places, getting him to step back. He can't get to Liz and Patty. He can't defeat all these crazies. There's at least 30 piled around Kid and Soul, 20 around Liz and Patty and Giriko. Well, he's trying to fight his way through 40 of them. They can't win, they can't. They're all going to die here. Kid catches a crazy trying to drag Soul away. He drop kicks the crazy man before throwing him back in the pile where the other crazies start ripping him apart. Kid falls to his knees. His head is swirling madness. It's so strong, so tempting to get out of this hell, to lose yourself, but he can't. No. On the count of 3. A crazy roars and all the crazies around Kid lift up the weapons they are holding, to bats, to iron poles, to axes, to knives, all aimed on him. 1. The crazies giggle. Soul, Kid's sorry. This wasn't what he was expecting. He didn't want anyone to die. It wasn't even in his mind as a possibility. Their army looked so good, they were ready to fight to the death, but maybe Kid was hoping death wouldn't come. 2. They roar out. Liz, Patty. His family, he adores them. They never judged him for loving a witch, no, they helped him in all that he did, and now, here they are. By his side and dying by his side. He loves the sisters. He never wanted them to die here. 3. Maka, oh Maka, he's sorry. His childhood friend, his first love. He had her all wrong. He let his jealousy of Krona and her being a witch cloud his judgment. He was meant to protect her when they went to school together. Before all this madness, before all this death, it used to be just him and her. They would sit together talking, laughing, watching the stars together. It was peaceful, nothing like now, nothing like how things are going. He wishes he could go back to the time before all this and hold Maka, never letting her go, but it wouldn't change anything. He was never meant to be her love, only her friend. He failed even in that. Kid watches as all the knife's bats come down on him. It's over. He's lost. He couldn't keep order. He failed. Maka failed his people, failed his father. Suddenly all the crazies scream. They stop with their attacks, dropping their weapons to grip their hair. Kid blinks as one by one they all fall down, their eyes closed. They passed out. Kid looks around, seeing it's happening with all the crazies. The sky is clearing. He can see the blue again. Is it over? What the hell? Giriko blinks as the crazy he was fighting just goes limp and falls. Kid. Liz and Patty run over to him, holding hands, their eyes wide. Did Maka win? The madness is leaving like before. I'm not sure. Kid looks around before he looks at Soul at his feet. His eyes shake. Liz, Patty, Soul, he dash. We're on it. Sis knows how to deal with this stuff. Patty cheers as Liz falls to her knees beside Soul. She takes off her jacket, mumbles how this is one of her favorites before she places it over Soul's wound, pressing down on it to stop the flow of blood. What's the damage? Kid frowns, looking down at Liz. The cut didn't look too deep. I'm sure as long we keep him from bleeding to death he'll be fine. We need to get him bandaged up soon. Through. Liz frowns. She closes her eyes. I don't want to look around, but Kid, how bad is it? Kid braces himself before he looks around. He can't see much with all the smoke, but he sees all the bodies of the crazies. I can't really see. Wait. Kid turns around only to stop. Through the smoke he sees 2 figures walking towards them. One of them seems to be carrying something. The smoke seems to be parting. More crazies. Giriko's eyes narrow only to widen when the smoke clears around these 2 figures. Krona and Justin walk towards them, the smoke clearing, revealing the determined look on the pink-haired boy's face. Maka in his arms, cradled against his chest, she grips onto his shirt, her weak eyes staring on through the smoke. Maka! Kid cries out in joy, running towards her. Justin! Giriko shoves Kid out of his way, running quickly to the blonde boy who is looking at him with wide eyes. I thought, damn it, don't ever scare the shit out of me like that again. He grabs the smaller boy, pulling him into a rough hug. Giriko nuzzling the blonde's head. Are you okay? Did that fucking demon hurt you? Justin's eyes are still wide, his cheek against Giriko's large chest, his body tense. He closes his eyes, a frown ghosting his lips before he goes limp in Giriko's hold. Justin. Giriko holds him up, his eyes wide in concern as he shakes him. It's okay. Maka speaks up weakly, glancing over at Ragnarok that just came out of Justin. He's looking to the ground, a faraway look in those piercing blue eyes. Justin just pasted out, he's been through a lot. It looks like you've been through a fucking a lot. Giriko looks her up and down, frowning. Maka. Kid stops in front of Krona, panting. He looks a mess, his clothes all ripped up, blood on his face. Are you alright? Did you defeat the demon? The madness just vanished. And not exactly. Krona answers, glancing at the ground with a knowing look. What are you dash? Kid starts only for the ground to shake violently. Krona stands his ground, Ragnarok grabbing onto him to make sure he doesn't fall with Maka. What was that? J. Judas. Krona mumbles before looking at Maka, who is gripping onto him tighter. Judas. Kid raises an eyebrow. Kid. Kid looks over at Liz. The smoke is clearing. And it is right now. Kid wishes the smoke would come back and cover this hell. The whole city is destroyed. The ground before them is full with dead bodies, most with twisted grins. Red is the new color of this city, rotting flesh the new smell. Kid looks around, seeing some of his witch hunters struggling to get up, many with wounds. Some of the younger ones are crying about the loss of their friends who are in a pile with the crazies. Kid notices that more assassins survived than witch hunters. They're hurt as well, only a couple seem to come out of this unscrambled blood. Guts. Death is in the air, it's a stench, a sight you can never get out of your mind. All these people. Maka's eyes shake, she reaches out with a shaky hand. I have to help, I can't, I'm supposed to protect life. Maka, you can't, why, you're out of power. Krona holds her closer, trying to cover her eyes so she doesn't have to see this, so she doesn't get upset. I need to save Tried of Death. Her voice becomes weaker before her eyes roll back. She goes limp in Krona's arms, her head lolling over to Krona's chest. You did good, Maka. He holds her closer, kissing the top of her head. You deserve your rest. Ragnarok stares at Maka a moment, at how tired and weak she looks, how small, how frail. Life is a delicate thing, though you may not see it as that. As you live you realize how weak you really are when death comes knocking at your door. So many ways to die. Life is weak, life needs to be protected. Ragnarok grips his fist before he glares down at the ground. The demon needs to hurry up, we got to get Maka the fuck out of here. The ghost looks at life, at the girl in Krona's hands, the only life he has left. He wants to hold her with Krona, he wants to take them both away from here, away from everything, and never look back. He doesn't care about the world never cared about him. But he loves Maka, and maybe deep down, though he would never admit it, he loves Krona. He loves his family. It's gotten to the point for Ragnarok he forgets that he's binded to Krona, that he's here against his own will, but now even if he wasn't sealed to Krona, he wouldn't leave. He never wants to leave. He wants to go back, he wants to go back before all this, when they didn't have to fight for their lives every second, when Maka and Krona would piss him off with dancing, or back when times were simpler. But there's no going back. They can only move forward, even when forward looks so much worse. Krona opens his mouth to answer, only for the ground to shake again. This time it doesn't stop. They hear an inhuman roar. The ground feels like it could fall apart where they stand. What the fuck is going on now? Giriko falls down, holding Justin up so he doesn't get hurt. Giriko grinds his teeth. The shaking only gets worse, buildings falling down, destroying this city more than it is. You think he's winning? Ragnarok stares over at Krona. He's still holding Krona and Maka up, grinding his teeth at how the ground jerks and rumbles. He has to be. Krona holds Maka closer. He closes his eyes when he hears another inhuman roar. See, come on Judas, why, you can do it. Sis, I'm scared. Patty holds onto her sister. They both have their bodies over Soul, trying to lift him up to get him off of the ground. It really feels like it's about to fall, that the ground is about to cave in and take all of them with it. It's okay, Patty. Liz hates how she stutters, but she's scared shitless. She doesn't do ghost, and she sure as hell doesn't do demons fucking fighting under her. She has to be strong when she feels like crying. Patty looks over at her sister a moment before she hugs her, burying her head in her chest. You're right, Liz, it's going to be okay. Patty's voice changes. She covers Liz's ears, protecting her sister from the harsh roars. Come on, fucking demon. Ragnarok growls, staring at Maka's pale face. Win, Judas. Krona looks down at Maka, thinking about this demon, how he killed his brothers, how he saved Maka. I believe in you. There's a howl before everything stops. The ground stops shaking. The inhuman roars have stopped. Everything is still. Is it over? Kid gets back up, looking at Krona. Krona starts. He's cut off when a black portal appears next to him. His eyes widen slightly when he sees it. That's Medusa's magic. Ragnarok's eyes widen before he grins. That fucking demon won. The force field is down. Let's get the fuck out of here. J. Judas. Krona smiles, looking down at the ground. I knew you could do it. This must be our way back to the mansion. Krona can't help his smile growing, his heart lifting. He takes a step towards the portal. Kid grabs Krona by the shoulder, yanking him back away from it. His eyes have changed, a fire coming back. You can't take her back to Medusa. I know you can't be as naive to not know the Snake Witch is not for her. Don't you know what Maka is? Kid yells at Krona only to be knocked off by Ragnarok, the ghost snarling in his face. Don't you fucking touch them. Krona, go. Ragnarok holds Kid back only for Kid to pull out a cross, getting Ragnarok to hiss and flinch away. I'm not letting you leave with her again. She needs to be kept away from Medusa. Krona, you care about her, don't you? Kid's eyes narrow. Or are you in on her plan? All I want to do is get Maka out of here as she's hurt. I don't know what Medusa's planning, and right now I don't care. Medusa can heal her dash. Heal her so she can kill her. Kid challenges, reaching for Maka only for Krona to take steps back. She wants her life. Don't you see? Taking her back to Medusa isn't saving her. If you love her, Krona, you won't take her back to your mother. She wants to kill her. Krona's breath catches at his words. He looks down at Maka's weak face. Krona's starting to tremble, not knowing where to turn. Maka needs to be healed. They need to get out of here. But his mother, what if his mother wants to kill her? After all this time, what if he's handing Maka over to her death? What is the best move? What is he supposed to do? She's hurt. She needs to be healed. Krona glances over at the dark portal, but he's not so sure if he doesn't go through, will Medusa come after them? They can't fight her in this state. We will get Maka medical attention. I have a place close to here. We will be safe there. You could head there before me while I get all the other survivors up. How the hell are you going to get her medical attention when all your fucking men are dead? How are you going to take care of her when you need to take care of yourself? Ragnarok snarls, yet his eyes flicker. He's not too sure anymore. He doesn't know. If Azura is dead now, why do they have to go back to Medusa? It's all over. They don't have to fight a war against Arachne so soon. They could hang low, let Maka get better hideout while the world falls apart. It's over. Their struggle is over. Ragnarok and Krona exchange a look. They seem to be thinking the same thing, wondering. Kid digs in his pocket, pulling out a small vial of red stuff. My father had a thing for collecting things from witches. This is a salt water witch's healing potion. Kid locks eyes with Krona, holding his arms out. Let me see her. I can heal her. His eyes are firm. Trust me, I'm on your side. I'm here to help her. Krona stares in this boy's eyes, this boy that he always saw as his rival. He never liked him. He was Maka's friend first. He was free with her when he was stuck in the asylum back then. He would never hand Maka over to him, afraid he would take her away from him, that she would realize how much of waste Krona is and how much better Kid is. But now, he's offering to heal Maka. He's offering them a place to stay to get away from his mother. Ragnarok looks over at Krona. He can tell the ghost doesn't like this, but he's looking at Krona, waiting for him to call the shots. Ragnarok trusts in Krona's judgment now. He trusts in him even though everything in Ragnarok wants to beat the shit out of Kid. He holds that back, looking at Krona, his piercing blue eyes watching his face intently, watching what he's going to do. Krona looks down at Maka, looks at how she cradles into him, looks at the girl he loves, and wants to protect the girl he wants to spend the rest of his life with. He knows they have to get away from Medusa. They have to. Krona looks up at Kid before he nods. He walks slowly towards Kid, holding out Maka for this other boy to take so that he can take care of her, heal her where he can't, be there for her where he can't. Just like back in the asylum, how he watched Kid take her away from his window. He could only watch, hoping Maka would keep coming back no matter how selfish he knew it was. He wanted her to come back. He never wanted to lose her, yet this time giving her to Kid could be saving her. This time Maka isn't going to go with Kid alone. Krona is coming with her. Thank you, Krona. Kid smiles gently, his arms waiting patiently. Krona places her in his arms, Kid's hands brushing against Krona's, about to take her away from him. What the fuck is that? Giriko shouts, pointing at Maka. Krona, Kid, and Ragnarok look down at the girl, seeing a metal spider that just crawled out of her shirt. In a blink of an eye it grows huge, its legs wrapping about Maka's ribs before it rips the girl out of Kid's and Krona's arms. Maka shoots in the sky, the boys staring at her dumbfounded as she flies up to a helicopter in the sky. How did they not notice that? It's shaped as a spider. A short man can be seen in the opening of this black helicopter. Maka flies up into this small man's arms, the spider still on her, her eyes close, unaware of her situation. Thank you for taking care of life. This man with the pointed nose grins. Arachne will be so very pleased. The man looks back at something. Go now. Arachne is waiting. Arachne. Kid snaps out of it. Maka. Krona and Ragnarok scream as the helicopter takes off. Ragnarok floats up after it and Krona runs after it, but the helicopter is too fast and going too high. Ragnarok is stopped by his chain connecting him to Krona. And in a blink of an eye, the helicopter is gone with Maka. Nu. Ragnarok roars, punching the ground. We just got her back. You have to be fucking kidding me. Maka. Krona falls to his knees, gripping his hair, the breath getting knocked right out of him. He just had her, she was in his arms, she was okay, she was with him, and now she's gone, she was ripped from him once again. No. No, please. What the hell just took Maka? Kiriko roars over at everyone, confused. Arachne. She's made her move. Kid grinds his teeth. We have to save her. Kid turns to look at his army, only to see there's only 20 of them left standing there staring at him, some holding up hurt soldiers. The witch hunters are glaring at him. Is this what this was all about? Saving a witch? One roars out. You don't understand. Maka is the witch of life. If she dies, the world is doomed. Kid starts. That witch killed our family. You didn't say anything about her. We are not going to go to war with Arachne for a witch. You're out of your fucking mind. One witch hunter screams out. I'm done here. Don't you get it? You walk away now, you're turning your back on the world. You saw how horrible this was. Do you really want the whole world to be like this? Kid yells out. Get past that, she is a witch, think about what she represents, she is life. She is our life. Open your eyes, people. If life is gone, all that's left is death. Do you believe this guy? The witch of life. That's just a myth. I for one am not going to fight a fucking battle for a witch. We'll gather as much people as we can and hide underground. The witch hunters cheer at this kid's face falling. That won't do anything. Walls can't hold back madness. Shut the fuck up, kid. A man growls. You're not your father. You're just a kid way over his fucking head. Come on, people. The witch hunters turn to leave, leaving only 14 men left, including Soul and Kid's gang. Kid stares at them wide-eyed, the man's words hitting a soft spot. He knows he's not his father, but he's trying to save the world, trying to save Maka. Kid falls to his knees, his chest tightening painfully. He has been punched in the chest. He's not his father. He can't save Maka, he's a failure, trash, scum. Don't listen to him, kid. Patty's voice gets Kid to look at the young blonde girl who is glaring over at the witch hunters. They're just a bunch of dumbasses that are going to get themselves killed. They're cowards that don't want to fight anymore. We don't want an army of them anyway. Yeah. Kid, you led them just as your father would. Your father, I know, is proud of you. Liz stands up, looking at him intently. I'm proud of you. We will stand by you till the end. Don't lose hope. This isn't over. Not by a long shot. I don't know much about your father. A voice wheezes out, Kid's eyes widening when Soul opens his eyes, looking over at Kid, grinning weakly. But I know you're a badass leader, you gave it your all and fought your own battles, fuck those guys. He looks over at his men, what's left of them. They grin back at Soul. Soul smiles before looking at Kid weakly. Hell, we're with you till the end too. If you want to save Maka, you have to get off the floor. What you doing, man? Gentlemen don't get dirty, right? He chuckles lightly. Kid stares at all these people in front of him. They all still believe in him, are willing to fight a war that they cannot win. Not like this, so less of them, but maybe if they. Kid's eyes widen, he snaps out of his depressed state, jumping up, his eyes wide as he looks at Soul, Liz, Patty, how they smile at him. This isn't over. Not by a long shot. You're all right. Kid takes a deep breath. We go to war. We will take Maka back and save the world. His group cheers, Kiriko staring at them with his eyebrow raised. A war. He glances at Kid's group, seeing how small they are. There's no fucking way they can win with 14 people. His eyes light up, before he grins sharply. I have a few fucking calls to make. Ragnarok stares at Kid a moment, his being flickering, before he looks over at Krona only to see the pink-haired boy is gone, and Ragnarok still can't feel where he is. Did he really lose the both of them? He calls out for Krona and Maka madly, still trying to go after the helicopter, still trying to feel Krona, but it's no use. Maka has been taken from him again. Kid is willing to fight a war that will kill them all. There's no way, there's no fucking way. They need Medusa. Even though Ragnarok doesn't want to at all, he doesn't want to rely on this bitch, doesn't want to leave without Krona, but he needs to do fucking something before he goes insane. Ragnarok runs into the portal, it closes behind him, leaving this dark place. They need Medusa for this war to get Maka away from Arachne. It's come to this. J. Judas. Krona screams his name as he runs down the sewer, his eyes wide, his heart drumming in his ears. He shouldn't be down here, he knows this, but Maka's gone and he can't trust Medusa. Judas won the fight, he can save Maka from Arachne, he has to. Krona pants, he feels the madness down here, but it's not as bad as it should be because the battle is over. He closes his eyes thinking of Maka. He won't let the madness get to him. He has to get to Judas. He has to save Maka. When he saw that helicopter take her away from him, when he knew he could not get to her, his first thought was Judas. Judas can save her, can take Krona to her before that helicopter even makes it to Arachne. Krona runs to where he saw Judas and Maka at, but Judas isn't here. There's a trail of black liquid. Krona doesn't think about whose it belongs to as he takes off running, stepping around the black blood, following it, calling for Judas desperately, a lump in his throat. He can't lose Maka, he can't, he just got her back. As Krona runs deeper into the sewer, the madness gets stronger, it's starting to get suffocating. It must be Judas's madness, he is the demon god of madness. Now Krona ignores how his skin crawls, he only thinks of Maka and his feet move faster. Maka, 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 Maka. He chants her name in his head when he sees 3 vertical eyes painted on the wall. They want to consume him, but he's not going down, not like this. He needs to save Maka. At all costs. Krona almost sobs in relief when he feels a familiar presence up ahead. Judas is close, this is it, Judas can save Maka. He can. Krona turns the corner, his hopeful eyes falling on Judas. He stops dead in his tracks. His throat turns dry, his breathing stills. Before him are 2 monsters. One is on the floor, its eyes closed, black blood leaking out of its open mouth, its mouth full of sharp jagged teeth. It's nothing but darkness with large claws that seem to have made their mark all around this sewer. The other monster stands tall, it's completely black too. This monster is the victor, but what made Krona stop is... He knows the monster standing isn't Judas, no. It's Azura. He can tell by the dark scarves that are floating around this demon, he can tell by those red eyes. How did Judas lose? The force field went down. It is Judas dead. He's breathing right? Krona can't wrap his head around this. He watches with wide eyes as Azura's darkness slowly crawls off of him, revealing his regular pale skin, that skinny body, his scarves going back white. The demon god of madness's face is blank as he stares at the dark monster that lays on the floor lifeless. Is this all you wish to have gained? Azura puts a hand over a hole in his chest that's bleeding black blood. You gave all you have just to seal my madness in here for a bit. And break my force field for only a moment. I know you couldn't have really believed you could beat me, it's a shame. I thought you were my smartest son, turns out you were the retard of the family. How could you expect to defeat me? Who you came from? I am you, completed. You're nothing but a part of me. Azura takes a couple of steps forward. You killed all your brothers, betrayed me, and for what? To play hero for a couple of minutes? Is that it? Judas doesn't respond, his eyes still closed. Azura takes in this monster before he wrinkles his nose. You're bleeding all over the place, Judas, your time here is up. It's time for you to pay for all your sins. I am the demon god of madness and I always will be. You'll always only be a part of me, stuck in hell to burn forever. Azura roars, lifting up his hand about to give Judas the finishing blow. J. Judas, no. Krona screams, not thinking about what he's doing. Azura turns to look at him, his red eyes widen slightly in surprise as he watches Krona run past him, falling down before this large monster on the floor. Krona wraps his arms around him and shakes him. He feels everything start to shut down. Judas, why you can't die? Why you said you had this? Why you said you would be okay? Judas doesn't respond, his eyes still closed, his blood still leaking out. Well. Azura's eyes go back to normal and he smirks evilly. What do we have here? A host that cares for his demon? Now I've seen everything. This is perfect. Azura lifts his hand up again, his red eyes dancing in madness. You can die together. It's beautiful. He laughs. J. Judas, you have to get up. Krona's voice cracks. He grips onto this monster, this demon, wanting more than anything to see that twisted grin of his, to hear him say something weird, to see him dance, anything that would tell him Judas is okay, that he can get up. Maka's been taken by Arachne. Why you can't die? J. Judas. Krona buries his head in this monster's chest. I need why you die. Azura roars, his hand lighting up in darkness. Judas's eyes shoot open, they're red like Azura's, yet somehow Krona can still see Judas in this scary-looking beast. Judas roars, his black blood spraying out. He holds out his claw-like hand. A imprint of a flower appears, it lights up and Azura is sent back a couple of feet. Judas wastes no time, his large vines whip the ground, it cracks under Azura's feet. Dark hands come out of the ground grabbing onto Azura, they start pulling him down. So you kill yourself, Judas? How like you, all you have done is bought them just a little more time. Azura's smirk is so evil. I'll come back and you won't be here to save them, Judas. This has to be one of the dumbest ways to die. Azura closes his eyes, laughing his ass off as he's dragged back into the ground. The concrete closes above him, he's gone. Krona stares at where he was with wide eyes. He feels the madness leave to only a stinging feeling. Krona hears a groan beside him. He whips his head down to look at the monster, only to watch as this dark monster slowly changes back to the Judas he knows. He gains back his human features, his pale skin, his human hands, his blue eyes, pink hair. There's black blood at the corner of his mouth. He's shrunken down to the point Krona is able to hold him in his arms, looking down at him with concern. J. Judas, why you did it? He's gone. And you're alive, you dash. No. Judas cuts him off, getting Krona to tense. He looks at Krona and grins slightly. I only dragged him back down to hell, it took all I had, he'll be back, it was all I could do, I suck, huh? What are you talking about? Krona's eyes tremble when he sees Judas is becoming see-through. Judas, what's happening to you? I'm dying. He says so simply, a smile still on those lips, like this is no big deal, like he just told Krona how his day was. Dying. And no. Why you can't be dying, J. Judas. Krona feels the lump in his throat. He holds this demon closer. But I ain't death a bitch. Well, she's my bitch. He chuckles, his eyes holding a faraway look. I gave all I had to send him away. I couldn't let him kill you. I was just going to fade away before my father killed me, but then you showed up. Hey, it's funny. He reaches up and cups Krona's cheek when a tear falls. I'm going to die for a human. You do this to me. His body is becoming more see-through. Maybe now I know how it feels to be human, to care about something, to know the fear of losing it. It sucks ass. You, Krona, make me feel human, and now I'm going to die like one, but that's okay for you. I'd die again if only I could. He closes his eyes. Death is going to kill me. He chuckles at his joke, but it's weak. J. Judas, you're not going to die, okay? Why you can't die? I need you. Krona's voice cracks. He grips Judas tighter. No. You don't need me, not anymore. Judas opens his eyes and smiles at the boy that has silent tears falling down his face. There was a time that you always needed help, Krona. I watched you from the very beginning. You couldn't do anything by yourself, anything you couldn't deal with. You got Ragnarok to take care of, or you hid in yourself. You aren't that little kid anymore, not in body, but most importantly not in the heart. Judas points his finger at Krona's chest. The boy in you has grown up. You're a man now. You found what it is to be one. With all this shit going on, Krona, not once did you say you couldn't deal with it. You dealt with it yourself. You faced those demons. You carried Maka out. You no longer need me to help you. Judas chuckles. You go out there and you save Maka. You save your girl, Krona, and you save your world. My time is up. I've done all I can do, pushed as far as I could go. Now I'm dying. It's over for me. Please. Krona begs, his tears falling on Judas. He's becoming more and more see-through. Why you're my best friend. Why you can't die, and not like this, J. Judas, please don't go. Hey, stop crying, you know I don't like that. Judas smiles as he wipes Krona's tears away. I have to go, but I'll always be your best friend, right? I just won't be with you, dash. I want you with me. Krona cries out, grabbing his hand. Maybe in a different life, maybe if I wasn't a evil demon, things would have been different. Maybe I could have stayed with you. I wish I could stay with you. If you think I want to leave, you're mistaken, my dear friend. His voice is heavy, fading. J. Judas. Krona sobs. He pleads, but this demon only keeps smiling at him. I always knew I couldn't beat my father. Judas chuckles, shaking his head. I knew it was impossible, no matter how strong I got. Then why did you say you could? I don't understand. Because I knew it's what you wanted me to say, that I could kill my father. I know you wanted to feel like I could save Maka from him. Judas shakes his head. So I lied like death said. I always lie. I just wanted to make you feel better, give you hope, make you believe in me when no one else ever did, even when all I've given you is false hope. Judas, please. Krona trembles, his tears falling more. It's time for you to go back home. Judas snaps his fingers. Krona notices he's starting to fade away too. You go back to Medusa, you go to war, you save Maka, but Krona, you know who you must kill to end all of this. This isn't completely over until the Snake Witch fries. I know. Krona trying to hold on to this demon. Please Judas, there has to be something I can do to help you. To save you. You can't save me, but could I ask one thing of you, my one and only friend? Judas's words are soft. Anything at all? Krona trembles, both their bodies getting faded. Can you kiss me and tell me you love me? I know. You don't, but it would be nice to pretend to feel as if you did. Just one kiss, our final one. Judas is almost gone. Krona looks at this demon that's dying because of him, that has given all he has for him, who saved Maka, the only reason they were able to get this far. Krona tears fall more as he nods. He cups this demon's cheeks, gently staring into those eyes of madness one last time. Judas has done so much for him, he can do this, he can fulfill his last wish. Krona leans in, placing his lips against Judas's. Krona's tears falling on this demon's face as his lips move slowly against this demon's, giving Judas a kiss goodbye. Krona pulls away slightly, looking this demon right in the eyes. He sobs out, not able to help it. I love you, Judas. Judas smiles, not madly, it's a bright smile, something you wouldn't think a demon could make. He wipes Krona's tears away. I love you too, Krona Gorgon. Once these words are out, Krona is almost gone. He's going back to the mansion. He knows Judas continues to smile at him goodbye. He closes his eyes. Judas fades away. Best friend. Judas. Krona howls out in agony, tears streaming down his face rapidly as he fades away too. This day has been nothing but lost, and death. Somewhere far away. Death falls to her knees. She's taken so many, you would think she would be happy with today, with the life she has taken. Death doesn't smile, she only closes her eyes and hugs her knees to her chest, all alone like she's meant to be. Custos. Judas, all gone. It's come to this. Chapter 72. Krona appears in the mansion's lobby, hovering a few feet above the ground. He falls, and when his weak legs hit the ground they buckle, the boy falling down on his chest, knocking the breath he doesn't have out of him. His tears haven't stopped, the pain hasn't stopped, his shoulders shake, his lip quivers as he cries out in his lost of his best friend. He can't believe Judas is really gone. Krona was just with him, the demon was just in his arms smiling at him. Then Krona had to watch as Judas, the traitor of the human race, a part of Azura, his best friend, fade away, leave him. How could this have happened? Krona's agony turns to rage. He clenches his fist. Judas, you were supposed to win. Why you said you could beat him? Why you said you would be okay? Why you were supposed to be the next demon god of madness? Why you were supposed to stay with me? Krona roars out in his pain, only for his anger to slowly turn into that agony again, his voice getting softer, his tears falling more. Why you weren't supposed to die, why you? His shoulders shake, his chest turning hollow when he thinks of Judas's last smile. It wasn't mad like Krona's used to, it was human happy. How could he be happy when Judas was dying because of him? When he was leaving, how could he smile like that? How could he have left him? Goodbye, best friend. Judas. Krona sobs out his name, crying out in lost in pain. He's not able to get up, he doesn't want to get up, he's lost his madness, he's lost his strength, he's nothing without Judas, he lost his best friend. I need you. No. You don't need me, not anymore. In his pain, in his agony, something shoots through Krona's mind, courses through his veins, it's powerful, it gets his tears to stop, his breath catching. He sees Maka's smile, her green eyes looking at him with that love. Judas died for a reason. He gave himself up so Krona could save Maka, and Krona failed. Maka has been taken, she was in his arms, then she wasn't. Just like Judas. Krona grips his fist, his teeth grinding as he forces himself up, his bones crack in protest, but he continues to push himself, a fire burning him brighter than ever before, a resolve in his eyes making those pale blue orbs darker. He lost Judas, he was taken away from Krona, but he is not losing Maka. Maka is still alive. Out there with Arachne, he won't let his love leave him, he will fight to the death, he will save Maka. He won't let Judas's death be in vain, he won't let all he's done for them be in vain. J. Judas, thank you. Krona puts a hand to his heart, hoping somehow the demon can hear him. For everything I am going to save her, I am going to end all of this. I'll never forget you. Krona wipes his last tear. Why you'll always be my best friend. No one responds to him, but he pictures Judas's twisted smile and how his eyes would bounce. He can even imagine him saying, "And you'll always be mine. Stop standing around and fight the good fight." But it's only in his head. Krona takes a deep breath, collecting himself, then he hears yelling. Krona looks over at the dining room doors where it seems to be coming from. It's muffled, but he thinks it may be Ragnarok that's yelling, so he's back too? How did he get back? Krona can't really think about that now. He grips his fist and runs towards the dining room doors, knowing who Ragnarok is most likely yelling at, knowing things are about to get so much harder, so much more intense. Maka. That's what's keeping him going. The thought of the girl he loves, the thought of those beautiful green eyes and wheat blonde hair, of her smile, of her touch. It's all her. Without her, life has no meaning. Maka is his life. Krona opens up the dining room doors, yet he doesn't walk in, Ragnarok's words getting him to pause and stare on at the scene before him. Maka's fucking gone. Your fucking sister took her. Why the hell didn't you come to help? You could have stopped that helicopter. I know you were fucking watching us. Why didn't you do anything? Ragnarok roars at Medusa, the snake witch is sitting at the dining table looking at a blank crystal ball. Her eyes can't be read. Ragnarok's face is a deep scowl, his being flickering in his rage. He hasn't noticed Krona. He can't take his glaring eyes off of the witch, his whole self burning with hate. Medusa doesn't answer him. She doesn't look up. She doesn't do anything. Answer me. Ragnarok picks up a chair and throws it beside Medusa's head. It breaks on the wall, not hitting her. Fucking look at me. He doesn't care that he's threatening and commanding this woman that he is a slave to that could destroy him with a snap of her fingers. Maka is gone. She's gone again, and this bitch isn't doing anything. She just let Maka get taken away. You should remember who you're talking to, Ragnarok. Medusa does a wave of her hand. Ragnarok is sent flying across the room, hitting the wall hard, getting him to grunt in pain. Krona's chest tightens at seeing this, a hate of his own burning for his mother. That's right. She could have came. She could have stopped Maka from being taken. And now she's hurting Ragnarok, his brother. All he has left. Krona is about to go in to stop Medusa from hurting Ragnarok anymore when she speaks again. I couldn't come through. I could only get my magic to you. It took a lot to hold it. I could only get you out of there. I couldn't come to your aid. Medusa's voice is motor-toned. But the fucking force field was down. You're bullshitting me. Ragnarok yells as he gets off the wall, walking towards her again. The force field was not down, it was only weakened. Medusa closes her eyes. It seems Krona's demon couldn't do much more than that. Krona tenses as Medusa opens her eyes. Even if the force field was down, if Arachne didn't show up, I doubt I would have come to you. What the hell are you, Dash? I may not have been able to go through the portal, but I could still watch you through the crystal ball. I could still hear you. She locks eyes with Ragnarok. You two were thinking about accepting the witch hunter's offer. You were thinking about not coming back. Ragnarok stares at her, not knowing what she's going to do. He's not expecting how she looks back down at the crystal ball, a faraway look to her eyes. Maybe I could have gotten through if I had started gathering my magic from the beginning to force my way through, but then I saw that when I thought of the possibility of the witch hunter's offer, I was hoping you would take her and go. Take her away from me. Medusa gets up, her hair casting a shadow over her eyes. It's too tempting having her around. I was willing to let her go. Maybe I even wanted to stop all of this. Medusa slowly looks up, her lips are twisted in a warped smile, her eyes bouncing. It's just too tempting having her around me. Oh, she looks so much like Kami. I could have her back. I'm so close, I can taste it. She laughs. Ragnarok stares at Medusa with wide eyes, a shiver being sent down his spine, but he keeps his back straight. He won't show his fear. He's seen a lot of crazy lately, but a crazy Medusa? Fuck no. She's crazy enough as it is. But Medusa's laughter stops, her eyes steadying, seeming to get herself together. I've forgotten something very important. In my own pursuit I pushed it away. Maka made me remember. Medusa locks eyes with Ragnarok. It's time I make this all right, fix all that I have broken, pull everything back together, it's time for all of this to end. She closes her eyes. Krona, are you just going to eavesdrop? Or are you going to come in? Krona. Ragnarok's eyes flash as he looks over at the other boy in the doorway from Medusa's words, his scowl falling for a moment to relief in his eyes as he watches Krona walk in, a look in the pink-haired boy's eyes Ragnarok's never seen. I told you he would come back on his own. Medusa states boredly as Krona stands by Ragnarok. He doesn't look at the ghost, he stares intently at Medusa, a fire in his eyes. If you really want to fix all this, then what are we doing, J, just standing here? We have to get to Maka now. Krona grips his fist. I am ready to go to war, I am ready to end all of this too. I'm fucking ready to. It's time to kill your fucking bitch of a sister once and for all. Ragnarok glares at Medusa. Where are Erika and Free? We need all the fucking help we can get. They are no longer with us. Medusa states blankly. It's just us and my experiments, but it's all that we need. Medusa snaps her fingers, a black sword appearing in her hands. I'm aware that the demon is no longer with you, Krona. I'm also aware you don't have a body to use. Ragnarok, in short, you're both weak and will only be dead weight in battle. Krona, here. She throws the sword towards him, the hilt facing Krona. He reaches for it, grabbing it. Krona cries out in surprise at the weight of it, and the blade stabs into the wooden floor. No matter how much Krona tries to pull, it's way too heavy for him. What the fuck is this? A sword? This isn't a fucking battle in fairy tale land. What the hell is a sword supposed to do? And it's way too heavy for him. He can't even pick the damn thing up. Ragnarok growls. It's too heavy when it's just him, but it's not too heavy for the both of you. Medusa looks at the boy's confused stares. This sword is the sword of the dead. I crafted it a while back for you two for this war. It is a sword that can only be activated with a being of the dead in the sword and a close partner wielding the sword. Its power depends on your bond. The feeling of it is much like how it felt for Ragnarok to take control of your body, but this time Krona will be flowing into you, Ragnarok, just as much as you do with him. This is a powerful sword, though I must warn you. Once you are inside the sword, Ragnarok, you cannot come out till the war is over. If you come out, the sword will shatter and you can't use it again. Medusa takes a step closer. Try it out now. You must practice with it and remember. Your teamwork is what powers the sword. She closes her eyes. I have a few things to do. I must prepare for this war, for what's to come when I come back. She opens her eyes, they're dark. It's time for war. We will save Maka from my sister today. My sister will die and go to hell. She fades away. Even if it means I'm dragging her down myself. Krona and Ragnarok stare at where the Snake Witch was, taking in all her words before they look at each other, the two of them being alone. I see, can't he believe this is happening? Krona mumbles weakly, looking down at the black sword. I had her, Ragnarok s, she was in my arms, and then. He trails off, his eyes shaking. It wasn't your fucking fault. I didn't even see that shit coming. Ragnarok puts a hand on his shoulder, gripping it tightly in a way to comfort the smaller boy. Ragnarok stares at him a moment. Where the hell did you go? I couldn't fucking find you and I ended up coming here alone. I went to get Judas. Krona closes his eyes, afraid he might cry again. I thought he could save Maka. Well? What happened, Dash? He's gone. Krona cuts him off, the words coming out more firmer than he expected. Krona opens his eyes and looks down at the sword. He couldn't beat Ajura, but he bought us some more time. Oh. Ragnarok stares at Krona's eyes, how they shake, how he looks in pain. Ragnarok closes his eyes and shakes his head. Shit. He opens his eyes and pats Krona's shoulder awkwardly. You okay? I know that demon was close to you. Ragnarok speaks slowly, he doesn't know what to say. He was never good with words. He always took action, but showing concern, trying to comfort someone else, this is still so new to him, and really what is he supposed to say to someone who lost someone that was close to them? There's nothing you really can say. There was nothing anyone could say when he lost his mother that would have made him feel better. No matter what anyone says, it didn't change the fact his mother was gone, and no matter what he says, it doesn't change the fact the demon is gone. I'm going to be okay. Krona takes a shaky breath. I just need to get Maka back. I can't handle any more lost, Ragnarok. And you don't fucking have to. We aren't going to lose Maka. We're going to fucking bust up in Arachne's place with this fucking sword and kill the bitch. We're going to get Maka back and this is all going to fucking stop. Ragnarok growls, his voice coming back firm, a fire in those piercing blue eyes. Right. Krona nods before he looks over at the other boy, looks at this boy that's been with him almost as long as Judas, this boy that's been there, this boy that is like a brother to him, this boy that is his family, his protector. In this moment he's so grateful for having Ragnarok, to have someone with him to bear this burden with him. He couldn't deal with being alone now and he doesn't have to. Ragnarok is here. He's always been here. This ends completely, and why, you know what we have to do to completely stop all of this. Ragnarok looks into Krona's eyes, his flash before he nods. Oh hell yeah, I get where you're going with this, Krona. We win this war, save Maka. He grips his fist. Then fucking kill the bitch. She can't be trusted and I'm tired of this shit. We're going to end this. Krona holds out his hand, that fire in his eyes. Together. Fucking together. Ragnarok puts his hand over Krona's, his eye twitches. I'll ignore how fucking gay this is without Maka. Krona can't help to crack a small smile at that. Even after all he's been through, this gets Ragnarok to grin. So you ready to fucking try out this sword? I'm not going to fucking like that. I'm stuck in it till the war's over, but oh fucking well. I'm going to be a badass motherfucking sword. I am ready. Krona grips the hilt of the sword tightly. Let's see what this thing can do. Ragnarok pauses for a moment, collecting himself. Once he's inside this thing he can't come out. He doesn't know what's going to happen to him. Medusa could be lying about it, this could destroy him, but they need something without the demon, and without Ragnarok having a body they are a weak force. Though he could just possess Krona's body he wouldn't have any power and Krona could get killed. This better be as strong as Medusa was making it sound. Ragnarok grips his fist before he enters the sword. All he sees is darkness, there's nothing here. That's when the darkness grabs him and with a surprised yelp he's pulled down deeper into whatever the hell this is. Something flowing through him, dark and dangerous. This feeling is consuming him, swallowing him whole. Ragnarok? Krona asks nervously, looking at the sword with shaking eyes. It's still so heavy and he hasn't heard anything out of the other boy. Is he okay in there? Is something wrong? A panic grips his heart picking up speed. What if he doesn't come back? What if he's alone? He can't lose anymore, he can't lose his family. Ragnarok. Krona yells at the sword. He can hear his own fear in his voice, can hear the desperation, tears starting to well up in his eyes. Shut the fuck up, Krona, you're going to blow my fucking eardrum out. Ragnarok's voice snaps, getting Krona to tense and look at the sword. He can't help to gasp when he sees Ragnarok's face in the black blade. He's grinning at him. Are you fucking crying? And no. Krona blinks the tears away and huffs. I just thought I might have lost you too. The boy's soft words get Ragnarok's grin to fall. He stares at Krona a moment before sighing. If I could come out, I would and beat the shit out of you for thinking I'm so fucking weak. I'm fine. Stop fucking worrying. You're not losing me, and you're not losing Maka. Ragnarok. Krona stares down at this sword, at this ghost, his chest tightening. What are you fucking waiting for? Try lifting me up, let's try this bitch out. Krona nods before he tightens his grip on the sword. That's when he feels Ragnarok's soul. He feels it flowing through him like it does too. He tenses. He's connecting with Ragnarok on a level he's never been before. He sees things, moments of Ragnarok's past. It's all fast-forwarded, yet seeing it makes him feel so much closer. Krona takes a deep breath, not stopping the flow of the connection. He lifts the sword up, it being as light as a feather. It worked. Krona opens his eyes, his hair moving slightly, holding this sword, holding Ragnarok in his hands. He feels a power course through him, and with looking at the large grin on Ragnarok's face in the blade, Krona knows he must feel it too, the connection, the trust, the bond they have. Together they love Maka. Together they will fight this war, together they will save her. Krona starts swinging the sword around. It comes almost naturally, it cuts through the air, a power radiating off of it. Krona doesn't know how long he spends just swinging the sword around, practicing slicing down across. For once in his life he feels powerful. Ragnarok's thinking of Maka, of saving her just like he is. Krona can see into this boy's thoughts now. They have crossed a boundary that hasn't been crossed before. This feels fucking amazing. Ragnarok roars out. I feel a power building. Krona feels it too. The sword shakes in excitement. Krona has to grip onto it tighter so it doesn't go flying out of his hands. This feeling is going through him. Maka, Maka, Maka. Krona cries out as this feeling becomes too much. He wants to let go of the sword. It's becoming almost painful now. His head is so crowded with his own thoughts and Ragnarok's. He takes a step forward. His sword becomes heavy again. Krona goes to let it hit the ground to take a break, but when the sword touches the ground it moves forward on its own in a slashing movement. All at once all that build up, all the power is released. Krona and Ragnarok cry out as a wave of black power comes out of the sword. It hits the wall of the dining room, completely destroying it. The wave doesn't stop till it goes through the whole mansion in the direction it's going, destroying all in its path. Holy fucking shit. Ragnarok watches this with wide eyes. Did you fucking see that? We fucking did that. That's fucking awesome as shit. Why yeah. Krona blinks, still not being able to believe that something that powerful came from him. No. It didn't come from him. It came for both him and Ragnarok together. Oh good. You two are fast learners. Medusa appears in front of them, looking at the hole in the wall blankly. That is not the only attack the sword can do. It depends on how strongly the both of you are feeling about something. You must unite both your thoughts and feelings. I'm sure you have noticed that you can hear each other's thoughts, yes? You may even see bits of each other's past. This is the ultimate bond between the dead and the living. I'm glad you survived. What the fuck you mean you're glad we survived? Ragnarok's eyes narrow at that. Well, there was a chance that the both of you could have been destroyed trying this. Medusa states like it's nothing. If you entered the sword, and your soul flowed into Krona's, but the bond wasn't strong enough, the sword would have sucked Krona's life out and you would have been trapped in the sword forever. Ragnarok and Krona stare at her with wide eyes, the room going quiet. If their bond wasn't as strong they could have both had a horrible fate and then they would never see Maka again. Krona hears Ragnarok cussing Medusa out in his head. You think he's a potty mouth now? Oh boy, just listen to all the stuff he says in his head. Krona can feel Ragnarok's anger, can feel his frustration. It's odd being so close to someone. Does he feels all that Krona's feeling too? He must. You could have fucking killed us, bitch. Ragnarok snarls. Could have. But I didn't. Medusa waves him off. She looks different, darker, stronger. I have set up all my experiments. They are already positioned on my sister's island. I took a little longer than I wanted to. The war is already beginning. It's time to end all of this. Medusa snaps her fingers and they all start to fade away. The sword lights up because both Krona and Ragnarok are thinking of the same thing, one thought and feeling that courses through both of their beings, one image that they can't get out of their heads. Maka. They all fade away. Welcome to Gallows Manor, my father's secret home. A place he made a long time ago when the first war with Arachne started. This is where he protected the citizens that got hurt, where his men fought to keep the enemy forces out. Kid spreads his arms out, introducing this large mansion-like place. It's polished clean, nothing out of place. The 10 assassins look around with wide eyes, grinning to themselves. Please take your injured to the infirmary down the hall. We have nurses here that will take care of them. If you are not too badly hurt, come back here and reload on your weapons. Kid points over to a wall and a table. The table is full of different kinds of bullets for different kinds of guns. On the wall is a range of weapons from AXS to AK-47s. All these weapons are yours, take what you like. Too much is never too much in a war like this. If you are hungry, please see the kitchen and have your fill of the food provided by the maids, but please hurry. We don't have much time to prepare. Kid lifts his hand up, his expression serious. Go now. As soon as Kid is done with his speech, the 10 people split, some heading to the infirmary with stretchers full of fallen assassins that are still alive or regular people that are still alive. Some head right over to the weapon wall and start picking through them, while others head to the kitchen to eat. Kid watches all of them go till there's no one standing before him. Since the path is open, he can see that Justin Boy resting on the couch where that old nurse left him. Kid should probably move him to the infirmary. Kid. He tenses and looks over at Liz and Patty that are standing by his side. Liz has a deep frown on her face and Patty seems to be looking behind Kid, at the boy that is starting to get up. I know you told us you have a plan, but there's no way we can win this with 14 people. Kid, we need more people. We're going to get slaughtered out there, no matter how many weapons you give them. I know we need more people, but we have no time. Liz. Maka has been taken by Arachne. We have to get to Maka as soon as we can. At any moment Arachne could try to complete the legend, and if she does that... Kid grips his fist. His eyes shaking. Maka will die and her body will be taken from her. The world will fall apart. Arachne will be immortal. I can't let Maka die. I can't let Orange or Medusa destroy the world. Kid locks eyes with Liz. We have no more time. He's right. Kid looks behind him surprised to see Justin. The blonde boy is staring at the three with those empty eyes, a faraway look in them. Don't ask me how I know this, but Arachne will not waste any time doing the ritual. Unlike Medusa, she only has one goal, and that's immortality. Arachne wants to be the queen of the world, and if we don't save Maka, she is going to succeed. Justin puts a hand to his heart, those empty eyes filling up with a fire. I felt Maka's power flow through me once again. I know the only reason I am alive and well right now is because of her. You can count me in on this war. I am forever grateful to her. As long as I breathe, I will do all I can to save her. Kid looks at Justin with wide eyes. He's never talked to this guy in his life, yet he knows so much. He wants to ask how, but he guess it doesn't matter. He was with Maka, and if Maka saved him, they must be close. Yay, the cute boy is up and going to fight with us. Patty cheers, punching the air. Cute boy. Liz raises her eyebrow at her sister, who giggles. Justin blushes slightly from the attention, only for Kid to tap him on the shoulder. Justin looks over at the young witch hunter that's looking at him intently. Pardon me, but how do you know Maka? I'm just curious is all. Kid watches as Justin's eyes go back empty. We went to the same insane asylum. Justin states blankly. Dark Side Asylum. Kid's eyes get wide when Justin nods. Oh, he has a crazy side. Patty grins. I like them crazy ones. Patty, considering all the shit we've been through with crazy people, I'm surprised you can still say that. Liz sighs. Well, Justin isn't trying to eat anyone's face off, so as long as he isn't doing that, he's a-okay in my book. Patty gives Justin a thumbs up, the blonde boy giving her a friendly smile. Okay, so now we have 15 people, it's not much better. Liz hugs herself, frowning. Don't start fucking counting yet. A loud voice roars before the front doors to the Gallows Manor is busted open. What on earth? Kid starts in alarm as one of his doors falls off and the other stays on, but when the large group of people come piling into this place, he blinks as he takes in them all. There has to be about 80 large men in the Gallows Manor now. They're all big and buff, dirty from head to toe. Some have cigarettes in their mouths, while others have a can of beer in their hands. Kid has to stop himself from wrinkling his nose as Giriko pushes through the crowd, grinning sharply at Kid. Here you go, Kid, I got you some more fighters. These fuckers and me go way back. Hell, lucky for us they were able to bust out of jail from all the commotion going on, you know, the end of the world and all. They're fucking willing to fight as long as you give them a big ass meal. Hell, if we were somewhere like Georgia I could have you a lot more men, but this is all the family I got down here. F family. Kid blinks at all the smug smiles. He realizes it's not all men, there's some women, very manly looking women. A lot of them have that dirty brown hair, some have blonde, but they all look rugged. Yup. Haven't spoken to any of these fuckers in years, mainly because most of my family is either in jail or dead, but hell, they'll do anything for a good meal. You do have fucking food, don't you? Something flashes through Giriko's eyes, fear. All these other rough people's eyes narrow. Yes, I do. There is a buffet of different foods my maids have prepared in the kitchen down the hall. That's all Kid had to say. In a blink of an eye all the rough people are gone, running down the hallway like animals. Kid wrinkles his nose. He can feel a panic in him. What if they break something? What if they track Mud? Or, oh god, move any of the paintings? Kid grabs at his hair in distress, breathing heavily, his eye twitching, his legs wobble, and he falls, being caught by Liz. Everything's going to be fine. They'll just eat our food and the maids will clean up what they destroy. Liz reassures Patty, nodding, but her eyes are elsewhere. Giriko grins, watching his family before chuckling. He looks back at Kid to get his thank you, only to stop when he sees Justin beside Kid staring at Giriko with those big, baby blue eyes, his lips slightly parted. Giriko feels his chest tighten, and before he knows it he's running towards this smaller boy, his brown eyes shaking. Giriko doesn't stop running till he's right in front of Justin. He slings his arms around the smaller boy, holding him close to his chest. He can't help but to sigh, feeling Justin's warmth, feeling his normal heartbeat against his own. Justin, are you fucking okay? I was so fucking worried when I woke up at the apartment and you two weren't there. Fuck, I'm sorry, I should have fucking been there. I just did. The demon hurt you? What happened? I came looking for you as soon as I woke up. Fuck, Justin. Giriko tightens his grip on Justin as if he didn't he would be gone. He tangles his tan fingers in Justin's blonde curls. He keeps his back straight, trying to seem strong, but this boy has the power to destroy him. He knows it. He wonders if Justin knows how much he means to him. If he were to lose Justin, it would kill Giriko. He's supposed to be his protector. Kiriko loves Justin. It wasn't your fault, Kiriko. I'm just glad you're alright. To be honest, I don't really know what happened after I passed out. The demon came, then I remember he took me over. Kiriko tenses. Justin only tightens his grip on him. I overcame him, Kiriko. I fought him out of my body. I won, but then he stabbed me. Justin puts a hand to his heart. Right through the chest. I didn't see a wound on your chest when I saw you. Kiriko's eyes get wide, looking at Justin's chest as if he could see it. His eyes shake. That's because Maka healed me. She saved me, Kiriko. If not for her, I wouldn't be standing before you now. Justin gets a faraway look. Maka. Kiriko rubs Justin's hair. He closes his eyes. Thank you. We're going to get you fucking out of this mess. Just you hold on, bitch. It wasn't just Maka. Justin suddenly says in Kiriko's chest, getting the older man to look at him. I shouldn't be alive right now. What are you, Dash? When I was laying on the ground bleeding to death, I knew my time had come. I saw the shadow of death there to claim me, yet Justin closes his eyes. It didn't. It only hovered over me, waiting for what I don't know, but then I felt Maka's power and the shadow of death disappeared. Justin opens his eyes, looking into Kiriko's confused eyes. Odd. I'll say. Everything is fucking odd nowadays. Kiriko shakes his head. What happened to the fucking normal? I thought the insane asylum was fucking bad. Kiriko chuckles humorlessly. I can't believe I'm fucking saying this, but I miss that place. Damn. I don't. If we were still there, then I would still be a slave to the demon. Justin's words get Kiriko to tense. I didn't mean I didn't know, Dash. It's okay. Justin cups this older man's cheeks. He gives him a smile, his cheeks tinting. I'm just so glad I got to see you again. I thought I never would. I thought I was going to die. Justin's eyes well up, it seeming to hit him completely. He really almost died. He was almost taken from Kiriko, his love. He was almost robbed of life when it's finally a life worth living. I thought I was going to lose everything. I thought I was going to lose you. But you didn't. You're fucking okay now, and that's how it's going to stay. Kiriko grabs his hands and holds them in his larger ones, those brown eyes boring into Justin's. I'll never fucking leave your side again. I'll always be there to protect you. You're not fucking dying. I won't let you fucking die on me. Kiriko pulls Justin in, kissing him roughly, yet it still looks soft for the older man. He wraps his arms around Justin's waist, being careful with his teeth, not wanting to hurt the smaller boy. Kiriko kisses Justin with a passion. It tells the smaller boy all the things he can't say, but he hopes he can feel just how much he cares, just how much he needs him. I love you, Kiriko. Justin breaks away from the kiss, breathless, his cheeks a dark pink. The older man grins, pulling him back into the kiss. I love you too, Justin. Kiriko growls against his lips for having to say it out loud before he claims them once again. Ah. Liz and Patty shout. Liz because she thinks it's cute, Patty because she realizes Justin is taken. This is so much, but Patty pouts. Looks like you'll have to find someone else. Liz says happily she's not too sure about her sister dating someone from an insane asylum anyway. Nah. It just means I have to try harder to get him. Patty's pout turns to a determined grin, getting Liz to wince. She doesn't like the look of this. Kid gathers himself together only to look over at Kiriko and Justin. Seeing their make-out session, he can't help to wrinkle his nose once more, very much not liking the sight. Must you do that out in the open? Kid complains, getting him a middle finger from Kiriko. Kid's eye twitches, but when he sees Kiriko's sharp teeth, his eyes flash before they narrow again. Once you two are done, go to the wall and get some weapons. Kiriko grunts in response, getting Kid to sigh. I can see how they're all family. Kid mumbles as he starts walking down the hallway. He can hear the roaring laughter of those men Kiriko brought in. He can also hear glass shatter. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. There's more important things to worry about now. Don't think about it. He takes a deep breath. They all act like animals. I don't care what they act like. Liz comments, walking by his side. They're more men, and that's what we need. We have close to 100 people now. Even though that's still not very good, it's a hell of a lot better than 15. Yeah, and I bet they know how to fight. They look like it. Patty cheers. Come on, Kid, they seem like fun. Fun. Right. Kid shakes his head, but he sighs. You're right though, it is nice that we have more people. Maybe if we play this safety we can win this, we can save Maka. Yeah. Liz stops when they get to a door. She stares at it with a faraway look before she looks over at Patty, who stopped with her, looking at her with confused eyes. That little boy we carried here is in this room. You want to pay him a quick visit? Oh yeah. I hope he's okay and I didn't give him brain damage. Patty smiles sheepishly as Liz opens the door and they walk in. Kid continues to walk on. He's looking for a certain door, a certain room that holds a certain person. He finds it a few feet down. He takes a deep breath, gathering himself before he opens the door, walking in. Oh. Soul tenses, looking up from what he's doing. His eyes widen when they see Kid, only for them to go back to normal. Oh hey Kid. What are you doing? Kid stares at how Soul holds a needle with some thread in his hand. He looks at Soul's chest, seeing that most of it is stitched closed now, dried blood on the white bed sheets he's laying on. Stitching myself. Soul grunts before he stabs the needle through one side of the cut before making it come out from the other side. He pulls and the cut is pulled back together. He continues doing this down the large cut in his chest, going down to his hip. He's almost done. Are you crazy? I have nurses to do this for you. I sent one in here to take care of you. And I sent her out. Told her I didn't need her. Soul grunts as he finishes the stitch. He pulls hard, wincing slightly as he leans down, biting on the thread, cutting it with his teeth. It's not like this is the first time I've had to stitch myself together. Soul grins over at Kid as he grabs the antiseptic spray. He braces himself before he sprays the stitch work, grinding his teeth at the pain. He pants, sweating. I've done this plenty of times. It doesn't change the fact it's foolish doing it yourself when you have people to help you. Kid growls as Soul gets up, grabbing a roll of bandage. Give me that. Kid stanches it from him. You'll never be able to put this on correctly with where the cut is. You'll put the bandage on sloppy and unsymmetrical. Kid rambles on as he unrolls the bandage. He begins dressing Soul's wound, being careful with it, making sure he covers all of the stitches, then goes over the other side, giving him a X-shaped bandage on his chest. There. Kid smiles, taking a step back. Admiring his work. Perfectly symmetrical. If you say so. Soul's face is a bit red, but he grins at Kid. Thanks man. It's I who should be thanking you, Soul. If you didn't do what you did I wouldn't be here. Kid puts the bandages down on the counter next to the infirmary's bed, his eyes holding a faraway look. So thank you. No problem. Hell, it's what friends do, right? Friends. Kid looks over at Soul with his eyebrow raised. When he sees Soul's pout, Kid grins. Just don't do it again. You almost gave me a heart attack. Kid sighs, can't believing he's saying this. Friend. Fuck yeah. You actually fucking called me your friend. Soul punches the air. This day is so fucking cool. I fucking killed so many people with a fucking machine gun, got slashed down by a crazy, finally got you to admit we're friends, and I'm about to fight in another war. Hell yes. He seems so pumped. Kid only looks at him like he's crazy. Who would be pumped about getting slashed across the chest and almost dying? Only Soul. He's crazy, so why does Kid find himself smiling at this boy? Maybe he's happy he's still himself even after all this, but Kid doesn't know. Actually, Soul, about the war dash, Kid starts. Kid. Liz and Patty open the door to Soul's infirmary. Patty seems excited while Liz looks anxious. All the assassins and the men Giriko brought are ready. They have gotten their weapons and are waiting for your orders. Perfect. Then it's time to start this war. Kid starts to head out. So that means we should probably be getting our weapons now, right? Liz stops him at the door. Yeah. I want a machine gun. They're so cool. I'll show those fuckers not to mess with the Thompson sisters. Patty chuckles darkly, a dangerous glint in her eyes. Hell yes. I just need my 2 AK-47s. Maybe a grenade if you have it. Soul puts on a black shirt. Kid told the nurse to give him it. Fits well, covering and protecting his wound. No. Kid states bluntly, getting Liz, Patty, and Soul to look at him oddly. What do you mean no, Kid? We need weapons too. Liz starts. I mean no. You're not getting weapons. You're not even going to war. Kid states firmly. All three of you are staying here. What? They all shout in unison, their face falling. What the hell do you mean we're staying here? Kid, I was born to kill. If this is about my cut, I'm fine. It's only a scratch. Soul protests. I want to save Maka too. You can't just leave us here. This world is ours too. We want to protect it. Patty puts her hands on her hips. Kid, I made a vow to stay with you, no matter what. You can't leave us behind. This war is as much as ours as it is yours. We're stayed by your side all this time and I'm not planning on that changing. Liz's eyes burn fire. She takes a step closer. This war won't be like the one we were just in with the crazies. This will be worse. I almost lost you three back then. The pain, with just thinking I was going to lose you was too much. You're not going to war. It's way too dangerous. As your leader, Liz, and Patty, I command you to stay here. Kid, you can't do this. Liz's face falls. Patty frowning. Hey kid. Soul snaps, getting the other boy to look at him. Stop being stupid. You can't tell them if they fight this war or not. This isn't just your war, it's everyone's war. This war will determine if we still have a fucking world to go to. If they want to fight, let them. You need all the help you can get, and I bet these girls care as much for you as you do them. They want to fight by your side. Soul's eyes narrow. And you're not my leader. I'll fight this war. I'm not leaving your side either. I'm fighting to the fucking end. Yeah, me too. Patty grabs Kid's arm. We want to stay with you, Kid, and fight. No, I dash. If you don't let us go, we will destroy everything in here and make it so unsymmetrical you won't even be able to tell that this is Gallows Manor when you come back. Liz shouts. You wouldn't. We would. We're going with you, Kid. You can't get rid of us. Liz puts a hand on his shoulder. We're a family. We fight together, and if we have to. She tightens her grip on his shoulder. We die together. I could never live with myself if you died in battle, Kid, and I wasn't there. Together we have more of a chance of survival. Liz. Kid's eyes shake as he looks at the older sister, then at the younger one. Patty. He bows his head. He doesn't want them coming, but they're right. He doesn't have a right to keep them away from protecting their world. He's just afraid. He's so afraid how this will turn out. It's okay. Kid looks up to see Soul, Liz, and Patty smiling at him. They believe in him. They are willing to fight by his side, willing to die by his side. It gets his chest to tighten and he straightens his back. He can't show them weakness. No, he has to be strong for all of them. He has to be strong so they can win this. Right then, Soul, Liz, Patty, go get your weapons, and make sure to get a knife and plenty of crosses. I'll explain later. Kid commands, his voice firm before he takes off, running out of the infirmary heading towards where his army is. Wait a minute. Kid didn't want me to go like he didn't want you guys to go. Oh shit. He does fucking care. I am a part of the family. Kid hears Soul's voice boom as he runs. Kid can't help to scoff. Yet why is he smiling? Maybe he likes the idea of him, Soul, Liz, and Patty being a family. Maybe he's found that the young assassin isn't so bad. He's annoying, yes. He's retarded most of the time, but he has a good heart. He saved this life and he's sticking by him in this. Maybe, just maybe, he's family to him too. When Kid gets into the main room, it's packed with people. The rough-looking people are shouting out loudly, cussing and laughing. The assassins seem to be joining them, seeming okay with their company. Justin and Giriko are standing off to the side. They have stopped making out, thank goodness, and are armed now. Giriko holding a chainsaw in his hands. Where did he get that? The older man has a shotgun strapped to his back. Justin has a handgun. Is that all he got? He should get more. When all the men see Kid, they starting roaring excitedly. Fuck yeah, it's time. Let's kill some bitches. Kid has to fight his way through so he can stand at the front before all of them. They all cheer, holding their guns up in the air. They're hyped. The assassins aren't as much because they have already had a taste of war. Now they're having it again. Quiet everyone. Kid starts. The assassins settle down, but all the others don't. I said dash. He said fucking shut the hell up. Giriko roars at the crowd, and surprisingly this gets all of them to stop looking at Kid intently. Dark looks in their eyes. Yes, well. Kid coughs in his hand. As you know, we are about to go to war. We have no more time to prepare, so let me go over our fighting plan. Kid glances over the wall, seeing Liz, Patty, and Soul are picking out their weapons before he looks back at his army. Arachne's castle is large and full of thousands of troops. They will be armed, but the good thing is that her troops are human. They are not mad, they are human like me and you. You cannot hold back. Kid looks at assassins. You will be our first attack. As the troops come filing out of the castle, I want you to shoot them down as they come. Kid looks at the large group of men Giriko brought. If the assassins fail getting them all, which I'm sure plenty will get through, that is when you charge, you fight the ones that come through, show no mercy. Kid gestures for Sol, Liz, and Patty to come forward. They do, all of them standing next to Kid with their weapons looking confused. I, along with these three, will be the ones to penetrate into the castle. We will be the ones to face Arachne. We will move as a small unit and get through the castle. Kid points at Justin and Giriko. You two are also a part of this group. Your job is to help us create a path into the castle. I must get through into the castle, then these three, if you two are able, then come with us. We are going to need as much help as we can get. Justin and Giriko nod, fire in both of their eyes. Do you all understand your roles? Kid looks around the room. His army roars, showing they do. They wave their guns in the air getting ready for this. So Kid. Liz looks at him almost nervously. Where exactly is Arachne's castle? On an island off the coast of Africa. That is what it says in my father's records anyway. Okay, how the hell are we going to get over there with all these people? And in time to save Maka? Liz is freaking out now. Patty tilts her head and Sol looks over at Kid. All the others can't hear their dilemma. With this, Kid digs into his jacket, pulling out a box. He opens it slowly, purple light shining out of it. When Liz blinks a couple of times, she sees the small purple gem in it. She can feel the magic radiating off of it. My father gave this to me a long time ago. He told me if I ever needed to escape or go far away that I could use this. I could take the whole house with me if I wanted. Kid stares at the gem with a faraway look. It used to belong to someone. Who? Liz's eyes flash. Someone I've never met. Kid states blankly. He holds out the gem for all of these men to see. Kid's eyes are burning. The war is about to start. If any of you want to back out of this, now is the time to do it. I cannot guarantee that you will come out of this alive. Kid takes a deep breath. But you either die here a coward, or you die for your life. For our world. If we lose this, there won't be a world to come back to. We fight to avenge the fallen. Someone shouts out. We fight to save the world. Another shouts out. No one here is a fucking coward. Let's fucking do this. They all roar, cheering. We fight to bring back Maka. Justin walks so he's beside Kid, that fire in his eyes as well. We fight to fucking end all of this. Giriko stands next to Justin. We fight for family. Liz shouts. We fight for love. Patty cheers. We fight for the dead. Sol roars out. Kid closes his eyes. Very well, if no one is going to leave. Kid opens his eyes. The gem lights up in his hand. All of them fade away. Kid takes a deep breath. We fight for life. Where is she? Maka groans, holding her head, her fingers gripping into her hair. She feels like she just got off a bad roller coaster. She doesn't feel anything. There's no pain, but she doesn't exactly feel pleasant either. How can she feel good? After seeing all of the destruction the city has gone through, after seeing all those people dead on the concrete, seeing the living struggle with death, it made Maka sick not being able to help. She wanted to take it all away like she did with Justin and save them. At least she was able to save Justin. She gave him back his life, but she still feels empty. All those people are going to die. Maka couldn't save them. In the end, death consumes all. It makes her wonder why she should even be fighting, why she tries so hard when in the end it doesn't matter. Her life will be robbed from her either by the demon or by something else. Hell, even old age, death will steal everything no matter what she does. So why does she even fight it? It's a battle she can't win, that no one can win, so why does she fight? Oh yeah, it worked. Maka tenses at that voice. She whips her head up, realizing she's curled up in a ball on some wooden flooring. Her eyes widen slightly when they fall on her young mother. She's standing in front of a mirror with her shirt up, rubbing her slightly round belly with a frown on her face. I'm definably pregnant. You don't sound too happy about that. Medusa smirks, coming up behind her mother and hugging her from behind. She gently rubs Kami's stomach. The snake witch's stomach is out a little more than Kami's. At least it only took one try to complete the task. Hell, I don't think I could have done it again. Kami grunts, shaking her head. Spirit is an idiot with the worst pickup lines I have ever heard. Kami closes her eyes, leaning into Medusa. The only reason I made it through the night was because I closed my eyes and I pictured he was you. She opens her eyes and looks back at Medusa. Good. Medusa cups her cheeks, her smirk turning into a smile. It's over now, Kami. You got what you wanted out of him, you have your heir. You never need to deal with him again. I know it's just. Kami gets a weird look on her face as she looks back at the mirror and rubs her stomach. I'm kinda scared. Scared? Medusa raises her eyebrow. Of what? Of having a baby. It's going to hurt like a bitch. Something that big isn't supposed to come out of something this small. I mean, geez. Kami shakes her head. I don't even know why we have to have kids. Yeah, I know we need a heir, but I'm still so young. It's better to have kids younger, it's better for teaching them, and once you're done you're free to do whatever you have your heir. Medusa nuzzles Kami's head. It's only once you have to do this you can handle the pain. Once it's over, it's over. She puts a hand to her own stomach. For the both of us. Kami looks back at Medusa a moment. Looking at her stomach, she looks away and scratches her cheek. You asked me about who I picked for this and stuff the first day I came back from it. Kami looks at Medusa, a slight frown on her face. So can I ask who you picked? Oh, just some man. Medusa waves it off. I saw him come out of a university and figured a educated man is better than one that isn't. How was it? Kami shifts a little, rubbing her stomach. Nothing like how it is with you. Medusa purrs against Kami's ear, getting her to blush darkly. You could say I only got through by picturing it was you. You're not the only one that had their eyes closed. Kami smiles at Medusa. She laughs a little, rubbing Medusa's stomach as she rubs Kami's. Kami looks into Medusa's eyes, those green orbs starting to light up. When both our babies are born it's going to be so great. We'll be a family, Medusa, raising our kids together. Kami leans her head on Medusa's shoulder, smiling. It's beautiful. If you say so, Kami. Medusa grabs her by the chin, giving Kami a soft kiss. Have you thought of what you're going to name your daughter? I have a couple of names I like, but I don't know. Kami frowns. I haven't even thought about it. What? Are you serious? That's all I've been thinking about. Time's running out, Medusa, and when you have your baby and they ask you what her name is, how are you going to respond? I don't know now, but I will then. Medusa locks eyes with Kami. I will name her when I lay my eyes on her. The name will come to me. What if it doesn't? Kami tilts her head when Medusa smiles confidently. It will. Why don't you try it? Have a name just in case, but when you look at your daughter, and hold her for the first time, the name will just come to you. Medusa runs her fingers through Kami's hair. At least that's what my mother used to tell me. She gets this far away look. Kami stares at her a moment before hugging her tightly. I guess I'll try it, but I'll definitely have a name picked out just in case. I don't want to name her anything stupid. Kami pouts. You won't. Medusa lifts Kami's head up again by grabbing her chin. Medusa smirks. Her face close to Kami's. Enough about the babies, let's talk about us. Medusa leans in, taking the flesh of Kami's neck into her mouth, biting, nipping gently, getting Kami to groan, her face getting flushed. As Medusa is pushing her mother against the wall, her hands roaming shamelessly on Kami's body, Maka is suddenly yanked up, jerked up out of this house, out of this room. Not that Maka minds, it seems they were about to take it to a level Maka really doesn't want to ever see. Everything fades away from her. When she can see again, she's in what looks to be a hospital room. Maka frowns, looking around only to stop when her eyes fall on the bed in this room. Her mother lays in a hospital bed, her eyes half-lidded in fatigue, her hair slicked to her face from sweating, needles in her hands, her breathing coming out in broken breaths. She looks so tired, so wore out. Maka takes a step forward in concern. Kami Albarn. Maka stops and looks over at the nurses that just walked in. They're smiling at the tired woman in the bed, one holding a pink bundle in her arms. Here she is, your daughter. Let me see her, let me see what's caused me all this pain. Kami groans, holding out her arms weakly. The nurses give her a odd look but come closer with the pink bundle, the blanket covering the baby's face. They gently hand over the bundle to Kami. She holds it in her arms, looking down at it blankly as she goes to move the blanket to get her first look at the baby girl. Her eyes widen, her lips slightly part as she takes in this life that she has made in her arms. She takes in the baby's small body, the little hands clenching and unclenching. Kami takes in the tired expression of the baby girl, but most of all she takes in her eyes. The baby stares back at Kami with those same green eyes. They're so large, so pretty, so pure. Maka watches as something changes in her own mother's eyes as she looks down at this baby, a smile forming on her lips. Have you got a name? A nurse starts. I know what her name is. Kami blurts out, her smile getting bigger as she lightly rubs the baby's cheek. It just came to me like you said, Medusa. She nuzzles the baby gently, Kami's eyes changing inside and out. She looks at this baby with a look Maka remembers her giving her a lot throughout life. A look of love. Her name is Maka. Everything fades away. Now Maka's in a dark room. She can't see. Where is she? Where? A door suddenly opens, pouring light into this dark home. Kami walks in holding that pink bundle in her arms, smiling down at it, that look in her eyes. Till there. Medusa, I'm back. You were right, the name just came to me. Kami looks up from the baby only to frown when she sees how dark it is. Medusa. The woman in question suddenly appears in front of Kami, a couple of bags by her feet, her bangs covering her eyes. Without a word she holds out her arms, gesturing to take the baby. Kami hesitates, but she puts the pink bundle in Medusa's arms, the snake which holds baby Maka against her chest, her bangs moving as she looks down at this innocent new baby, the baby that's looking at the snake witch with those big green curious eyes. Medusa smiles. She's beautiful, Kami, she has your eyes. Medusa rubs the baby's cheek gently. Good, I always loved your eyes. Medusa looks up to see Kami blush, a big smile on her face. What is her name? Maka. Kami sings out like it's the most right thing in the world, her eyes shining. Pretty, right? Like you said, it just came to me. Very pretty. Medusa nuzzles Maka before gently handing her back to Kami, her eyes holding a faraway look. So where's your daughter? How did the labor go? Did she come out healthy? Kami gushes, Medusa's eyes flash. No. She came out very sick. Oh, Kami frowns deeply. Maka is very beautiful, very precious, Kami, I'm glad she came out healthy, that she came out like she was supposed to. Medusa grabs the bags, lifting them up. Kami looks at them, a confused frown turning her lips. Is that my stuff? You have to leave, Kami. What? You can no longer stay here. You are 18, you are an adult. I am no longer your guardian. Don't worry, I have a nice place for you in the city. Prefect for Maka and you. Whoa, whoa. Kami holds out one of her hands like a stop sign, her eyes wide. What you mean I can't stay here anymore? You already got me a place to stay? What the hell are you talking about? You didn't say anything about this before we gave birth. Why would you want to kick me out? Kami frowns, hurt in those big green eyes. The baby in her arms starts to whimper as if sensing her mother's sadness. She starts to cry. Kami quickly gives baby Maka attention, rocking her, whispering to her to get her to stop. It's not that I want you to leave, Kami, I don't want you leaving, but... Medusa closes her eyes. This is for you and Maka's protection, think about it, Kami. Maka isn't safe here. What if you're off for a mission and you leave her here and Arachne's group raids our house? You know my bitch of a sister would sink so low as to hurt your kid to get back at you, Kami. Now that we have children, Arachne has new targets. Medusa has a unreadable expression. You know it's true, it's not safe here. I'm tired of my sister hurting you, Kami. You don't deserve it. I wouldn't want your daughter getting taken away from you. Medusa looks at how Kami holds the bundle closer to her chest, her eyes shaking as she takes in what Medusa's saying. And it looks like you don't want that either. And no, Kami looks into the baby's big eyes, they're watery from crying, looking at her, staring at her. This small life that look is in Kami's eyes gets stronger, firmer, a resolve in them. You're right, Medusa, it's not safe here, but how would moving out be any safer? We don't tell anyone you have moved out. You don't say anything about it to anyone, and when you come to the Witches' Council you will first transport yourself here and we go together, then we leave together. Arachne will never know. Medusa explains as she takes a step forward. Okay, but will we? We will. Kami frowns, something on the tip of her tongue that she's having trouble getting out. We will still see each other. I will be around your place as much as I can. Medusa reassures Kami, sighing in relief, holding the bundle closer. Okay, so then I should take your daughter too, right? So she can be safe with me dash. My daughter is fine. But Medusa, I'm sure Arachne would try to hurt her, dash. Everything is fine. Trust me. Medusa grabs Kami. Come on, let me show you your new home dash. Wait. I still haven't gotten to see your daughter. Kami protests. She's very sick. I don't want to show her to you this way, but I promise you will see her sometime. They start fading away. Can't you at least tell me her name? Kami frowns, holding the baby closer to her chest. Medusa closes her eyes, hiding something from Kami as they disappear. Her name is Krona. That's when everything fades away. So this is when Medusa kicked her mother out because she had a boy. Krona's story is pulling this together. Maka wonders how much different things would be if Medusa told Kami the truth. She can't think of that now. Medusa didn't tell her the truth, yet why did they stop talking? Why did they grow apart if Medusa said she was still going to visit her mother? Unless she was lying. And where the hell does Spirit get involved in this? When Maka can see again, she's in a home she doesn't recognize, in a living room she doesn't know. It's a nice place, tan carpet beneath her feet, the walls are painted a nice white with big and tiny multiple colored handprints. Maka blinks as she looks at these out-of-place handprints. It looks like they were put on with paint. Maka tears her eyes away from the walls to look around some more. There's no TV, but there's plenty of little stuffed animals around, a pacifier on the table next to a couch in here. Good morning, Maka. Maka tenses at that sweet voice, looking over to see her mother walk into this room holding a baby in her arms. She's much larger than the last time Maka saw herself. Little Maka has a full head of wheat blonde hair. It's not long, but it's there. She's dressed in a cute blue dress that looks a little too big for her. Little Maka smiles at her mother with a five-tooth smile and makes a cute little sound that can't be found in the English dictionary, but Kami giggles all the same. What do you wanna do today? Play the piano dash. Little 1-year-old Maka does a clap of her hands at that and bounces her body in Kami's arms, getting the woman to smile. It's a bright smile. The older woman's green eyes look so much more alive, so much happier, full of love. Piano it is. Kami pokes little Maka's stomach, getting the baby to squeal. She carries Maka over to a small, toy piano on the floor. It's green with purple keys, a picture of Barney on the side. Kami sets Maka down carefully in front of the piano before she takes her seat behind her, spreading her legs so Maka and the piano are between her legs. Little Maka starts to hit the keys immediately, giggling as she makes sounds with the toy. She hits a high-pitched key and she looks back at Kami as if she did something good. Kami gives her a soft smile, getting Maka to smile again and go back to playing. Ah! Little Maka makes a shout, holding her arms in the air suddenly. Oh? You want me to play? Kami chuckles as she grabs her daughter's wrists gently. She places Maka's fingers on 2 different keys. Kami uses her daughter's hands to play the piano. It sounds more like music and soon Maka recognizes the song, a very high-pitched Heart and Soul. Little Maka giggles like there's no tomorrow as her mother uses her hands to make this song. The little girl's eyes buzzing in joy and merriment, and Kami is smiling, kissing the top of her daughter's head lovingly. It's a very touching scene, a very cute scene. Old Maka can't help but to watch this with her chest tightening to see this scene in her life that she didn't even know had happened. Her mother was such a good mother. While watching this, while seeing her mother's smile, Maka remembers why she fights so hard. She fights for her mother. She fights for justice to be dealt. She fights to avenge her. After this we can paint the wall with our hands again. How does that sound? Kami nuzzles her daughter's head. Maka makes a happy sound, getting her mother to chuckle. There's a knock at the door. Oh. That must be Medusa. Kami's smile grows as she lets go of her daughter, letting her play on the piano as she walks over to the door and opens it up. Sure enough, Medusa stands before her, those snake eyes still the same. She seems a bit tense. Come on in. Kami stops wide-eyed when she sees what Medusa is holding in her arms. A baby. She looks the same size as Maka, now a full head of pink hair. She looks at Kami with curious, charcoal-colored eyes, wearing a black dress, a white bow in her hair. You finally brought her? Kami squeals, taking the baby from Medusa, getting the snake witch to tense, but she doesn't take the baby back. Kami smiles at the baby that's looking at her with a frightened look. It took you a year, Medusa, but you're finally brought Krona with you. This is great. Krona and Maka can finally meet each other. Kami nuzzles baby Krona. This seems to calm the baby down just a bit. Medusa comes in, closing the door behind her. Oh, Medusa, she's beautiful. I'm so mad at you for not showing her to me sooner. Kami gives Medusa a playful punch on the arm, getting Krona to make a scared shriek. Oh, I'm sorry baby, I'm just playing with your mommy dash. The baby's crying stops when she looks behind Kami, her eyes falling on the other baby in the room. The baby that's staring at Krona with curious green eyes. Maka has stopped playing her piano and is now just staring at the new baby in the room. She doesn't seem jealous, just curious. Kami beams when she sees who Krona is looking at. Oh, that's my baby Maka, your sister. She carries Krona over to Maka, placing her right in front of Maka. And Maka, this is Krona, she's your sister. Little Maka blinks at the other baby in front of her. Maka looks around before she grabs a rattle and holds it out to Krona, making a high-pitched sound as if telling the other baby to take it. Little Krona makes a scared sound before she wobbles up, running behind Medusa, hiding behind her leg, staring at Maka nervously. Medusa crosses her arms, her face is blank as she looks down at her child. Ah, she's a shy thing. Kami chuckles as Maka tilts her head at the other baby. Kami smiles reassuringly. There's nothing to be scared of, Krona. Maka just wants to be friends. Little Krona stares at Maka, stares at the rattle she's still holding out for her, stares at those big, green eyes that seem confused. Krona slowly steps away from her mother's leg and walks back towards Maka. Nervously she sits in front of Maka, reaching out to take the rattle from the little girl. Only for Maka to hit Krona on the head with it, getting the other baby to cry and hold her head. Maka. Kami gasps when her daughter giggles at what she just did. She gives her a scolding look that Maka ignores. She only stares at Krona, who is still crying about what she did. Suddenly Maka gives Krona this five-tooth smile before she hugs her, maybe in a form of apology, or maybe because she just wanted to get the other baby to stop crying. It works. Krona's tears slowly stop. She doesn't hug Maka back, but when Maka gives Krona the rattle, Maka just hit her with. Krona smiles at Maka, a three-tooth smile. That's sweet. Kami gushes as she walks over to stand by Medusa, watching as the two babies start to play with blocks, making sounds at each other as if they are communicating. They like each other. She smiles over at Medusa, who is still staring at Krona with an odd look. Kami frowns. Medusa. I'm surprised they are getting along so well. Medusa speaks up, looking over at Kami, that odd look gone. Me too, it's like they're really meant to be sisters. Kami sighs as she leans her head against Medusa's shoulder, the older woman wrapping her arms around her waist, giving her a peck on the lips. I really wish you would just move in with us, Medusa. I miss sleeping with you, and Maka seems to like you. Kami looks in her eyes. Couldn't we hide together? You know, if I left my home, Arachne would figure it out. She would search for me. As long as I'm in the home, you're safe. She won't be able to find you, but me, we have the same blood. If she really wanted to, she could find me. I'm not risking your safety. Medusa kisses Kami's lips that are turned in a frown. I'm here as if I live here, Kami. I come as much as I can. I know. Kami buries her head in Medusa's shoulder, the older woman holding her close, playing with her hair. A crashing sound gets Kami and Medusa to look over at Krona and Maka. Little Maka has just knocked down a tower of blocks Krona made, yet Krona doesn't cry. She giggles and starts to rebuild the tower just for Maka to destroy. Little Maka is having a blast. She destroys Krona's tower again. Maka smiles at Krona again before she leans in, giving Krona a kiss on the cheek. Krona makes a surprised sound, her black eyes shifting. Maka really likes her. She kisses me on the cheek all the time, it's just something she does. Kami smiles over at the two dreamily. It's too cute. She lets go of Medusa to walk over to the two babies. She picks them both up, holding each in one of her arms. She beams at the two that are looking at her with black and green eyes full of curiosity. You know what we should do, Medusa? Get them to take a bath together. That would be so adorable with bubbles and rubber ducks and dash. No. Medusa appears right in Kami, taking Krona from her. No baths. Why not? Kami pouts, holding Maka closer. I have to go. Mission soon. Medusa turns on her heel, starting to leave. Well, I could watch Krona for you, dash. No. I have it. Medusa states bluntly. Krona looks behind her mother to look at Maka. She outstretches her small hands, reaching for Maka, wanting to go back. Okay. Kami frowns. Little Maka reaches out for Krona as well, and when Medusa disappears with the baby, Maka starts to cry. Oh Maka, don't worry, Krona will be back. Kami starts to rock little Maka, speaking softly. This isn't the last time you'll see her, I promise. She'll be back. Little Maka stops crying, looking up at Kami's bright eyes. Even as a baby, Maka trusted her mother. Everything fades away. Kami definably kept her promise. This encounter wasn't the last time she saw Krona, but it wasn't as her sister Maka saw Krona as her fascination, then her need, then her love. Maka wonders if her mother could have ever had guessed things would turn out like this. Probably not. Watching this, Maka has to question how it even ended up like this, how Krona wasn't her sister, how Spirit got into this, how things began. When Maka can see again, she's in a park. It's nothing like the park she's used to, the one her mother used to take her to every Friday to get ice cream and feed the ducks. No. This park is much larger, full of little kids running around, and parents watching them carefully. Here we go, Maka. I know you have been upset about Medusa not showing up for a while. I am too, but I'm sure a trip to the park will bring you right back up. Kami smiles down at her daughter, who is walking by her side. Kami is holding her hand, leading her over to the sandbox. Little Maka nods. She's a bit bigger now, her hair long enough to be put in small pigtails. She looks up at Kami with those big eyes. She's wearing a purple dress now. Crow. Little Maka utters out, tilting her head. Kami frowns. No, Krona isn't here. I'm sorry baby, it's been a couple of months since we seen your sister, huh? And a couple of months since we saw her mother. Kami tries to hide her sadness by smiling at Maka. But don't worry, we'll see them again. Now let's enjoy the park. She tickles Maka, getting her to squeal, a smile coming on Maka's face as Kami puts her in the sandbox. Kami gets in with her, laughing as Maka and her make sand castles. Maka seems to mainly like destroying them. Look mommy, daddy. A sandbox. A little girl squeals as she hops into the sandbox with Maka the toddler, looking at this new girl with curiosity. Daddy, play with me? Of course. A man chuckles as he jumps into the sandbox, tackling his 6-year-old daughter, gently getting her to laugh. Little Maka stares at the two with confusion. She begins looking around the park, taking in all the different families, seeing as most have a man close by picking up their babies and spinning them, tickling them, kissing their wives lovingly. Little Maka looks back at her mother, who is building another sand castle for Maka to destroy. Ma. Little Maka touches her hand, getting Kami to look up at her daughter and smile. Little Maka points at the man in the sandbox with them. Duh. Oh no honey, he's not your daddy, you don't. Kami starts going to try to explain to this 2-year-old she doesn't have a father, but when little Maka looks at the man playing with his daughter with longing, this gets Kami to stop. She takes in the scene around them, takes in all the families with a mother and father, takes in the kids' smiling faces. She watches as a boy is lifted up by his mother and father and swinged. She watches as a mother leaves only for the kid to have the father to play with, and they are happy. There's a deep look in Kami's eyes before she looks down at the castle. Soon I'll have to go back to doing missions and Maka will be left alone. Maybe I should. Kami mumbles to herself before she reaches out and places her hand on Maka's cheek. She looks into her eyes. Do you want to see your daddy? Little Maka's eyes light up and she nods. Everything fades away. When Maka can see again, she can't help to tense at who she sees standing before her. So I was like, what the hell man, you can't stick that in there. A young Spirit waves his arms in the air, a cigarette in his mouth. Stein stands in front of Spirit along with River, who looks confused. Thank you for sharing that disturbing story with us, Spirit. Stein states bluntly. Me and River will be going now. Hey you. The three whip around at the voice only to see Kami marching towards them. Spirit's eyes light up and he smiles. Oh hey baby girl, haven't seen you in . I'm not here for conversation. You got me pregnant. You're a father, and I want you to be a father to Maka. Kami says like this is no big deal, her eyes on fire. What? Spirit's face goes pale, the cigarette falling from his mouth. I got why you pregnant? But I haven't seen you in 2 years, . Maka is 2 years old. I just didn't want anything to do with you. Spirit stares at her with his mouth open in shock. He seems slightly offended. I told you she was pregnant. Stein states bluntly again, fixing his glasses. It was obvious she was pregnant when we graduated, but you wouldn't listen to me. I'm surprised really you didn't have a baby younger. Spirit. Oh screw off Stein. Spirit gives him his middle finger. I'm surprised you haven't gotten River pregnant from all the time you spend alone with her in your house . Stein's eyes flash before he grabs Spirit's hand and twists it, getting him to yelp in pain. Stein's expression is dangerous. I have no problem with breaking your hand right now, Spirit. Don't. I was just kidding. Spirit yelps helpless. Stein, I think you're hurting him. River frowns, touching Stein's shoulder. He lets go of Spirit. No. He's fine. Stein grabs River by the wrist gently. Let's go, River. Okay. River frowns over at Spirit, but she leaves with him. Maka can't look at the two, it too painful, knowing what she does it hurts. Ow my fucking dash, Spirit starts. Come on. My daughter is waiting for you. Kami growls, grabbing him by the same wrist Stein had. She drags him quickly, getting him to struggle, but damn, Kami is strong. She runs with him, her eyes on fire, determination there. I still don't understand why you kept her from me all this time. I'm not a bad guy. I would have taken care of her. Spirit frowns, he's hurt by this apparently. Kami doesn't respond as she stops right in front of a bench. Spirit gets jerked to a stop, but when his eyes fall on Maka, the pain seems to melt away. Little Maka stares at Spirit with her head tilted, those big green eyes staring at him with curiosity. This is my daughter. Spirit looks over at Kami with big eyes. When she nods, that's when a smile comes across Spirit's face. He walks up to Maka and picks her up. Kami tenses, gripping her fist, ready to take him out if he tries anything. Little Maka stares at Spirit with that confusion. Aren't you so cute? Maka? Maka is your name. Little Maka's eyes LGHT up and she smiles. Spirit gushes. My daughter. You're beautiful. He does a spin, holding Maka up, getting her to laugh. Kami watches as Spirit spins with Maka as her daughter laughs and smiles. That's when Kami looks at Spirit, and for once she gives him a small smile. Everything fades away. So that's where Spirit comes in. When Maka can see again, she's outside staring at little Maka outside. She looks about 4 now, her hair in longer pigtails. She giggles, playing in the flowers. That's when a bird suddenly falls next to the little girl. She looks at the bird's twisted wings with curiosity. Oh no. Birdie, you're hurt. Little Maka shouts as she picks the hurt bird in her small hands. The blue bird makes a cry, it's dying in her hands. What happened? Who would do this? Little Maka looks up only to stop when she sees the nest up in a tree above her. The bird must be the mother. She sees the babies crying, they're hungry, they need their mother. Little Maka looks down to see the bird's eyes are closed, its breathing slowed. No. Why, you can't go. Your babies need you. Tears well up in her eyes as she holds the bird closer. Don't go. She shouts out. And in that moment her hands light up, the bird being surrounded by green light. Maka, I made us lemonade dash. Kami walks out with her hair up, an apron on, a smile on her face, but when she sees what's happening she stops. Kami watches with wide eyes as the seemingly dead bird gets healed in her daughter's hands, the wings getting placed back together. Kami watches with horror as the bird flies away completely healed. Look mommy, I saved it. Maka cheers over at her mother, who drops the tray of drinks, getting it to shatter. Kami's eyes shaking. Mommy, what's dash? Maka, no. Kami cries out as she runs to her daughter, quickly pulling her into an embrace. This can't be happening, this can't be. The legend can't be real. No. Please, not my baby. Mommy, what's dash? You see that dying grass, baby? Can you make it better? Kami pulls away, her eyes shaking. Maka looks down at the grass they are sitting on. She touches it, power coming out. The gray grass turns back lush. I did it, mommy. Maka beams at her mother that looks petrified. Mommy dash. It's true, no. No, I won't let it. I won't let that be your fate. Kami touches Maka's forehead, the girl's eyes roll back and she falls limp in her mother's arms. This isn't going to be your life. Kami picks Maka up before she runs into the house. She places her on the living room floor. She snaps her fingers, candles appear around Maka. Kami closes her eyes as she bites her thumb. The blood wells up as she rubs it on her daughter's face. Power flows through this being, power and magic is what she's made of. Kami starts to chant in a low voice, Maka's body starting to float. This power will not grow, this power will not come out. Make her normal, hide the power away so that it may not come out, so that this fate won't be hers. Don't let life be her curse, let her be normal. As long as this seal stays, she will be normal. Kami cries out in a loud voice, Maka's body lighting up blindingly before she falls to the ground. Kami is quick to catch her, holding her against her chest. She sobs. Maka, oh Maka, I won't let that be your fate, I won't. Kami kisses Maka's cheek, soaking her with her tears. You'll never know if you don't have your powers, you won't have that fate. Everything is going to be okay, everything is going to be fine, I'll protect you, no one will know dash. There's a sound to her left. Kami whips her head over to see Spirit standing in the doorway, his eyes wide staring at the two. He saw everything, his eyes shake. What the hell was that? Kami looks down at her daughter before closing her eyes. I can't really talk my way out of this one, huh? Looks like I'll have to tell you. That's when everything fades away. Kami made her normal? Is that why Maka didn't know she was a witch for so long? Then how did she start having her powers then? Maka blinks when she takes in where she is now. She's in the fireplace room, but it's different. There's nothing in here but a cage. All those weird statues are gone, the balloons are gone, the food is gone, the warmth is gone, there's no loud noise or chaos like there usually is, it's just quiet. Death sits in her cage, her back against the bars facing Maka, her head bowed. Somehow after looking at this room she knows that demon is no longer with her, that he's gone like Custos. A deep sadness fills Maka's heart. There was a time she thought this room was too small, now it's too large, too quiet. There's no Custos praying or that demon dancing around or Death and him fighting. All that is gone, it's only her and Death now. This room will never be the same. This room won't be filled with Custos' light or his smile or his prayers. This room will never be filled with that demon's madness, with his hot dogs and odd outfits. She won't hear his crazy laughter or him and Death going back and forth. Maybe the saddest thing is that there's nothing here to remember them by. There's nothing to even say that they were here in the first place. It's all gone, they're all gone. Maka walks over numbly and sits against the cage, her back against Death's, and she hugs her knees to her chest. All they have is each other in this room now. It's said she doesn't like being here anymore. The memories are painful. I hate you when you're gone, Death sings to herself, gripping her knees. I hate you when I need you, and I don't know where you are. She trembles. We are all under the upper hand. Maka starts to sing to herself, a song she hasn't heard in forever, but it's too cold outside for angels to fly. Maka's eyes get watery and she closes her eyes when she looks at where Custos used to be. A angel will die. Covered in white. Death and life don't speak, don't say anything. The lost is heavy on Maka. What she don't know is how heavy it is on Death, the being that she hates. She hates her for taking away Custos. She hates her for everything she's done. It's all her fault, all of it. I know you think you hate me. Death looks back at Maka, knowing her thoughts. She sings to her, those eyes could never be read. But I will always hate you more. I don't think that's possible. Maka grinds her teeth. You took them, you took all those people in the city. You're the real monster, Death. She screams out in her rage, in her hurt. A monster. Death looks up at the ceiling. She looks at the last balloon and hear the balloon that demon put in this room. She watches it fade away. Maybe I am. Her voice is too soft for Death. But this is what I am, this is what I do. She trembles. I hate you, life, I hate you. You could never understand the hell I've been put through. You. I dash. Get out. Leave me alone. Death roars, screaming at Maka, the fire of hate in her expression. Just leave me the fuck alone. Everything fades away, but Maka catches at the pain in Death's eyes, but it's gone too quick, and so is Maka. In a blink of an eye she's gone out of this room, away from Death, away from this room that used to be so full, and now it's so empty. Consciousness comes back to Maka. She knows she's awake now. She's on something soft. Krona must still be carrying her. It gets her heart to warm. Everything is going to be okay. She's in her love's arms. Ragnarok is by her side. She'll never let them slip away from her again. The demon is gone. The fight is over. It has to be. Maka opens her eyes, ready to look at Krona's pale blue eyes, or Ragnarok's piercing blue ones, ready to take comfort in their warmth and coldness. She feels Krona playing with her hair. It gets her to smile, but when she opens her eyes all those good feelings are gone, her eyes widening in shock. She's not in Krona's arms, oh no. She's on a bed and Maka looks up, her eyes locking onto those dark ones with the captivating web inside them. Looking into them makes her feel captured already. She takes in her raven hair and the sweet smile on her lips. Maka's frozen, knowing who this is, but she can't believe it. Her mind can't wrap around this. This must be a dream. A horrible dream. Maka goes to slap herself only to find out she can't move her arms. Maka looks down, seeing she's wrapped up in a web like a cocoon. She tries to scream to wake herself up, but it's muffled by whatever it is that's in her mouth. She was just with Krona and Ragnarok. This can't be real. She has to be still sleeping. This is just a nightmare. It can't be real. You're finally up. Arachne smiles down at her as she runs her long, dark fingernails through Maka's hair. Maka stares up at her, realizing she's in this woman's arms on a bed, Maka's head resting on the spider witch's huge breasts. Did you get enough rest? You came to me in such a bad state. Medusa doesn't know how to take care of you, does she? Aranj smirks at this. Maka's eyes widen when she feels her power. She has it back and her foot has been healed. This is real. But why would Arachne heal her? What the fuck is going on? You're welcome, by the way. Arachne coos, getting Maka's attention again. I'm sure you were in pain and I couldn't have that. I need your body and power in top shape or I won't be able to get what I want out of you. The spider witch grabs Maka's face. The younger witch still in a daze, not sure if this is real or not. Arachne studies her face a moment before smirking. My, you really do look like your mother, Maka. You have your mother's eyes, her hair, your resemblance is striking. Her words are sickening. You're a lot like her too, the way you act, the way you are, you're even hard to get rid of, just like Kami. She grins. You're both like cockroaches in that way, but Kami's finally dead, isn't she? This snaps Maka out of her daze. Real or not, she starts thrashing like a madman in this woman's hold, screaming at her. Maka's green eyes dilated in her rage. She's taking about her mother. She killed her mother. This bitch. She'll kill her. She'll fucking kill her. You're even hot-headed like her. Arachne smirks. And stupid like her. Arachne flicks Maka's forehead, this motion stopping Maka's thrashing, freezing her. But let's stop talking about your mother, Maka. She is dead after all. You're what I'm really interested in. Maka breathes hard, wanting to move, wanting to get out of these binds and rip that fucking smirk off her lips. She feels her hate bubbling up. She feels death rock her cage, roaring out in her rage. They both want this bitch dead, but Maka's hands are tied and her mouth gauged. She can't do anything. She's helpless. You are truly amazing, Maka. All that I expected the witch of legend to be. I've been watching you from my spider's eyes. Every day has been a fight for you, hasn't it? Whether it be with witch hunters, magical creatures, or yourself. You don't get a break, do you? But it was written you wouldn't. I've watched as you cried, as you screamed out in pain or rage. I've been watching you all this time. As soon knew who you were. I'm surprised you lasted this long. You've been fighting your destiny all this time, putting yourself through more torture than needed. It's said, really. Your story, Maka Ablarn. Arachne keeps playing with Maka's hair, the girl fuming in her hold. I almost pity you. The spider witch smirks. Almost. Not enough to have mercy. It's either me or someone else. There's no saving you. Maka screams out the nastiest words she can think of. Too bad they're muffled. She digs her nails into the palms of her hands to the point they bleed. Maka is seeing red, but she can't move, can't do anything but lay her, letting this bitch touch her, smirk at her. It's maddening. You should be thanking me, Maka. I'm putting you out of your misery. Don't you know your story? Don't you know your fate? You probably don't. Kami would keep that away from you. She tried to keep everything away from you, didn't she? What a bad mother. She lied to you all the time. Fuck you. Maka screams out. This only gets Arachne to chuckle. Here, let me be the mother you never had. Let me nurture you, life and death. Let me accept you and your fate like Kami never could. Kami went against everything. Went against nature. Went against her own witches. She deserved the death she got. Maka feels hot, angry tears at the corner of her eyes as Arachne snaps her fingers. A book appearing in front of her. It's yellow with age large. It's on a certain page. The spider witch clears her throat, those odd eyes lighting in excitement as she starts to read out of the book. On a day after a great war of the world, after the bombs have stopped but the hate hasn't, in the far future there will be a day that life and death will be connected. They will be a being they can never separate. On this day the sky will turn black and a light will shine down upon Lake Malawi, representing the birth of such a being, representing the beginning of the end for all. This being will never be left alone. It will be wanted by all, needed by all. Many will want to kill it for its power. Many will beg to it for its power. Whenever there is illness or injury they will call out to this being, wanting to drain it for all it has. Many will want to kill it just to avenge the death of loved ones, the loved ones that this being will take. Life will not be able to handle the demands of the world, nor will it be able to handle the hate and strength of death. Either life gives in to death and the world will be consumed in its darkness, or life fights, but if life fights, its life will be nothing but struggle and pain. Life is cursed with the burden of protecting it or healing it. This being is also cursed with the deaths it causes. Everyone will want this being's life. Its blood is precious. They may want its life for another, or they may want its life for themselves. Life will never be able to have its own life. It can only protect others. In the end, life will be taken for others, or death will take over and destroy the world. Maka's eyes get wide as she takes all of that in. The book disappears. Arachne grins down at her. The book goes on to tell of the good deeds you can do and the hell death can do, which is what most of the witches read their kids, but what I read you is pretty much a summary of your story, Maka. That is your legend. So you see, even if you did kill me, there will be someone after me to kill you or to steal your life. This will never end. Even now, you can feel the world calling out to you. The sick, the hurt. Maka starts to sweat. She does. In the back of her mind she hears their cries for help. They want her life. It will never end. You will be drained to your last drop, Maka, and then you will give in to death. You can't change what's written in this book. You are cursed, Maka Albarn. Arachne rubs Maka's hair again before griping her chin and lifting her face closer to her own. So you see, I'm doing you a favor. Your body is cursed. She grins. I'll take it from you. I'll take your life, take your death, and I will be immortal. Maka's eyes are wide. She's confused. She doesn't understand. Do you know why I chose my castle to be built here? Arachne smirks down at Maka. Because Malawi Lake is in Africa. Do you know why I haven't rushed to get my heir? That I am still childless? Because I don't need a heir. I'm not going to die, Maka. My power is mine, and mine alone. She laughs darkly. I knew the legend would come true. I put all my faith in this book when most only read it to their children as something to read for a bedtime story. Unlike my idiot sister, I looked for the signs and I found them. World War II was the Great War in the period you were born. Sin and hate was being spread, murders, rapes, they were at an all-time high. Then on the day you were born there was a light that hit Malawi River. Of course I didn't know it was you at the time, but I knew all I had to do was wait, and when you became a full witch I would know. Arachne laughs madly. My mother told me the legend was true. She told me how the oldest Grand Witch wrote it. Of course she never told Medusa this. She let me in on all her secrets. Arachne closes her eyes. It was only luck Medusa found out about you. Because of Kami's death she went right to you, to protect you like she used to do to Kami. Arachne opens her eyes, staring down at Maka. Kami knew what you were, that's for sure. She did all she could to protect you. Putting that seal on you, if she didn't put that on you I would have had you a lot sooner, but she did. Kami left the Witches' Council saying you died just so she didn't have to teach you magic, so no one would know what you really are. It was a good effort, but no one leaves the Witches' Council without having paying. Arachne chuckles. And she paid, didn't she? Maka's eyes narrow in that hate again. The payment was this bitch cursing her mother. Wait. That doesn't seem right. Wasn't the curse on her at first? But everyone thought she was dead, right? No, Arachne must have known, but why would she curse Maka? I'm sorry to say, Maka Ablarn, but it seems you have come to the end of your story. Arachne grins, holding her close. I will rip you of your body. You will be locked in that cage and I will absorb death. I will be the new Witch of Death and I will be immortal. I will destroy all in my way with your body. I will be the queen of the world. Arachne nuzzles Maka's head. How does that sound, Dash? Lady Arachne. A short man suddenly comes into the room. His eyes widen. There's a small group of people outside the castle. They have weapons, my lady. Should I call the troops? A small group. Arachne picks Maka up and carries her over to the widow to look at. Maka's eyes widen when she sees Kid, Liz, Patty, Sol, even Giriko, and Justin outside of the castle. They aren't alone. They have a small group of people with them. They look small to Maka. She's on the top floor, it seems. They all have guns and are slowly marching towards the castle, their guns ready. Arachne takes them in before she chuckles. How pathetic. No. Do not waste our troops on them. She smirks over at this short man. Bring out my spiders. Their guns can't do anything to them. Yes, my lady. The short man leaves. Maka's eyes getting wide in panic as she watches 5 really large spiders come out of the castle's opening. They crawl with those large, hairy legs towards the small army. Maka feels her chest tightening, knowing they can't fight that. She remembers back on the cruise ship trying to shoot at a spider and it didn't even hurt it. They need magic and magic isn't something they have. They're going to get slaughtered. Kid. Maka calls out in distress, but her scream is muffled. Watch, my dear, watch as you consume them all, as their life is stolen from them. Arachne whispers in her ear as the spiders get closer. The group of people firing at them, but it's no use, they're going to die there. Suddenly black arrows come out of the ground, impaling all the spiders, getting them to screech in pain. Green goo coming out of their wounds. More arrows come out of the ground, stabbing through any open area till all Maka can see are the arrows they rip out, dropping the mangled spider corpses. Maka watches with wide eyes as Medusa appears in front of the small army, those piercing yellow eyes immediately looking up where she is, but she doesn't look at Maka. She's glaring at Arachne. Kid motions for his men to hold fire when someone else appears next to Medusa. Maka feels her chest tighten when Krona appears next to Medusa, a black sword in his hands. He looks up with Medusa, his eyes locking with Maka's. She stares into those pale blue eyes, stares at all these people here to save her. There's a relief in Krona's eyes, maybe that he can see her, that she's still alive and okay for the most part. But then, "Lady, your sister dash," that short man comes back in running this time. "I know." Arachne cuts him off, never breaking eye contact with Medusa. "Release the troops, kill them all." As soon as this is said, thousands of troops run out of Arachne's castle, all armed. They make a loud cry, some getting shot down by Kid's army as they come, but there's too many of them. Soon they are all out and the gates to the castle close. "Take Maka. Prepare the ritual. I will become immortal. My sister isn't stopping me." Arachne hands Maka over to the short man, ripping her from the views of everyone down below. "Maka!" Krona and Ragnarok yell out, the sword lighting up. "Let's end this." Kid roars, "Bring out his gun." Giriko starting his chainsaw. Justin stands there calmly, Patty and Liz stancing the assassins already firing at the charging army coming their way. "Let's finish this, sister." Medusa places her hands on the ground. Odd creatures come out of the ground, all mutated, stitched together, large plants, creepy animals like a half lion and half alligator. They charge towards the large arm of thousands. The ground rumbles as a large two-headed snake comes out of the ground, its red eyes locked on the castle. The troops of Aranch move out of the way as the ground shakes. Just as large spider coming out of the ground, its eyes red, its fangs dripping poison. It has 14 eyes, 14 legs, 14 fangs. It's mutated. The snake and the spider collide, biting, killing each other and killing anything in their way. "This is our final battle, Medusa." Arachne closes her eyes. "Power barrier." At her loud shout, the whole castle is covered in dark magic, more of it making a orb around it. "Nothing will get in here till I finish the ritual." Arachne looks over at a couple of masked people that have come in. "Make sure that Medusa doesn't get to our doors, though I doubt she could get through my force field. The fairer away she is, the better. Hold the barrier, let no one come through." The three of the masked people nod before holding out their hands. They light up in dark magic, holding the barrier. Arachne walks away from the window, a smirk on her face, heading towards the room she knows Maka is in, waiting for her. Krona and Ragnarok roar out, the sword vibrating in his hands as he runs towards the large army. He's ready to fight them all to get to Maka. They both are. There's no fear, there's only rage, only determination. They come back with Maka or they're not coming back at all. Kid yells out and his troops spring into action. They all shout a battle cry as they run towards the approaching army, shooting their machine guns, gunning down all they can. Kid's eyes are on fire. He will protect order. He will save Maka. He will end Arachne. Medusa closes her eyes, her breathing calm. Before she opens them, a vector plate appears beneath her feet and she's slinged forward. Her arrows gather all out in front of her, making her a very dangerous slingshot. Her eyes are the darkest they have ever been. Everyone cries out. This is war. Chapter 73. Let me go. Maka screams out at being muffled as this short man carries her down a hallway. Quickly she's able to thrash again, maybe because she's away from Arachne, but she doesn't have time to wonder about that now. Krona and everyone else is out there fighting thousands of troops to get to her. And this fucker is taking her to a room so Arachne can steal her body. She's come this far. She's not going to let this be her end. It can't be. Stop struggling. You should be flattered. Lady Arachne thinks you're worthy of her time, you miserable wretch. The man growls as he hurries along this hallway. He ends up dropping her, Maka hitting her back hard, knocking the wind out of her. It doesn't stop her from trying to wiggle away. It's no use. The man grabs her again, yanking her up. He throws her over his shoulder, and starts walking quickly. You're the most persistent brat I have ever met. Don't you see it's useless? Lady Arachne always gets what she wants. He stops at a door, kicking it open with his foot. And what she wants is your body. She wants your life, and by God I'll make sure she gets it. No. Maka thrashes her hardest, closing her eyes, grinding her teeth. She won't let this happen. Krona and Ragnarok are out there for her. So is Kid, Patty, Liz, Sol, Justin, and Giriko. They're all here because they believe in her, because they care about her. She's life. She's meant to protect them. Maybe her life will be nothing but suffering. She rather suffer than see her friends fall. They have done nothing but be there for her. She has to fight to the very fucking end. Ah, shut up. The man throws Maka into a blue ball. He quickly closes the opening to it and it seals. Not that Maka could get out, even if the ball was open. With her bonded like this it's impossible to do fucking anything. Maka growls, wiggling till she's sitting on her legs, her green eyes glaring daggers into this man, only to stop when she takes in this room. This room is covered in red writing all over the walls, on the floor it's blood. Maka knows it is. She doesn't know what it says yet. It causes all the hairs on her body to stand up, a shiver being sent down her spine. Her eyes shake, a fear so deep consuming her, making her curl into herself. She desperately wants to cover her ears. She hears screaming, bloody screams, screams of pain, screams of desperation, angst, lost. They scream for her, they scream at her. Someone stop it. Stop it now. Ah, what's wrong, Maka? Don't like how I decorated the room. Maka trembles as she looks up. Arachne has appeared in the room, the door shutting and locking behind her. The smirk on her face is sinister. Surprisingly, she snaps her fingers and the binds and the gag on Maka disappear. Maka immediately covers her ears, her teeth chattering. What have you done? Teetha screams. Maka trembles, not able to get a hold of herself. Those, my dear, are the screams of my sacrifices to you. She chuckles darkly. This blood is all for you, Maka, or should I say? Her lips curl. Death. Deep in Maka, the girl in the cage's breath hitches, her bangs covering her eyes, her body lighting up in dark light. I am not. I am not her. Maka grips her hair tighter, something stirring in her as the screams get louder. It's like the walls are oozing blood. It keeps coming, so much of it. Exactly, these deaths pain you life, but death, oh death, it gives her a thrill, doesn't it? It makes her stronger, more prepared for me. I'm showing you death, I will fulfill your purpose. Arachne closes her eyes. To sacrifice death, to go the easier route, you must sacrifice 10 pure souls, pure from sex, pure from drugs, pure from sin. She chuckles darkly. Children. They are the only sacrifice to be made that would be suitable. These walls are written in the blood of 4-year-olds, 3-year-olds, 5-year-olds. You hear their cries and the cries of their mothers as I ripped them of their babies. You're sick. Maka screams out, rage overcoming her. Maka feels her power explode out, ready to bust this ball and kill her, kill this heartless bitch. She'll regret ever untying her. Her magic hits the ball only to bounce back at her, hitting Maka, shocking her. Maka cries out in pain, falling to her knees, her eyes wide in shock. What? You won't be able to destroy that ball with magic. Any attacks you use will be sent right back to you. Do you like my creation? I made it just for you, just for this ritual. Arachne chuckles at the hateful glare she gets from Maka. You call me sick, Maka, yet you have child's blood on your hands as well. I know what you did to that circus. Maka tenses badly, a pang of guilt hitting her when she thinks of that ruined carnival. Maka looks away, gripping her fist. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't want to. Maybe you didn't mean to do it, maybe you did. It doesn't matter. You still did it. Doesn't change the sin. Arachne shakes her head. You're a monster just like me, Death. I am not fucking death. Maka screams, power coming out once again, only to shock herself. She cries out, falling down on her face. She trembles, it hurts. I meant nothing like you, you sick bitch. I feel remorse, I feel guilt. You're a heartless bitch that takes mothers from their children. Maka screams, getting back up. You killed my mother. Why? Why the hell did you kill my mother? Why did you curse me? I have no idea what you're talking about, my dear. Arachne only smirks. Amused. I do know Kami got what she deserved. I wish I was the one to put her down, but alas, I didn't get the pleasure to. You're a fucking liar. Maka pounds on the ball with her fists, trying to outscream the screams of these children, their blood on the walls calling to her, begging her, pleading with her. I know it was fucking you. You hated my mother. You probably wanted to get back at her and try to kill me. Admit to it, you fucking bitch. It's true, I hated your mother. Killing you to get back at Kami sounds good, but I'm sorry to inform you my hands are clean on your mother's death. Arachne smirks as a book appears in front of her. It could have been anyone, I wouldn't even doubt it was the Grand Witch herself, trying to get rid of you before any more witches found out what you are. You see, the Grand Witch has respect for you. She won't take your life for her own, but she would want to kill you so no one else could and become stronger than her, but that bitch will be bowing down to me after this. So will the whole world. Maka's face falls a bit. She has to be lying. This whole time she couldn't have been going after the wrong person. No. No, it has to be this bitch. Medusa said she was the one. The book flips open a page, candles appearing on the floor in front of Maka. Enough talking. Let's end this once and for all, shall we? Your story ends here, witch of legend. Arachne points a finger at her. The candles blaze a bright fire. The blood on the walls starts to run and the screaming of the little children get louder, causing Maka to cry out, covering her ears, trembling, curling into herself. Arachne's smirk is so wicked. And my story begins. Get out of my way. Krona screams as he slings his sword. Ragnarok yells out with him in his rage, and when Krona slings the sword, a power shoots out of it, cutting through all the 10 men that had him surrounded, killing them all in one scoop. He doesn't feel guilt or remorse. Krona only has one thought in his head, one motive, one thing that's keeping him going. Maka. Fuck, there's so many of them. Ragnarok growls when Krona started running through the large wave of enemies trying to get to the castle. They surround him again, pointing their guns at him, ready to blow Krona's head off. Ragnarok's eyes flash, and in that moment Krona can hear what he's thinking, feel what he's feeling. He's worried about Krona, he's afraid, he's angry. So many strong emotions, they mix with Krona's own, getting him to cry out and sling the sword for the 7th time, slicing these soldiers up before they can put a single hole in Krona. Krona has killed so many. He's been fighting his way through this mass army trying to get to the castle. He doesn't even know how far he is from where he started. Everything is so chaotic, gunshots going off every second, smoke in the air, odd creatures running around, killing Arachne's troops in horrific ways, like swallowing them whole. Krona has lost Medusa. He doesn't know where his mother is, but he thinks she's ahead of him. He needs to move faster. He needs to get out of this stupid battle. He doesn't care about these people or the bullets flying by him or the smoke, or the screams, or even winning against them. He only cares about Maka. He needs to get to her, he needs to save her, and so does Ragnarok. He can feel it. Krona understands him better now, how he likes to hide all that he feels, likes to pretend he doesn't feel anything when really he's a very deep guy. Krona feels Ragnarok's love for Maka, feels his desperation on getting her back. Krona understands Ragnarok is just like him, feels just like him. Ragnarok needs Maka just as much as Krona needs Maka. Maka. Krona pants, picking up the pace. He keeps his sword out, stabbing anyone that gets in his way. He keeps running. He refuses to be surrounded again and having to stop. He saw her up on the top floor in that woman's arms. Maka was staring right at him. He saw her eyes, how they lit up before she was snatched away from his view. We'll get that fucking bitch. Ragnarok growls, knowing what Krona is thinking about. It gets his own blood to boil. We'll get to Maka on time. We fucking have to. Alright. Krona cuts off this man's hand that was holding a gun about to fire at him. His blood squirts out and he cries in pain. Krona keeps running. He has to keep running. He has to be fast. Keep Medusa away. Krona hears someone shout over all the commotion. He keeps running. He doesn't need his mother. No. Ragnarok's thinking the same thing. He is. After this is over, Krona grips the sword, it lighting up. They take Medusa out. All of this ends today, all of it. Krona, look out. Ragnarok suddenly roars at Krona. The pink-haired boy catches something from the corner of his eye. He jumps back, a knife barely missing his face. That was close, but he keeps running, not paying attention to the man who threw it. Krona left. Krona turns quickly, holding Ragnarok up to block an axe. That's a new one. Krona grinds his teeth trying to push this guy off, but the man with the axe is big. He leans with his body weight, making it impossible for Krona to push him off. The axe is pushing. It's getting closer to Krona's face. Fucking push, dumbass. Ragnarok growls, the sword lighting up. Krona feels that power flow through him. He pants, but with Ragnarok's support he starts to push this guy off of him. Why, you're wasting my time. Krona screams, his eyes starting to shake as he slings his sword up, ripping the axe from this man's grip with a battle cry. He stabs this man right in the chest, ripping it out quickly. Krona's brain is on fast forward. It's hard to understand anything. It's so loud. The battlefield booms and bits of dirt and flesh flying everywhere. The sky has turned dark from all the smoke. The screams are muffled. The sounds are muffled. All Krona can hear are his own thoughts and Ragnarok's. It's only him and Ragnarok, and there's a bunch of straw in their way. They're blocking the way to Maka. She's there, up there in the castle. He will slice through all this straw. He will slay anything in his way and save the princess. Krona. Ragnarok's shout gets his eyes to open. When had Krona closed them? Krona blinks, taking in the man at the end of his sword. He had stabbed him through the throat. And now he's holding him up by it. He doesn't remember doing that. He doesn't remember being so much closer to the castle now either. You're fucking losing it. Don't let all this power go to your head. You need it to save Maka. Ragnarok's words get Krona's eyes to focus. He rips the sword out of the man, knowing he's right. He has to maintain himself. He hasn't lost himself since Judas. Krona block. Ragnarok's scream gets Krona to open his eyes again, his arms moving automatic, the sword hitting away a knife that was thrown at him. That was fucking close. What's wrong with you? Your head it's getting all fuzzy. Fuck, now I'm feeling funny. What's wrong with you? Krona doesn't know his head is feeling broken again, but it can't be madness, can it? Judas is gone, but that doesn't mean madness is gone. Krona has always been a victim to madness. It was his getaway, how he dealt with a lot of things. No matter how strong he thinks he's gotten, madness has always been stronger. The madness is threatening to consume him, and this isn't Judas's madness, it's from something much darker, much eviler. If Krona loses himself, he'll never be found. He'll drag Ragnarok with him if he's not careful. Krona pants out, his mind starting to get lost in the darkness. He starts swinging the sword recklessly, leaving openings for the enemy to attack him. Ragnarok grinding his teeth as the feeling starts to overwhelm him as well. The straw is getting closer. He needs to cut them right. Rip them apart. Why? What is he doing again? Right, kill all of them, kill and rip and tear and. Krona falls to his knees, letting go of the sword. When this feeling becomes too much, he grips his hair, his breathing uneven, everything spinning about him. Fuck, Krona, get a hold of yourself. Pick me back up. What the hell are you doing? Ragnarok starts yelling at him from the ground, his face in the blade of the sword. He looks like he wants to come out to beat some sense into Krona, but he knows better. The dark fuzzy feeling left Ragnarok as soon as Krona let go of him. Ragnarok stops his commands when he sees an enemy reload his shotgun. He aims it right at the pink-haired boy that is mumbling things to himself. His piercing blue eyes flash. Krona, get up. You're going to fucking die. What about Maka? Maka? That name cuts through the dark haze in his head, slicing right through it like it was nothing. Krona's head whips up, his eyes wide with being alert, only to come face to face with the end of a gun's barrel in a Arachne troop's smirk. Say your prayers, fucker. The man chuckles, his finger on the trigger. Krona, move. Ragnarok roars out, that desperation there, that urgency. He knows Krona can't outrun a machine gun, nor is he strong enough alone to fight this gun away from the guy. Judas, you said Krona didn't need you, but here he is about to get gunned down because he's too fucking weak to even fight madness. He's not going to even make it to the castle, and Maka, oh Maka, she's Judas. Krona stares into the barrel of the gun, his eyes shaking, knowing what's about to come. He still needs you. He needs you, and he doesn't know where you are. Just as this man is about to pull the trigger to end Krona's life, a gunshot goes off in a blink of an eye. Krona sees blood coming out of this troop's head, a headshot with a gurgling sound. His limp body falls to the ground, the machine gun at his side. Krona stares at him with wide eyes. Who? Krona, are you alright? Krona looks over only to see Kid running towards him, Liz and Patty right by his side firing at the enemies that are getting too close. Kid stops in front of Krona, his clothing is stained with blood, he's panting. That was close, he almost blew your head off. Patty makes a whistling sound as the Thompson sisters stop by Kid. Did you see my fucking aim, Kid? A white-haired boy runs backwards, shooting troops off with his machine gun before he stops next to Kid, grinning at him. Not now. Kid gives him a irritated look. Krona crawls over and picks up Ragnarok. As soon as he touches his hilt, they reconnect. Krona gasps as he feels the worried Ragnarok had for him, the fear. He also feels how he's a bit pissed off Kid showed up. Krona. Ragnarok appears on the blade, frowning. You almost fucking died. If OCD boy didn't show up with his gang, you would be headless right now. You have to be fucking careful. Maka's waiting for us both to get to her, not just me. Get your fucking head right before you kill yourself. He's growling, he sounds mad, but Krona knows how he's really feeling. They are connected. He's just worried, concerned. It's nice being able to know what this boy is truly feeling. I am sorry. Krona bows his head, biting his lip. It won't happen again. Is he talking to his sword? Liz frowns, looking over at the pink-haired boy that is mumbling something to the black sword he's wielding. She shoots at the troops coming their way. The madness must be affecting him. Kid shoots his machine guns, taking out all that tries to get too close. Talking to a sword is fucking retarded. They're not even cool. Soul grunts before he rubs his machine gun after he guns down 10 people. Right, Sean? He smirks at his gun. Seriously? Sean? You named your gun Sean, Kid glares at him before he looks back over at Krona. Krona his eyes widen when he sees the 3 enemy troops that have sneaked up on the boy still talking to his sword. Krona move, dash. What a bunch of pussies. Krona turns around with Ragnarok ready only for Giriko to jump out from nowhere, a chainsaw running in his hands. With a sharp grin and a quick slash he goes through all 3 of the troops, cutting them to bits. Sneaking up on a kid from behind. They are cowards. Just like the witch they serve. Justin comes up from behind Giriko. He gets in front of Krona and holds out his hand. There's not a scratch on him. Those blue eyes could never be red. Come on, get up. It's harder for madness to catch you if you are moving. Krona's breath catches, wondering just how Justin knew right away. That's what's wrong with him. Justin just got here, right? Krona can feel Ragnarok tense. This guy used to be their enemy, so it's understandable Krona's not too sure he wants to take his hand either after all. Then he sees something, a young baby, those blue eyes, Ragnarok holding it, caring for it. Moments in Ragnarok's life flash in his head, making him gasp and pull his hand away from Justin, looking at him with wide eyes. Cousin. He's Ragnarok's cousin. No wonder Ragnarok's emotions are starting to go haywire. What's wrong with you? Giriko takes a step towards Krona. The pink-haired boy's eyes widen, more flashbacks zooming past his head. Best friend. That's what he was. Krona feels Ragnarok's feelings. There's guilt, uncertainty, longing. Is that longing? Why you? Krona breathes out, gripping the sword tighter, his eyes wide. Yeah, it's fucking me. Giriko grins at him. Long time no fucking see her. So much stuff is going on at once now. All these people are gathering around him. Justin, Giriko, Kid, Liz, Patty, and that weird boy with the white hair. He's not used to them being on his side. Well, Giriko was never a problem, or that weird kid, but Kid and his group and Justin were his enemies. They wanted to hurt Maka at some point. Now they're all here fighting the same battle he is because they want to save Maka. The war bodies dropping around him, the shouts, these people, Ragnarok's past and feelings, it's hard to all take in, so overwhelming. So suddenly there's a beam of light. It shoots out from the castle into the sky. No. Kid roars out, his face dropping in horror. Arachne has started the ritual. Maka doesn't have much time left. Maka. Krona jumps up, all the confusion breaking away, his eyes locking on the castle. The ritual has already started. Maka's in trouble. He needs to stop wasting time and get to her. Krona feels Ragnarok's thoughts flow through his own, the swords starting to vibrate in his hands. We need to get to the castle's gates now. Kid shouts. How? There's too fucking many of them. Giriko starts. I can get us through. Krona cuts them off. Everyone looks at him as he lifts up the sword. It's glowing brightly now. Maka's smile in mind. They need to get to her. Their panic, their worry, their love combines, turning into raw power. The sword is getting harder to hold. Once I release the power, you are run behind it. It will create a P-path. Krona pants. What are you? Kid starts, only for Krona to cry out in this feeling, not able to hold it anymore. With all the strength he has, he hits his sword to the ground, making a slash. The black power comes out and like a wave it cuts through all in its path. Now. Krona shouts, running behind the black power, his sword out and ready to kill anyone in his way that this large slash doesn't. Holy shit. How the fuck he do that? Giriko and Soul blink, yelling out at the same time. It doesn't matter. Follow his lead. Back him up. Kid commands as he runs after Krona, everyone else following suit. The powerful attack cuts through most of the enemies in its way. They're getting closer to the castle. It's almost too easy, a straight shot, Maka, they're coming. That's when the power fades away. Right at the gates, Krona skids to a stop. In front of the gate are 30 troops and the gate is made of metal. Shit, his power didn't reach all the way over here. Justin walks till he's standing by Krona's side. He puts up his hands, closing his eyes. We surrender. What? Kid stops, looking at Justin with wide eyes. Justin, what the hell are you? Giriko starts. Only for Justin to open up the jacket he's wearing. In the flick of the wrist he throws 5 small discs at the group of 30 in the gate. God forgive me of my sins, you may want to get down. Justin drops down, all following suit as the bombs go off, blood and guts flying everywhere along with pieces of the gate. The gate is down. Justin did it. Wow. Giriko blinks, staring at what his lover just did. He looks down at Justin and grins sharply. That was fucking hot. Nothing gets my gears going then. This is not the time for that. Kid yells at Giriko, getting his eye to twitch as they all get up. Krona wastes no time running towards the now open gate. All he has to do is get past the gate and he's in the castle. Maka's on the upper floor. He can't save her. He can. Krona hits something hard like a wall, but he doesn't see anything. It knocked the wind right out of him. What is it, Krona? Kid is the second to make it to where he is. There's something blocking the way. Krona starts, trying to catch his breath. It's a force field. Justin runs next to Giriko, the two girls and Soul behind them. Arachne is making sure no one is to get through. Fuck. Ragnarok growls out. Krona feels his rage and he feels his own. He starts hitting the force field with his sword, trying to break it, trying to get to Maka. He needs to now. She needs him. It's no use. The only way to bring it down is if Justin starts everyone, but Krona looking at him as he starts to explain. He stops when someone new appears in front of them. Krona. Medusa pants out as she hits away another spider, it trying to suck her of her power. Krona tenses and looks over at her. His eyes widen when she grabs a hold of him. My sister is on the top floor in the room at the end of the hall. You must stop this. Medusa holds her hand out. The force field is able to be seen. Her fingers twitch and a small hole opens in it. The snake witch grinds her teeth. Go now. I can't make it through. I'm too strong to force my way through. Will be a risk that no one will be able to make it through. Go now. Medusa holds her hands out, holding trembling. It's only a matter of time before my bitch of a sister stops even this. Hurry. Krona only stares at his mother a moment. Those snake eyes hold something he can't read. It's a emotion, and just that surprises him. Krona grips his fist and nods, running through the small hole in the force field heading into the castle. Krona careful of traps. Kid shouts after him, running through the hole. Yay, thanks witch lady. Patty cheers as her and Liz run through. Too bad we still are going to kill you later. Medusa smiles at that, her hands shaking. Hurry, the rest of you, they know now. It's only a matter of time. Got it. Soul runs through, smirking back at her. Nice ass, by the way. Vulgar. Justin wrinkles his nose as he runs through along with Giriko, who is close by, the blonde making sure no harm comes to him. They made it through. Medusa pants. She lets go of the force field, letting it close back up just in time for it to light up. If she was still holding the force field, she would have been shocked. There's no way she can get through the barrier like this. Her sister isn't stupid. This barrier was made to keep her out. After all, ever since that war she's been huddled in this castle, heading her plans hidden. That's okay. Medusas have been too. At the same time, they have been out in the open. Today will be the day she proves she's the better sister, that Arachne is nothing but a spoiled brat. Medusa killed her mother and she's going to kill her sister. Medusa looks up before she disappears. She has to find another way in. Everyone's heard a child cry. You probably even heard them scream, but have you heard a child scream when they are dying? Suffering. The high-pitched sound, the desperation and fear in such a young, pure voice. Have you looked at a 4-year-old's blood painting a wall before? While hearing that 4-year-old scream, telling you of their painful death. Maka hopes you haven't. It's horrible, a hell in itself. She trembles in the blue ball, gripping her hair, crying out, trying to drown out these screams. It's too much. They want her help, but they are already gone. They already lost their life. It hurts. Make it stop. Here before me is the witch of death and life, a cursed being. Arachne starts chanting words, looking at the book in front of her. She outstretches her hand. On the blood of the innocent, the first wish to make a sacrifice. I wish to take away her curse and make it my own. Arachne shouts in a loud voice. The blood on the walls pours more, the children's begging and screaming getting louder. Stop it. Maka roars out in this feeling. Something shoots out of her power. The power shocks her back down, but a light makes it out of the ball and out of the ceiling. Ah, there we go. Arachne smirks as she lets go of the book. It floats by her side. Now that I have you prepared, Death my dear, you're so quiet. I have gotten you the blood of the innocent just as you like. I've killed them in your honor, Death. Death doesn't say anything, still hugging her knees to her chest in her cage. You bitch. Maka trembles, her body already aching from getting herself shocked, her eyes shaking as she still hears those kids' screams. I'll never let you fucking do this, those kids, those poor kids. Maka grips her fist, forcing herself back up. I will fucking kill you. You'll pay for all you've done. Sorry life, but this doesn't even concern you. Arachne smirks. Death, talk to me. I don't care for life, I care for you. Don't you like your sacrifices? Things are so hard for you, aren't they? No one understands you, not like I do. Let me be nice to you, Death, I can take it all away. Take it all away. Death mumbles to herself, staring from her cage at all the blood painting this room from Maka's head. Those eyes could never be red, her face blank. Yes, my dear. Arachne-ku's a wind picks up in this room, the bloody letters lighting up. Something's happening. Maka can feel something stir inside her. It's strong. It's dangerous. This does fucking concern me. This is my body. This is my life. I'm not letting you take it so you can destroy the world. Maka screams, trying to keep her power in so she doesn't shock herself again. I've worked too fucking hard for that. Keeping death at bay all this time, fighting all the damn time to keep her in this cage so she doesn't kill anyone, so she doesn't hurt the ones I love. I'm not letting you steal all that away from me. You hear how she talks about you, Death? How she keeps you in a cage like a dog. She only thinks of your body as hers. You're nothing but a monster in her eyes, in everyone's eyes. No one will pity you, my dear. Life will not shed a tear for you. You're nothing but a horror to the world. They want nothing to do with you. How sad. There used to be someone. Death grips her bars. That didn't think of me just as a horror. She looks up, her expression so dark. But I killed him, didn't I? That doesn't matter. Arachne smirks as she holds out her hand. The writing lights up more. It gets Maka to scream and grip her hair. The kid's cries of pain are becoming overwhelming. I don't think of you as a horror. I understand you, Death. You're in pain. Don't you want me to take it away? All of your hurt will be gone. I'll become you, Death. Me and you could be partners. Arachne reaches her hand out. Death's breathing is uneven. She's trembling, hiding her face in her knees, now stuck in this room that's so empty now as Maka screams, trying to fight her way out of the ball she's in, but it's no use. Death only has the silence to comfort her, alone in this cage, locked away. Arachne's words ring through her ears, making her hug herself tighter. Death dash Arachne starts again, only for the door to bust open. This causes the bloody letters to stop lighting up and the candles to dim. Maka sighs in relief, panting, laying in his bullshit. The screaming has died down to a ringing. Lady Arachne. A woman troop calls for her nervously. Get urgently. Lady Medusa is opening up the barrier. What? Any rage in Arachne changes, her face falls before it hardens. She is not getting through. Arachne places her hands on the ground, mumbling something under her breath, her hands lighting up. Go check the force field. Report back to me immediately if Medusa has made it through. Go. With that, the woman troop runs out as if her life depended on it, leaving Arachne alone with Maka and that short man in the corner who hasn't said anything this whole time. His lips twitch like he wants to talk, but he doesn't. Maka stares at Arachne, and from how she's laying she can see the woman's odd eyes. She can see something flash through them. It's a emotion she can't place, but it looks close enough to fear that it gets Maka to smirk. What's wrong, Arachne? Maka pants out, getting the spider witch's attention. Maka's smirk hasn't left. Afraid your little sister will kick your ass. Or maybe you're afraid that Medusa's actually better than you. I think so. You hide in this big-ass castle with all these troops and your barrier. You act as if you're a queen, yet the Grand Witch still lives. You're no queen. You're just a scared little bitch. Say what you must, but at the end of this I will be the last one standing. My mother always taught me to act like a royal. I am meant to be the next Grand Witch. My sister was a mistake. My mother should have killed her a long time ago. Take her out with the trash like she did all the others. Maka feels a anger burn. Saw Medusa's past, saw how hard she worked for nothing, how her sister was held higher than her no matter what she did. Maka saw what her mother did to Medusa, saw her get defiled at such a young age. Medusa has gone through shit, but this woman, this spider witch. The only fucking trash around here is you. Maka pounds on the ball. You've had everything handed to you. The only reason your bitch of a mother treated you so well was because you're the same kind of witch as her. If you were anything else she would have kicked you the curb. Medusa's had to work for everything she's gotten. Unlike you, she doesn't hide behind anyone. She's not afraid to get her hands dirty while all you do is sit on your ass and tell others to do your work for you. Maka grips her fists, her eyes so narrow. You're just like Kami. Arachne starts to chuckle, shaking her head. Always protecting my sister, standing up for her. Tell me, Maka, why are you standing up for her? Why do you speak fondly of her? At least I'm not a liar. I don't play with hearts nor with emotions. Why do you stand for Medusa when she wants the same thing as me? Arachne smirks at how Maka's face falls a bit. She wants your life just as I do. You're lying. Maka growls. I've been with Medusa all this time. She's never tried to do this shit. I'm pretty sure if she wanted to kill me, she would have already done it. Ah, but you see Maka, she wants more than just death like I do. Arachne starts to chuckle. My sister not only wants to sacrifice death but you, as well Maka. To sacrifice both life and death, life must suffer a great deal. Life must kill others, life must give into her darkness, getting lost in it, life must be consumed by death before you can sacrifice death. This method takes much longer, a lot more time and devotion. Arachne smirks at how Maka's eyes shake slightly. She's been lying out you all this time, trying to sacrifice you Maka, pretending to be some kind of saint. Everyone's been lying to you Maka, but especially her. She's been making you suffer all this time, trying to make you go mad, and lose yourself so she could steal both your body and sacrifice you. I don't believe you. All my troubles, all my pain, it's come from you. Not Medusa. She adored my mother. She wouldn't do that because she adored my mother. Maka trembles thinking of Erika. A life for a life. That plant monster you faced so long ago was hers. That gem she tried to give you would have strengthened the madness inside you, it would have made you lose it. She's been trying all she can to break you. Think about it, all your troubles, it has been here, not me. You just want me to go against her. You don't like how I know she's so much more kick-ass than you. Maka growls, panting, taking a step back, her eyes shaking. Believe me or not, it doesn't matter. You're going to be gone soon anyway. Arachne smirks as that female troop runs back in. Lady Arachne. Medusa hasn't gotten through, but 7 of her warriors have. One of them being Medusa's pink-haired child. The woman seems panicked. Maka's eyes widen, her chest tightening in hope. Krona. He's in here. He's coming for her. Kill them all. Arachne glances back at her. No matter what, make it so they do not make it here. Yes ma'am. The troop bows before running out. Don't fucking touch him. Maka screams at the girl, pounding on the ball, her eyes alight in rage. Now death. Arachne ignores Maka, the door closing. Back to where we were. As I said, I can take this all away from you. I can let you out of this cage, set you free. I will absorb you and I will take your tittle from you. You won't be in pain. Arachne holds out her hand. You can come to me quietly and I'll destroy your cage gently, and I'll hold you as I take you death, something that no one would do. Arachne's eyes get dark, the blood on the walls starting to light up, getting Maka to grip her hair. Or I can take you by force. I will rip that cage apart, and rip you of everything till you give in to me. So do you fight? Or are you going to come quietly? Of course she's going to fucking fight. She wouldn't dash. Maka starts panting. That's when death suddenly stands up in her cage, her bangs covering her eyes. She looks up, those eyes, oh those eyes of death, dark pools of green, dark with hate, yet the hate hides a deep emotion death rather not show. Loneliness. Death locks eyes with Arachne, she grips her fist. I'll come quietly. Fuck, it's already started. I swear if Maka doesn't make it out of this. Ragnarok growls to himself. He's trying to be tough, but now Krona can see right through him. He feels Ragnarok's fear along with Krona's own as he runs down this hallway, deeper into the castle, ignoring the calls from the others behind him. Krona doesn't care about what they're saying, neither does Ragnarok. Krona's eyes shake, his heart beating like crazy in his chest, threatening to pound out of his ribs. His legs move quickly, he can't stop, he can't slow down. Maka needs him. Maka's in trouble, he can't lose her, the love of his life, the girl that gives him joy, puts a smile on his face. She made him into the man his is now. She's the one that brought him closer to Ragnarok, all her. He can't let the madness consume him. Even now as he runs, he feels the darkness weighing down on his legs, the odd laughter in the back of his mind. He can't dive into the temptation or the fear. He has to save her. Krona grips his sword, knowing Ragnarok is thinking about the same thing as him, about Maka, about all their times spent together. They can't lose that. Can't lost her. And no dot. Krona skids to a stop as his shaking blue eyes take in a problem. There's 2 staircases leading upstairs, both going up but then out to different locations. Which way do we go? Shit, that fucking light is gone, we can't use that to track her. Ragnarok grinds his SA, panic stirring in him. Krona. Krona turns around as Kid finally catches up to him, the others close behind. Kid pants. We finally caught up, you must be careful, this castle could be full of anything. Kid stops when he takes in the stairs. Instead of reacting as he should, he smiles at the 2 stairs, distracted by the perfect symmetry of the 2. Which way do we go? Liz looks around at the two staircases. We could split up. Soul suggests, raising his eyebrow at Kid, who is talking about symmetry under his breath, his eyes shaking. The madness is getting to everyone. We don't split up. We take the right stairs. Justin stops with Kiriko in front of the right stairs, glancing at Krona. Trust me, we take these stairs, head down the hallway. We will find her in the last room like Medusa said. Justin grabs Kiriko's hand, holding it tightly, lovingly looking at him with a look that can't be read. We have to hurry. We will have company soon. Krona doesn't question him. He grips his sword. Ragnarok's thoughts, his feelings along with his own, gets the dark sword to light up as he starts running up the many stairs to the top of the castle. Damn, he's fast. Soul grunts as he grabs Kid, the raven making a sound of protest, but a slap from Liz and a kick from Patty snaps him out of his symmetry fit. Kid shakes his head, trying to regain himself as Soul keeps running, dragging Kid with him till he starts running on his own. My apologies. Kid frowns, glancing back at the Thompson sisters. They seem to be holding up all right. The madness isn't affecting them, so why does he feel it? Why is it so strong? Are you all right, Justin? Kiriko looks over at the other man. Their hands have separated so Gurko can carry his chainsaw, but the older man is as close as he can be. Gurksho frowns at the look in Justin's eyes. How they're glassy. He knows what that look means. I'm fine. Justin reassures, offering a smile. The madness, I can handle it as long as I have you, that's all I need. Gurko looks away from Justin to hide how his tan face gets a little pink from his lover's words. Alright, good. Is all he can say. He's never been good at expressing emotion, yet Justin gives Kiriko that smile that warms his heart. Damn, his face gets darker. HMPT. Patty pouts to herself at the display of affection the two men are sharing as she runs by her sister's side. That should be her. Justin's smiling at. She bets she could make him smile too. She's good at that. She bets she could be better for the blonde than that rough man. Almost at the top. Krona mumbles to himself to keep calm, his breathing uneven, sweat dripping down his face. He can't think of failure, he can only think about getting Mako back. He'll make it in time, he has to. Don't you think it's fucking weird we haven't been attacked yet? Ragnarok comments suspiciously. The sword vibrates in Krona's hand, ready for a fight. Krona doesn't respond as he finally makes it to the top floor. The first thing he sees is a large red bed, a spider web on the ceiling above it, glistening as if tiny raindrops have been captured in it. This room is nothing but a bed and two hallways. Damn it, which way does he go now? This must be where we saw Mako from the battlefield. Kid comments as he looks over at the window. Justin W, which way? Krona turns to the blonde as he makes it up with Kiriko. We go. Justin starts, only for someone to run out of the shadows, running and grabbing a hold of Justin before anyone can register what's going on. Get back. Arachne's troop threatens, a knife placed at Justin's throat, getting Gurko's eyes to shake. Get the hell off of him. Kiriko roars, but when the troop places the knife harder on Justin's neck, the older man backs up. You all are going to die now. Reinforcements are on their way. You're all going to pay for this. Troop starts. Only to be shot in the shoulder, then the stomach, the bullets barely missing Justin. The troop lets go of the knife, taking steps back in shock, staring at the reckless blonde-haired girl who just shot her twice. Get your dirty hands off my man. Patty shouts, the glare on her face dangerous. Your man. Kiriko growls. Shut it, old man. Patty grins at how this gets Gurksho to fume, his eye twitching. Then she smiles at Justin, who's looking at her with big eyes. You okay, baby? Justin only nods slightly, blushing at how she's looking at him. Alarm flashes through Kiriko's expression when he sees this. He quickly pulls the younger man into an embrace, burying Justin's face in his chest. Justin's mine, you little brat. Not for long, Patty chimes, getting Gurksho's face to get red with anger. Why you dash? Justin, which way do we go? Krona shouts at the blonde desperately. They're running out of time. Left. Justin pushes himself away from Gurko to yell this, but Holny Krona turns to start running down the hallway. He finds it's blocked by a good number of troops. All have their guns locked and loaded. Soul and Kid aim their machine guns back. Get out of our way. Krona and Ragnarok threaten together, the sword lighting up again. One of the troops holds out a black gem. It lights up. A sharp pain is sent throughout both Krona's and Kid's bodies, getting them to cry out, dropping their weapons. Child of Medusa, you along with everyone else with you are going to die. Kid. What the fuck's wrong with you? Soul drops his gun to hold the thrashing kid in his arms, Liz and Patty grabbing a hold of him as well, trying to stop him from hurting himself. No. That gem is hurting them because they are of witch's blood. We have to destroy it. Justin cries out, aiming his handgun, but even he knows they can't win against so many machine guns pointed their way. Gurko gets in front of Justin, baring his teeth as the troops put their fingers on the triggers. They are going to die, they're going to kill them. Krona can't move no matter how much Ragnarok yells at him, his body isn't responding. This is it. He's going to die here, so close, yet so far. From Maka this can't be, but it is. As Krona thinks of Maka watching as these troops are about to end him, he thinks of a old friend. Judas, he couldn't save her. Krona's sorry, you gave up everything for him, you died, and yet here Krona is failing. J. Judas. Krona speaks his name softly, bowing his head. Help. It's weak plea. Krona knows it won't be answered. I still need you. Maka's going to die, she. Suddenly one of the troops' eyes they start to boosh. He turns on his heel, before he starts firing at his own team. The shaking eyes spread among them as they start killing each other, laughing madly. Krona's eyes are wide, him not believing what he's seeing, and he's feeling it's so faint. But J. Judas. Krona gasps out. Is that why you? There is no response as these troops continue to kill each other. That's when Krona hears it, a loud, bloody scream. It's loud, booming, continuous. What makes his blood turn cold, all his thoughts leaving him, is who this scream belongs. Stop. Ragnarok trembles in the sword, his eyes wide with panic, his emotions going haywire. Both boys cry out. Krona forcing himself up, he runs towards the left hallway. That horrible scream hasn't stopped. Maka. Hang in there. They're coming. What? Maka looks at death from her mind, seeing the girl in the cage with that odd look in her eyes. Maka's eyes shake, not believing what she just heard. What do you mean you'll come quietly? She killed our mother. Your mother? Death cuts her off, screaming. She turns those eyes on Maka, they turn black with hate. She was never mine. She locked me away just as you have. She wanted me to never appear. She was your mother and your mother alone. I don't give a fuck about your mother. Don't you get it? If you give in, she's going to steal our body. Shut the fuck up, life. It's not my body. This spider witch is right. You know you don't think of this body as ours, you think of it as yours, and I'm a trespasser you rather just lock in a fucking cage and try to forget about. The only reason you're upset is because you are going to lose your body. What the fuck am I losing? I've already lost everything there is to lose. My freedom, my. She trails off, her voice still dark, those eyes still full of hate and rage, yet they change only slightly. Arachne smirks, being able to hear life and death's words. Her smirk is amused. She watches with those eyes confidently, knowing she's won. She has nothing to lose, so why don't give in to me? I appreciate you, Death. I know you're where the real power lies. Don't fucking listen to her, Death. You're smarter than this. If you give in to her, you're going to die. She's going to take away your title. You'll no longer be Death. Maka screams, her breathing uneven as she stares back at Death's glare, that glare of malice. I want to disappear. Death roars, getting Maka to stop looking at her with wide eyes. Death pants, her teeth bared. I don't want to be fucking stuck in this cage anymore. In this fucking quiet room. She can have my title, she can be Death. It's a curse. It's nothing but a fucking curse, so if she wants it, she can have it. I don't want to be here anymore, I want to be away from this fucking place. Away from you. Away from everyone. I'm tired of fucking suffering. You have no idea the pain I've been through, you little shit. No more. Death's voice is loud, it booms, shaking the fireplace room, and as Maka stares into her eyes, she's dragged into those dark green pools, going into the head of someone she's never wanted to be close to. Death's eyes flash. That's when Maka sees scenes passed by her. She's standing in the fireplace room, but she knows she's not really here. Oh, Death! Maka blinks as she looks in the cage, seeing that demon behind Death in the cage, covering her eyes, a mad smile on his face. Guess who? A dumbass. Death grunts before she goes to elbow Judas in the stomach. He only smirks and disappears to reappear out of the cage in front of her. Oh, don't be like that, my baby lumps. Don't ever call me that again. Death's eye twitches. Can you leave me the fuck alone? Nope. Never. Judas grabs the cage and starts shaking it, grinning at the girl who's glaring at him. I could never stay away from you, my husband. My love. My everything. Judas sighs happily. Hey Death. Judas leans close. What the fuck do you want? Death snaps, backing up from him even though there are bars separating them. Do you think we're going to get married? No. Do you think we're going to love each other forever? I don't even love you now. Do you think I could fuck you in the ass? Would you leave me alone? I knew you would feel the same way as me, husband. We are going to get married and love each other forever, and I'm so going to fuck you in the ass. He gives her a derpy smile, licking his lips. In your dreams. Death snaps, sticking her hand out of her cage to give him her middle finger. Oh no. He grabs her hand, she struggles to get out of his grip only for him to put her whole middle finger into his mouth, licking it with his tongue. Maka catches the shiver through Death and how her cheeks tint. Judas pulls up and kisses the tip of her middle finger. Not fuck me, fuck you. He gives her a wink. This seems to snap Death out of her state, her blush darkening but her glare coming back. Get off of me, you creep. This only gets the demon to laugh, and hold on to her tighter. This scene fades away. Good morning, Death. Maka feels a pang in her chest when everything comes back. Custos stands in front of Death's cage, the girl inside glaring at the angel, hugging her knees to her chest. The angel smiles at her, seeming not to sense her hostileness. Fuck off. Death grunts, her glare not falling. You don't have to be so abrasive. Custos frowns before looking around. He looks back at Death. Where is the demon? How should I know? He's probably off somewhere fucking something up. Death growls. Why are you asking me? It's not like I'm his babysitter. Death grumbles. Are you not worried? He's been gone for a while. Custos looks up at the ceiling. So? I'm glad he's gone. Death looks away from Custos, gripping her knees tighter. The angel stares at her a moment. He looks in deep thought before he closes his eyes. What? Are you going to leave too? Death scoffs, getting Custos to open his eyes. Must be nice being able to leave and come as you please. Death glares at the wall, those eyes so dark. I am glad you're fucking leaving. Maybe you'll both disappear and leave me the fuck alone. She snaps, yet those eyes change only slightly. I'm not leaving you. The angel's words gets Death's glare to fall in confusion. She looks over at the angel that's smiling at her gently. I wouldn't leave you. No one likes to be left alone, not even you, Death. I can see right through you. Death's eyes widen only for her to glare away from him, hiding her face. You don't know shit, angel. Stick to the Bible, that's all you know. Custos walks before he sits next to her cage. She glances at him and he smiles at her, getting that glare to fall once again. Death tries to glare again, but her eyes hold something else: gratitude. Relief. As she looks at this angel that's staying with her. Would you like to pray with me to pass the time? You already know the fucking answer to that, angel. This scene fades away. Hey, Death. Judas gives Death a goofy smile. He's wearing a pink dress and a brown wig makeup. He really looks like a girl. White high heels that make him like a giant towering over her cage. He has a piece of apple pie in his hand, holding it up oddly. Wanna see my butt? Hell no. Death glares at him, but her cheeks tint slightly. What the hell are you going dressed like that? Do you have to come in her with a fucking new weird outfit every time? You're no girl, so stop dressing like one. Oh husband, you're so mean. Judas pouts, throwing the apple pie down. It splatters on the floor. You see. That's what you just did to my heart. Because I know you like it, baby. You just have to fight me all the time. Don't fight your feelings. You know you want all this, man, lady. He rubs up and gropes his non-existing boobs, licking his lips. There's nothing to fight. I feel nothing but contempt for you, asshole. Wow, for someone who only tells the truth to others, you sure know how to lie to yourself, huh? Judas tilts his head, a thoughtful expression coming to his face that gets Death to tense. I'm not lying to myself, Oh yes you are. Just admit it. You love me. You love me so hard. Harder than a rock. Harder than my fucking boner. You're supposed to be a girl. Death's eyes twitches, pointing at his outfit. And I don't fucking love you. The day I say I love you is the day I hug and befriend life. It's never going to happen. Oh, I don't know, anything is possible if you just. Judas sneakers a little before he moves his hands, making a rainbow for a split second. Believe. You're so gay, why do you even waste your time in here? I obviously don't give a fuck about you. I am gay. So gay for you, death. My baby lumps, dash. I said to stop fucking calling me that, dash. So baby lumps, I'm really digging that suit. Judas grins, getting death to stop, raising her eyebrow in confusion. You just look so dashing, husband. What dash? Death looks down only to stop. She's wearing a black suit with dress pants to match. She whips her head up, looking at Judas, who is looking her up and down with hungry eyes. How the fuck did you get this on me? I have my ways. Judas chuckles, leaning closer. Oh husband, I really do love your mustache, dash. Oh fuck you. I'm taking this shit off. Death growls. She goes to unbutton her suit, but when she sees the pale skin of her stomach she stops, her face getting dark. Please continue. Judas purrs. I agree, you look much better without it. He winks. Give me back my clothes. Death snaps. I will if you call me your wifey. Go to hell. Oh husband, you're my only true home. I hate you so fucking much. I love you so fucking much. The scene fades away. Death, are you okay? Custos frowns, looking at the girl in the cage that's burying her face in her knees. Why do you care, Angel? I'm not your fucking problem. Death growls, glaring up at the Custos. I care because I care for everyone. I've shared this room with you for a while now, Death, though your vocabulary and actions are upsetting. I consider you my friend, dash. Friend. Me. Death laughs at that, shaking her head. You're a dumbass if you think we're friends. Why would you even want to be? I am evil, remember? The end of the world. The one that consumes all? Consumes the life you protect? And you say we're friends. She laughs again, but it sounds bitter. You are my friend. I do care for you even if you are death. There's good in everyone and everything. In the most horrible person you can find good, there's good in you too, death. Your role was chosen for you. I do not hate you for it. Custos takes a step forward. Death's laughter has stopped her, looking at him with her face a bit fallen. Now tell me what's wrong, Death. I know you well enough to know you're upset. I am upset because you won't leave me the fuck alone. Death closes her eyes, hiding them from Custos because they have changed. She turns her back to him. I'll be right behind you, Death, waiting for you. If you want to talk, I'm happy to listen. There's no reason to keep things in and suffer alone. Custos' voice and smile is soft. Not when you have people who care about you here. Death doesn't turn around yet. Maka sees how her eyes shake, a slight blush on her cheeks. She puts a hand to her heart. She never does turn around, but it's obvious the angel's words have gotten to her. The scene fades away. Look, Death. Judas suddenly appears in front of Death's cage, wearing a black suit with a tail coming out of the back. It's skin tight, showing off every curve of his body. On his head are black cat ears. He grins madly. I'm a kitty cat. Death stares at him a moment before she hits her head on the cage. When will she hits her head again? It stop? Cat. I'm a kitty cat. And I dance, 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 and dance, dance, dance. Judas starts moving his hands, forming them to look like paws. He dances around her cage, getting Death to grip her hair. Would you stop it already? I can't deal with it, not today. Death growls, knowing he won't listen, but she tries. Okay. Judas stops the catsuit, leaving so he's wearing his normal clothes. Death blinks, looking over at him in shock. Okay. That's it? You're actually going to stop? I can tell my husband isn't feeling too good. I don't want you to feel worse. If that's true, then get the fuck out of here. Death grunts. Okay. Judas smiles at the look of disbelief on Death's face. But here, I got you something. Judas snaps his fingers. A purple flower appears in his hand. He puts it in her cage, that odd smile still on his face. A beautiful flower for a beautiful girl. Things are going to get hard, just know I really do love you, Death. You're my girl. You'll always be my girl. Take my flower and feel my love. Judas chimes before he fades away. Death stares at where he was before. She looks down at the purple flower. Feel his love. Death scoffs, yet Maka's surprised when she sees the smile from on Death's face. It's small, that hate not in her eyes as she stares at this flower. Beautiful, huh? That smile growls slightly as she reaches for the flower to take it, to hold it, but when Death's fingers touch the flower, it dies. It wilts, turning a gray color. Death's hand recoils, her eyes wide, her hand shakes as she stares at the flower she killed. Then her eyes, oh her eyes, they change into something painful. She holds her face in her hands. I actually forgot what I was, who I was. You make me forget, Judas. Why give me a flower when you know I'll only kill it? Why give me your so-called love? Death trembles. When? I'll only destroy it. The scene fades away. Maka tenses when her eyes take in Custos laying on the ground, bleeding, Azura over him. This is Custos' last fight again. Why is she seeing this? Maka blinks when she sees Death standing off to the side, staring at Custos with wide eyes. She outreaches her hand. Wait, don't dash. Custos fades away, leaving Death standing there, her mouth open. That pain Maka saw when she killed the flower there. The scene fades away. Now, Maka tenses when she sees Krona. He's holding that demon in his arms. The demon is fading away, talking to Krona, who is crying, fading away as well. Off to the side is Death. The girl's body is trembling, her hand outreached for Judas. Those dark eyes, they look human, weak, desperate. Please, I don't want to take him. I already took Custos and not him. She pleads to someone, but no one hears Death. Maka's too busy looking at Death that she misses the kiss Krona and Judas share. She looks back when Krona is lifted up. Judas gives him a smile before he fades away, Krona crying out in pain before he fades away. No. Please. Don't. Death falls to her knees looking at where Judas was. Don't go. The pain is in her eyes deeper than before. She holds her face in her hands, laying on the ground. Everything fades away. When Maka comes back from Death's thoughts, the girl is shaking again. That pain in her eyes Maka saw in the flashbacks. And no more. Her voice trembles. I was given kindness, maybe even friendship, and that was taken from me. I was given a flower just to kill it with my own hands. I don't want to be in this room anymore. I don't want to be left with nothing but the quiet. It's not the quiet that bothers me. Death hugs herself. It's knowing why it's quiet that bothers me, knowing I'm the one that silenced them both. Maka only stares at Death, speechless. This girl, she's only seen her act in hate, she's only seen her rage, she only thought of Death as something that wanted to kill and destroy. Yet those flashbacks, Death cared about Custos and that demon in some way, and then she had to take them away. Maybe Maka pities her, but you won't have to suffer anymore, dear. Arachne speaks up, taking a step closer. I will let you out and I will take all of it away. She lifts up her hand, it lights up. I'm all yours. Death doesn't look at her, still bowing her head. No. Maka screams in her head. She gets in front of Death's cage, shielding it. I'm not going to let you do it, even if you're in pain. If you die, and Arachne takes over, the world is doomed. The world is doomed either way. Death states plainly. She doesn't look up, her bangs covering her eyes. You're still going to try to fight this, Maka? Oh well, I would move out of the way of that cage if I was you. Arachne smirks, her hands lighting up. The door busts open, stopping Arachne. She glances over only for her eyes to slightly widen when a troop stumbles in, a gun wound in her shoulder and stomach. They made it up here, fighting reinforcements. They're going crazy, intruders coming this way. The troop's voice fades as this person falls, hitting the ground limply, its blood pooling around it. Damn it. That short man growls, finally speaking. He takes a couple of steps further, his nose getting bigger. I'll take care of the brats. You continue with Dash. No. I'll take care of them. I want to kill Medusa's child with my own hands. Arachne smirks before she points at Maka. Release the wicked, capture the light. Arachne speaks in a loud voice. A shock of purple power goes straight for Death's cage. Maka braces herself, not going to move from protecting it. It hits her full voice, getting her to scream in agony. It feels like her very being is falling apart, yet she doesn't move. If she moves, it will hit the cage, it will let Death go, then kill her. Maka has to stand her ground. But how long will she be able to hold out? Watch her, it's only a matter of time before life gives in. Arachne smirks. I'm counting on you, Mosquito. I have some little bugs to take care of. Seems they all too have gotten trapped in my web. She laughs madly before she fades away, leaving Maka to scream still in that blue ball protecting the cage. Death doesn't do anything, doesn't look up. Death doesn't care anymore. Maka. Krona screams, Running past all the crazies killing each other, his sword is glowing, his heart, along with everything else, shaking, trembling in fear, in panic. We have to stop her. Kid and Justin roar out. Everyone takes off running with Krona ready to bust into that room, rip Maka from the clutches of Arachne, ready to save her, to end all of this. Please, Krona pleads. He doesn't know who he's begging to, but he's begging not Maka, not all he has. He's lost too much. Don't take her away. It hurts more to have something and then for it to be taken from you than to never have something at all. To hold someone in your arms that gives your life meaning only for the next day they're gone in a box underground. Pain. So much of it. He feels tears sting the corner of his eyes in his desperation the more he hears Maka's scream. She's in pain. She's hurting. She's dying. His love. His everything, the only thing he's ever had. Ragnarok's thoughts and feelings are jumbled in with his own, and really it's as if they are one in this moment, feeling the same things, thinking the same things. Arachne the spider witch will die. Maka, they have to stop this, they have to save her. Krona keeps running, his eyes locked onto the door that has his beloved, the door that's keeping him away from her, stopping him from saving her. Maka has always been Krona's saving grace, his angel, the one he didn't even think was real at first. She held him, healed him, protected him, stood up for him. She gave him courage. She gave him love. She makes him feel special. She has always been there, saving his life in more ways than one. Now it's his turn. Now he's the one going to save her. The one that is going to stand tall, and deal with his actions. He is as guilty as Medusa in this. His actions have led to this, and now he's going to end it. End it all. Wait. Justin suddenly cries out, skidding to a stop. Everyone stop. Turn back now. Arachne's dash. Before he can finish, the spider witch appears right in front of Krona, the boy gasping, not expecting her to just show up. With a push of her hands, a strong wind sends Krona flying back along with everyone else in the hallway. Liz grabs Patty, protecting her as they land hard on the ground back where the bed is. Gurko doing the same for Justin. Fuck. Ragnarok roars as Krona gets back up quickly. Arachne has appeared in this room with them, a smirk on her face. She's blocking the hallway and Maka's still screaming. Maka is still in trouble. Move the fuck out of the way, bitch. Krona roars out with Ragnarok's rage and charges towards Arachne, his sword ready, his eyes on fire. So you're Medusa's child, the one she most desperately hid from me. She chuckles as she puts her hand up, stopping Krona in midair before he can get to her. She grins at him. I see why now. Medusa's little girl is really a boy. What a criminal my sister is. So very disgusting of her. It's too rich. Arachne throws Krona. He hits the wall with a cry of pain. I bet my mother is rolling over in her grave. She screams this, those lips twisting. You're about to fucking join her in the dirt. Ragnarok screams. Krona pants before he screams with him, getting right back up, about to charge her again. Krona. Kid grabs him, stopping him. The pink-haired boy fights with him only for Kid to tighten his hold. Get off. Listen, Krona, you can't make it through like this. She'll just keep pushing you back. Kid looks at him seriously. We will take care of her, let us fight her. You rub past her and save Maka. Kid grips his shoulder. You go and save her, she's waiting for you. Yeah, we got this, bitch. Krona. Patty cheers, getting her cross out. Go and fucking get that dumbass so we can end all this shit. Gurko starts up his chainsaw. Justin takes a step forward, pulling out 2 crosses. To save her, Krona, you must break the ball she's in. It will stop the ritual. You must hurry. She doesn't have much time. Justin grips his crosses. Right. Which Arachne? Kid steps in front of Krona, pulling out an axe from his suit, his cross necklace shining proudly. This is the day you die. In the name of my father, in the name of Maka, you will be destroyed for all your sins. Kid stances himself, those piercing eyes narrowing. I judge you. Fuck yeah, show that big-titted lady who's boss with some yoga. Soul bends his back like Kid, holding his machine gun, smirking. I don't know much about witches, but I know if you shoot a bitch enough she stays down. You all are going to defeat me? You're nothing, young witch hunter. You're all nothing but pawns in this great game. Arachne's hands light up, her eyes turning black. We may be the pawns. Justin jumps in front of her, throwing the cross right on her hand, getting her to gasp, taking a step back, it breaking her spell. Justin's eyes are on fire. But you are no Queen Arachne, and it will be known to all in this battle. Attack now! Kid shouts at Soul, who starts firing his machine gun, hitting Arachne only a couple of times before she puts a force field up, her wounds healing. Patty and Liz throw their crosses at the force field. It wavers. Arachne takes a step forward, her eyes locked on Soul, who's still firing at her, eyes starting to turn black with rage. Krona now! Kid commands. Krona wastes no time. He sees his opening, a space right behind Arachne. Krona runs the fastest he's ever had as Arachne starts fighting off the other 6 that are throwing crosses at her, jumping on her. Krona's able to make it past her. Arachne's eyes widen. Oh no, you dash! She turns ready to kill Krona, only for Kid to jump on her back, shoving a cross against her throat, getting her to gurgle. Krona doesn't look back. He keeps running. He hears screams from behind. He feels the magic, but there's only one scream he truly hears, one scream that brings him horror. Maka is still screaming. Krona gets to the door, and bust it down, not able to think about what he might see. His heartbeat is ecstatic, his mind flooded with Ragnarok's feelings. If possible, his chest hurts even more as his eyes take in Maka, his beloved, screaming to the top of her lungs. She's in a blue ball, her body lighting up in odd black light, tears falling down her face, blood at the corner of her mouth. She looks drained. This light is draining her, making her frilier, bonier. Maka! Krona and Ragnarok cry, the sword lighting up as Krona jumps in, ready to destroy this ball. Krona is kicked in the face, sent flying back into the wall. He's not able to even figure out what happened before something sharp shoots out at him. Krona jumps out of the way, making it out from being impaled. You little shit! Krona blinks as he takes in this short man in front of him. His eyebrow is twitching, his nose is what almost stabbed him. He looks like a old man. I'll kill you for trying to get in the way of what Lady Arachne wants. What the fuck are you? Ragnarok grunts. This gets something to snap in the man. I'll show you what the fuck I am. He roars, his nose getting thicker. It comes back, only to shoot back at Krona. Krona blocks it, having a sword fight with Ragnarok, and this guy's nose. He's small, so he's very fast. Krona cries in pain when he stabs him in the leg. Krona! Ragnarok shouts out in concern as it rips out of his leg. Krona roars out, lifting up his sword to cut this man's head off. Only for his nose to shoot out faster, going right through Krona's shoulder into the wall, pinning him to it. The man rips Ragnarok from his hold, leaving Krona weaponless. Get the fuck off me! Krona! The sword shakes, trying to get out of this man's hold, but he can't. It's over for you. You little shit! The man barks, about to stab Krona with his own sword. Krona hears Maka's scream, knowing she's right there. His lips go in a tight line. No. No. The man stops midway, not being able to help it. The boy's voice has changed completely, his bangs covering his eyes. This isn't over. Krona grabs the man's nose that's in his shoulder. He starts to pull it out, his teeth grinding. Maka isn't going to die. This isn't going to be the end of her. She isn't going to be taken. Krona struggles. The man is trying to keep his nose in, but this boy is finding strength. Krona looks up, his eyes so dark, so full of determination. I won't let her. He screams before he rips his nose out of him, his blood splatting, but he doesn't care. He kicks this man in the face, ripping Ragnarok from his hold. Fucking finish him! Ragnarok roars. Krona feels it, feels all the emotions becoming one with Ragnarok. Once more he roars out before swinging the sword down. The man is about to stab him with his nose, when Krona decapitates him. Cuts his head clean off. The man's blood gets on him and his hair in his mouth. He don't care. He feels nothing. Then he hears her scream yet again. Krona wipes around Maka's detriting. She's dying. Maka! Krona and Ragnarok roar out, the sword lighting up. He jumps towards it and with a powerful cry he slices across the ball, overing Maka's head. It cuts right through it. The ball breaks. The black light fades away from Maka, her screams dying as she falls weakly, not able to hold herself up. Maka! Krona catches her before she falls. He pulls her out of the ball and holds her close to his chest. He knows he shouldn't, he's tired of it, but he cries. He cries because she's been hurt, because this is all his fault. He cries. He has her and she's breathing alive in his arms. Maka groans, her eyes fluttering open. She looks around groggily, but when her eyes fall on Krona they widen. She grabs a hold of him. See, Krona? You made it. You saved me. Where is Ragnarok? Is he okay? I'm right here. Ragnarok's voice is soft as he appears on the blade. Maka has to rub her eyes, but when she still sees this she blinks. You're a sword. Long story, let's get you the fuck out of here. Are you alright, Maka? Please let me carry you, we're going to get out of this. Krona holds her tightly, kissing her forehead, his tears keep falling. Why you keep getting ripped from me? You can't leave me anymore. Krona finds himself yelling, this now's not the time for this. He knows, yet he can't stop himself. He can't lose her anymore, can't be ripped from her. He needs her, it's too painful, he needs her so much. Please, I can't. He can't do it. He needs her. He wants her by his side always. He never wants to her that scream, he just wants to hold her forever, keep her safe and warm, hold her with Ragnarok. They can both keep her safe, just them, that's all. He never wants to lose that. This is his family, the only family he's ever known. Maka looks up at him with wide eyes before they go back to normal. She smiles gently as she reaches out, touching the wound on his shoulder, healing it before touching his thigh, healing him once again. She cups his cheeks, wiping those tears away. It's okay, Krona, it's okay, I'm here, I'm okay. She leans in, kissing him on the lips, capturing those querying lips. He hiccups, holding her even closer, trembling. He kisses her back with such feeling, such a passion. She knows she means everything to him and he means everything to her. Ragnarok stays in the sword, watching as this goes on, without jealous, without anything dark feeling. He sighs in relief. She's alive. She's going to be okay. I can get up. Maka pulls away from the kiss. She only winces slightly before she gets up, standing tall. Are you sure you don't need help? Krona reaches out for her, but she shakes her head, giving him a reassuring smile. I'm fine now, let's go out there and win this fucking war, huh? Kill this bitch once and for all. Maka grins, grabbing Krona's hand, the one that's holding Ragnarok. Together. Together. Fucking together. Ragnarok joins in, not helping to smirk just a little bit. She's out here, Maka kid and the others are fighting her. Krona shifts. Then let's help them. Come on. We can kill her. Maka roars, a hate so deep forming in her eyes it takes Krona aback as she grabs him and pulls him out of the room, running down the hallway, ready to fight this bitch with all her friends, ready to make her pay for the shit she's done. They skid to a stop, a gasp leaving Maka's lips as she takes in her friends. Kid, Liz, Patty, Sol, Justin, and Gurko all lay on the ground limp. Giriko on top of Jusitun is in a way to protect him. Kid is laying on his back, his head lolled to the side. Liz is in front of Patty, but both of them are out. Sol is on his stomach, all their eyes are closed, their bodies hurt, racked with marks. Well. Arachne smirks, looking at Krona and Maka that had just came in this room, sheds sitting on her bed drinking some wine. That was a waste. They were like ants trying to take on a anteater, idiots. She chuckles. You bitch. Maka's voice trembles, her eyes shaking. They lost so quickly. Krona grips Ragnarok, stepping forward. Maka, I want you to get out of here dash. I'm not leaving you. We fight together. We can fucking take her. Maka feels herself calm when she sees that everyone is breathing. They're just knocked out. Arachne didn't kill them. Thank God. Take me. Arachne stands, her smirk is so twisted, her eyes bouncing slightly as she stares at Maka with a hungry. No. It is I who will take you, my dear. Take everything from you. She roars out, her ees getting darker, those webs in them getting brighter. This woman is changing, her bones crack, she gets taller, her lower half getting larger, rounder. She loses her legs only for them to be replaced by 8 more. Her dress rips, exposing her top hair almost completely, only a black web around her chest. Maka stares at her in disgust. She's half human, half spider. Magic is coming off of her bottom half black and of a spider. Let me show you, Maka. Arachne laughs, her fingers twitching, her magic gathering. Why, my mother likes me so much, let me show you, that I'm worthy to be death. Maka. Krona stands by her side, griping her hand tightly. She looks over at him, seeing the fire in his eyes. She looks down, seeing the sword light up, Ragnarok's eyes on fire as well. She nods before glaring back at Arachne, her power builds, her hair moving. All Krona said was her name, just her name told her everything she needed to know. That he's here, that they both are, that they will stand with her to the end. By the end of this there will be one last witch standing, and best believe it's going to be her. Krona lifts up his sword, Maka's hands twitch, Ranch smirks. Let's end this war. Chapter 74. Die bitch. Ragnarok roars as Krona runs towards Arachne full speed, his sword back, that fire in his eyes, his teeth grinding. He's wasting no time. It's time to finally kill her. Time to get Maka the fuck out of here. Time to wipe that smirk off her face. Krona doesn't like how she's looking at Maka, Like she's something to eat, it gets something to boil inside him, and Ragnarok, their rage exploded into this. He's not thinking about her powers or strength. He's only thinking about destroying her. Foolish boy. Arachne chuckles as her hands light up a spell on the tip of her tongue. You're definably Medusa's child, I'll kill you before you can dash. Slice and dice. Maka screams out. She runs closer and does a backflip when she becomes level with the spider witch's creepy legs. Right before she lands, she shoots out green power. Arachne only looks at it and shoots back such a weak spell. You'll have to do better than that, dash, Arachne states, but a scream to her right makes her eyes light in realization. She moves back just in time as Krona slings down his sword. He missed, but he slings it again, this time cutting off one of her legs with one slice. Arachne cries out in pain as she becomes off-balanced, the other pointy legs keeping her up. She glares daggers at Krona, who is going in for another cut, making sure not to give her a break. Arachne's eyes narrow and Krona is sent back, hitting the wall hard, and with a cry, he falls down. The spider witch immediately starts healing herself. Only for Maka to appear right in front of her, those eyes ablazed, the hate and malice shining brightly as she goes to punch Arachne, the spider witch catching it easily, smirking at her. That Desharanch starts only to cry in pain when 3 more of her legs get cut off. She whips her head down and sees green power spiking out Maka's leg like a knife. The sneaky bitch, she only did this to get close enough to take out Arachne's legs. Arachne growls in pain, her becoming more off-balanced. Maka lifts her leg again, about to cut her once more. This time the spider witch is prepared. She throws Maka away from her quickly, her black power shocking Maka, getting her to cry out. Now time to get to her wounds. Right when Maka falls, Krona jumps over her, his sword is vibrating, sweat beating down his face. Ragnarok's eyes are red in the sword as Krona jumps in the air, coming down on the spider witch. This ends now. They both roar out as Krona lands in front of Maka. He stabs down the sword, crying out in a loud voice as a large wave of power heads towards the spider witch. Arachne's eyes widen as the wave hits her full force, forcing her back all the way towards the wall. He's got her. He had to. Wow, Krona, Ragnarok, that was kick-ass. Maka grins over at them, getting Krona to look at her. He frowns when he sees she's bleeding out of her arm. She landed on a piece of broken glass from the fight. Maka, are you okay? He gets closer to her. Krona, look out. Maka cries suddenly and tackles him out of the way just as that wave of magic comes back at them. It passes them, going through the walls. Maka and Krona look over at Arachne, who had just pushed all that raw power away with her hands. Her hands only slightly bleed, then are healed. Her legs, they're healed as well. She looks good as new. You'll have to do better than that. Did you really think you two could beat me? Just give in to me, Maka, you're only dragging out the edible. Arachne stomps down on the ground, causing it to shake, Krona and Maka gripping onto each other so they don't lose their balance. Spider's poison. Arachne roars out, her fingernails get really long, glowing with purple light before they shoot out quickly. They're a blur. Force field. Maka holds Krona closer as they are surrounded by green light. Arachne's spell hits them hard. Maka grinding her teeth to hold up her protection. She holds onto Krona for support, knowing if she fails, Krona is going to die with her. He gives her strength to hold onto the force field. No matter how rapidly Arachne shoots at them, she holds it up. This is ridiculous. She needs to think of a way to kill this bitch and kill her fast as expected. She's strong, really strong. Maka gets this sinking feeling Arachne isn't even using her full strength. She's toying with them, smirking at them. Fuck, this bitch doesn't give up. Ragnarok growls, watching as they are continuously attacked. Maka. Krona frowns as he watches sweat fall down her face. She's panting, clinging to him. Holding this up is hurting her. It makes Ragnarok's being boil more. I'm fine. Maka gives him a reassuring smile, but it looks more like a wince. Death. Don't you want all this to end? Don't you want your suffering to stop? Arachne calls out. Maka can feel death stir in her cage. She grips the bars of her cage tightly, those eyes narrowing in her hate. Maka's force field finally breaks. It shatters, but she's quick. Rebound. Maka screams and all these needles are sent back to Arachne. They all hit her, going back into her. That didn't do anything but save them. Fighting me is useless. This all could stop Maka. Arachne's hands light up, she mumbles something under her breath. Maka feels power underneath her, it gets her eyes to widen. Krona, move. He does. He jumps away from where he's standing just as a sharp spider leg comes out of the ground ready to impale him. Maka dodges one herself, Krona and her having to separate. As they move constantly, they exchange a look before they start running towards Arachne, both their eyes on fire. Oh no, you don't. Arachne smirks as she points at Krona, about to freeze him. Maka. Krona yells out for her. Holding out his hand, she nods, and grabs it. Together they spin in the air, only for Krona to throw Maka. She soars towards Arachne. Break. She screams and all of Arachne's legs crumble, this breaking her spell, and getting her to cry out. Take that, you fucking bitch. Maka screams, her power sending Arachne back, shocking her as it does so. Spikes. As soon as Arachne hits the wall, spikes come out of it, going through her stomach, and her odd bottom, pinning her to the wall, green and red blood oozing out of her. This is for my mother. For taking her away from me. You're mistaken, my dear. Arachne's lips curl up into a sick smirk. Even in the state she's in, Maka watches as she rips herself out of the spikes, that smirk never falling like it didn't hurt. Maka opens her mouth to say another spell. Arachne lashes out, her long fingers pushed together. She jabs Maka's shoulder, her nails pierce her flesh, getting her to cry out as Arachne heals herself once again, her fingernails going deeper into Maka's shoulder. Get the hell off her. Krona roars as he stabs the ground. A wave of power comes out from under Arachne, getting her to cry out and let go of Maka. Maka takes steps back, holding her bleeding shoulder till it heals. Krona, get down. Maka commands, and when he lays down she spreads her arms, her power gathering, her hair whipping around. This is her chance, this is where it ends, where she avenges her mother, where she wins, where good finally wins against evil. Devil's Halo. Maka cries out, bright light circling around her before shooting out, going over Krona, breaking anything in its path, bring the ceiling down. Maka holds her hands up so Krona and her don't get crushed, shielding them from the falling debris. No. Arachne grabs a hold of the power, grinding her teeth, trying to push it back. She's doing it, slowly but surely. She's about to push her spell back. I don't think so. Krona does a spin on his heel before he throws his sword. Ragnarok. Got this, bitch. Ragnarok stabs right through Arachne's chest. Her mouth opens in a silent scream, but she's still holding the halo. Corpse Party. Maka screams, the sword lights up, its power radiating as Ragnarok shocks Arachne with his new power. Maka panting, encouraging him on, she can handle it. Arachne can no longer hold Maka's halo. She lets go of it and it goes right through her bottom. Arachne roars out in pain as she falls to the ground, green goo pooling around her, Ragnarok still in her chest. Maka, you did it. Krona beams at her, he feels a happiness, it's finally over. They can go home. They can leave this horrible place and forget about this. Yeah. Maka knows she got Arachne good, but she has a bad feeling that. Chuckling cuts off her thoughts. Both Krona and Maka tense as they look back at Arachne. She's laughing, she's still alive even though most of her spider half has been cut off of her. Her hair is out of the bun, it curling crazily around her face, those eyes full of madness as she starts to lift herself up with no legs. You're so foolish. I'm telling you, Maka, you cannot kill me. I must say I'm impressed that you made it this far. My sister taught you something, but... Arachne throws her head back, making a odd sound as her button grows back good as new blood drips from the corner of her mouth. She licks it off, that mad smile tainting her lips. She didn't teach you enough. Arachne chuckles before her lips start moving in her hands. Maka knows she's saying a powerful spell. She has to stop her. Hell's Volcano. Maka starts. Death tackles the cage. This sends a jolt of pain through Maka's body, breaking her spell. She cries out and falls to her knees. The cage has weakened. It's bending at Death's blows. Stop it. Maka commands her, panting. I won't stop till I'm gone. Death's voice growls. Or everyone else is. Ragnarok. Krona calls for him. He's still in Arachne's chest, she didn't rip him out. He roars as he shocks her again, breaking Arachne's spell. She growls, ripping the sword out of her chest, the wound healing immediately. I'll break you. Arachne grips the sword, her power going out, making Ragnarok yell out in agony. Get off him. Krona picks up a piece of glass. He jumps, stabbing it into her back using his weight. He hangs onto the glass, it ripping down her spine, getting Arachne to drop. Ragnarok, turning to grab a hold of Krona, only for him to slip between her spider legs, his small body hard to grab. As he grabs Ragnarok once again they connect. He feels Ragnarok's gratitude, his respect. It fuels Krona. The sword already vibrates as he blocks one of Aranch's legs before it can stab him. You're not going to take away my family. Your family. Arachne pants. I am your family, Krona. I'm your aunt. Blood runs thicker than water, and if I know anything. Arachne lashes out, grabbing Krona's throat before he can stab her again, her eyes dark. You're as much of a snake as your mother. It's said really she never loved you, did she? Arachne chuckles at how Krona's eyes flashed. She tightens her grip on his throat. He can't breathe and Ragnarok can't reach her. He's screaming, yelling at him to do something. He can't get away. Oh, you poor child, I can give you my love. Arachne pulls back her hand, her index finger and middle finger aimed for Krona's eyes to silence him for good. No, Krona. Maka pants, about to get up, about to save him. Death tackles her cage again. It bends, getting Maka to cry out in pain, holding herself. Stop it! She screams, trying to force herself up, but Death is persistent. She's still trying to get out. Krona! Ragnarok screams when Arachne jabs down her fingers. Suddenly Arachne is tackled off of him, Krona falling on his butt, taking greedy breaths of air. His breath catches when he sees who saved him. It's one of Arachne's troops. His eyes, those eyes are bouncing so bad, a twisted smile on his lips that he reminds him of Judas. Get off! Arachne growls. This troop is ripped in half by the Spider Witch's power. As she gets back up, her eyes aglare. She jumps back up, her hand pointed at Krona. Back the fuck up! Maka screams. Her power goes out, sending Arachne some feet back. Maka pants, feeling drained as she glances at Krona. Are you okay? Why, yeah. Krona gets back up, gripping his sword close to him, glaring at Arachne that is smirking at them. Krona, I need you to hold her off for me so I can use one of my most powerful spells. We'll end this now. This battle has gone on long enough. Maka forces herself up, ignoring the pain Death is putting her through. She closes her eyes, gathering her power. Krona gets in front of her protectively, only to get knocked to the side by Arachne. The Spider Witch grabs a hold of Maka, breaking her concentration, her eyes snapping open. You and Medusa's son are very close. You trust him and he trusts you. Your teamwork is admirable, but... Her lips curl. You see, my dear, he's the one that's been lying to you all this time. You trust him with all your heart and soul while he's been hiding things from you. He knew about Medusa all along. He dash. Shut up. Krona suddenly roars out, lunging forward. He slices Arachne's arm off, his eyes dark with that rage, but there's something else, a fear, a desperation to silence the Spider Witch for good. You insolent brat. Arachne roars out in agony, red blood pouring down like a water fountain. Maka knows she can't heal that. Krona just got rid of one of her hands, a very good hit. Her eyes turn black as she grabs Krona by the face, digging her nails in. She sends her power through him, shocking him, getting him to scream out in pain. Stop. Maka pushes Arachne off of Krona, only for her to point at him. He's sent flying back, a web appearing around him, trapping him. And no. He struggles to get free, but Ragnarok's stuck too. Krona. Maka cries out for him, only for Arachne to grab her. Her eyes are crazy. This ends now. I will be Death and I will be her now. Arachne roars as her power goes through Maka, shocking her, getting her to scream. Arachne's draining her and Death's hits are getting stronger. She won't be able to last much longer. She can't get away from her. Maka, no. Krona and Ragnarok cry out, struggling to get loose, but it's no use. They're trapped, and so is Maka. They're going to be forced to watch as their life is taken from them, their love is taken from them. Maka screams, the cage about to break, everything she's worked for about to be taken away from her, all the pain, all the fighting for nothing. It was all for nothing. The pain stops. Arachne lets go of her, jumping back, her eyes wide as she stares at this person that just shoved her off of Maka and is now holding the younger girl in her arms. You're okay. Maka stops screaming to look up, her eyes locking onto those piercing yellow eyes, those eyes of a snake, of a murderer, those eyes full of nothing. Yet Maka sees something as Medusa holds her. She feels her power go through her, healing her as Medusa nuzzles her head. Everything's going to be fine, it's reaching the end. Maka doesn't like being held by her, but then she sees something. Medusa holding her mother, kissing her mother smiling as Medusa holds her so gently. Maka leans into Medusa for support, letting her power go through her to heal her. Medusa lets her go to turn her attention back to her sister, who is staring at her with wide eyes. Medusa? How did you get in? Arachne takes a step back, her teeth grinding. Your force field weakened. It seems your little witches couldn't hold it up anymore. Medusa takes a step closer. Krona stares at her with those eyes, both relieved to see her and not Maka. Medusa glances back at her. Maka can't form words. Death is still making this hard on her, banging on the cage, roaring out. I want you to do that spell I taught you. You know the one I'm talking about. I will hold her off and you will deliver the finishing blow. Medusa turns back to Arachne only to see her right in front of her. Medusa holds up her arms, blocking those legs from stabbing her. Her arms set on fire, getting Arachne to screech and back up as her legs are burned. Maka knows what spell she's talking about. It gets herself to shiver just thinking about it. She's never actually completed it, but she knows that once this spell is done, Maka is spent. She won't have any more power. Maka grips her fist knowing there's no other way. Her power gathers and she begins. Blood is the essence of life. Blood is life and life is blood. Death likes the taste of blood, likes the taste of life. She's thirsty for life, thirsty for her life. Maka points at Arachne, her body lighting up. No. Arachne roars out, her eyes lighting in realization as she grabs a hold of Medusa's snake from her arm that just reached out for her. Maka, that won't only kill me but it will destroy you. Medusa's trying to become death. Even now she's trying to betray you. Maka doesn't listen to her. I call on the powers of life and death, I surrender to death, so that it may take this life dash. Maka, you must listen to me. Listen to what you're saying. I'm not going to lose to my sister. You still don't believe that Medusa is against you? I can prove it. Love is powerful but hate stems deeper. Kill, kill, kill. Destroy her for her sins, take this life and take it now. Maka's getting close to the end. She's about to kill her and all of this. Look. That boy's curse. Who do you think gave him that? In a way to control him? To have something over you. Arachne grabs Medusa's wrist. The snake witch's eyes widen in surprise at the sudden movement. I know it was you. Maka shouts out, the spell still going. Don't even try. Life's dash. Maka is about to finish it when. Not I, her. Arachne's eyes change. Medusa recoils, trying to hide her hand, but it's too late. Maka sees the mark on her hand, the mark of a purple flower. She saw how it lit up and how Krona's lit up with it. She feels the magic off this curse for the first time. It's like a spell has been lifted, exposing this to her. This isn't Arachne's magic. It's Medusa's. This shocks Maka enough the spell breaks. She roars out in pain, falling down, her hands burnt up, her eyes shaking, her whole being turning. Medusa, you're the one that cursed him. That means Medusa's been trying to kill her all this time. See Maka? She has done nothing but lie to you. She's the one that cursed Krona, who sent that plant beast on you. She's been poisoning you with that black liquid, all her. Maka is shutting down. What? But why? Why would she? Her head is hurting, she can't grasp anything, everything is getting blurry. Medusa doesn't look at Maka. As Arachne throws her back. She wants you dead. She wants death out of that cage just like me. Arachne roars as a black spike forms in her hands. It's time to finish this. To finish the ritual. You're going to be mine. Even you can't stop me now, Medusa. Arachne moves lighting fast, ready to pierce her with this spike to end the ritual, to steal her body. Maka can't move, can't think. Medusa has been against her all this time, but her mother, why and did Krona and Ragnarok know? All this time? No. They couldn't have. Maka hears Krona cry her name, screaming with Ragnarok. She hears Arachne's laughter, a black aura around her protecting her from any of Medusa's attacks. She hears death still banging on her cage. This is it. This is the end. This is what it all comes down to, all that effort gone. It was for no reason. Maka was doomed from the start. Maka can't look away from the spike, knowing it will pierce her, it will break the cage. She can already feel it draining her from here. It's over. Arachne roars, lifting up the spike before jabbing it forward. It pierces through flesh and bone, a sickening ripping sound breaking the quiet of the room. Blood splats on the floor, the spike going all the way through, already sucking the power, the life out of its victim. She doesn't make a sound, doesn't make a cry, she just takes it. Maka's breathing is uneven, her eyes wide as her blood splats on her face as she takes in the spike that is inches from her chest, it being stopped by something in its way. Maka can't comprehend what's going on, and by the look on everyone's face she can tell they don't either. You. Arachne's face falls, staring her sister in the eyes, the one that just took the blow. Arachne's eyes shake. She can see the spike already working, sucking the life out of Medusa. It won't stop till she's dead. Arachne knows the power of her attack. It wasn't meant for Medusa, it was meant to break Death's cage. Idiot. She trembles knowing this was her only spike it will take, starting the whole ritual over again to make another one. Arachne rips the spike out, trying to stop its effects, trying to keep it, but it disappears from her hands. Medusa falls limply in front of Maka, her blood pooling around her. There's a crack in her face, her skin is so pale, becoming sunken in. Maka stares at her with shaking eyes, nothing making sense. Why did you save me? This is what you wanted Death to be out of her cage. Why did you stop it? Why are you dying? It's true, I wanted to kill you. Medusa starts weakly. Maka gets closer so she can hear, her eyes so wide. I wanted to rip you of your body, make you suffer. Kami died because of you. I wanted you to feel pain, to hurt like I did. I wanted you dead. Medusa's eyes get glossy. Because I wanted her back. I wanted to sacrifice your life for hers. I wanted to have her again, to gain back the feeling of being human, of being cared about, the feeling of her warmth. So yes, it's true, I've been making your life a living hell, wanting for Death to take you over so I could have her back. Her words are getting weaker. Maka's heart aches, realizing what Erika meant. Medusa wanted to give up Maka's life for her mother's. It's still betrayal, but Maka holds Medusa in her arms, not caring that blood is getting on her. I'm going to heal you, okay? You'll be fine. Maka starts trying, only for Medusa to grab her hands, stopping her. You'll need your strength, there's nothing you can do for me. Medusa's shoulders start to break in like glass. It gets Maka to gasp. Medusa's breaking apart. Maybe I should say sorry. Medusa touches Maka's cheek, rubbing it gently. But I don't feel sorry. Even now I still want to kill you. I watched as she slowly died, as her face slowly sunk in, because of you, because of her sacrifice. I hated you, maybe I still do. I still want her back, but you've reminded me what really made Kami happy. You reminded me she gave up her life for you because you are her world. She would never forgive me if I killed you for her. It doesn't stop me from wanting it. The more I look at you, the more it pains me, aches me. Medusa's legs break in. Hey, it's funny. I've spent so much time with this plan, put so much effort into it, only to turn around and go against everything I've done. Kami ruins my plans. Once again. Medusa's other shoulder breaks in. Maybe. I did love her. Maybe this is this empty feeling in my chest ever since she's been gone. Maybe this is the yearning I feel, the pain. Medusa chuckles sadly. Is it love? This horrible feeling, I miss her so much, I wanted her back so much. Maka then sees images flash through her head, and she knows it's what Medusa's thinking. Kami laying her head on Medusa's shoulder, tried out, Medusa holding her close, nuzzling her head. Her mother's smile. Maka sees Medusa watching her mother from a window, watching as Kami holds a baby. Maka and Spirit holds Kami. There's no anger, she's only watching to make sure her mother's smile is there. Maka sees Kami hugging Medusa, both smiling till they fade away. Maka feels tears fall down her face as she holds Medusa closer. She's weeping, crying for Medusa. She can't help it as she watches more of this woman cave, and she's dying. Don't let Kami's death be in vain, Maka. Medusa wipes her tears. Don't let all of this be in vain. Medusa smiles up at Maka, those tears still falling down the younger girl's face. Kami would never forgive me if you died. Then Medusa's hand goes limp. She completely shatters, turning into dust in Maka's hands. She's gone. Medusa the snake witch is dead. Krona and Ragnarok stare at where Medusa was in shock, their mouths wide open. What? But. So foolish. Now I have to do it all over again. That mistake of a life. That dash. Stop. Maka's voice is dark as she gets up, her bangs covering her eyes. She grips the dust in her hands. She points a finger at Arachne. She doesn't even look. Life's surrender. She speaks the final words of the spell. Since she said it all, she's able to do it even though she doesn't have any power. Medusa's death has sent her over the edge. She does this even though this spell could kill her at this point. She doesn't care. And no. Arachne tries to turn to run to get out of here, only for black claws to come out of the ground, grabbing a hold of her, trapping her. Arachne cries out in agony as they grip her, crushing her, taking the wind right out of her. You'll pay. For everything you've done, for taking my mother, for cursing me, for killing Medusa. Maka grips her fist. You'll pay. She roars out, a dark cloud coming out of her. It forms into the shape of the Grim Reaper. Maka's power is going haywire, so much of it, so much darkness. No. This can't happen. I'm a royal. The Grim Reaper shoves his bony hands down Arachne's throat. He sticks his whole hand in getting Arachne to gurgle, her eyes wide in pain. And I'm death, bitch. The Grim Reaper growls before he rips his hand out, only to shove it through her chest, ripping her heart out. Arachne chokes, watching as her heart beats in the Grim Reaper's hands, only for him to squeeze till it pops, the blood going everywhere like he just popped a water balloon. Mother. Arachne gets out before she falls over dead, lifeless. It's over. The Grim Reaper turns and returns into Maka. She falls over in her exhaustion, her bangs covering her eyes, her body becoming limp. Maka. Krona cries out. The web fades off of him and he runs towards her, dropping to her side. He holds her in his arms. His eyes shaking, but when he sees she's breathing he sighs in relief. She's only hurt, tried, she's okay, she won. It's over. Ragnarok comes out of the sword, causing it to shatter. Not able to hold himself in any longer, he holds Maka in his arms, those piercing blue eyes deep. As he rubs her hair he glances up, looking at the dust of Medusa. It's completely over, Krona. Why, yeah. Krona takes in a deep breath. He puts his hand over Ragnarok's just so he can feel connected to him again. They're all connected, and surprisingly Ragnarok doesn't take Krona's hand off of him. He almost seems to welcome it. They need each other now. You did it, you fucking bitch. Ragnarok can't help his large smile. It's of happiness. It's over. It's finally fucking over. All the hardships, everything, they did it. They fucking did it. He leans down, kissing Maka on the lips as Krona continues to hold her close. When Ragnarok pulls away, Krona warps his arms around the both of them, pulling them closer together. This is his family. He'll never let go. It's over. Krona and Ragnarok hear some groans behind them, and when they turn around, Kid and his group are starting to get up. Liz asking Patty if she's okay, Giriko holding Justin tighter, making sure he's still alive, but the boy's still knocked out. Kid forces himself up, Soul helping him up. Kid's eyes fall on Arachne's body and his eyes light up. You did it. He beams, looking over at Krona and Ragnarok only to see the state Maka's in. He frowns deeply. Maka. Is she hurt badly? Kid limps over to her, getting close enough to see her. Soul, Liz, and Patty following behind him. Damn. Soul whistles when he gets a look at Arachne's spider body. That was one ugly bitch. I don't know. Krona swallows. Kid, do you still have that potion? We could use it on Maka. Ah. Yes, of course. Kid pulls out that vial and hands it to Krona. Krona stares at him a moment as he takes the vial from him. He looks at how Kid is looking at Maka. The pink-haired boy looks back down at the girl he loves. Thank you, Kid. What? Kid seems taken aback at Krona's soft voice. Thank you for helping us. Without you this might not have turned out how it did. You brought a army to help her. I know we've never gotten along. I still don't really like you, but I'm grateful to you, so thank you. Krona rubs Maka's cheek. Ragnarok just grumbles a yeah in agreement. He still wants to beat the shit out of Kid. Krona. Kid stares at him before smiling. It's I who should be thanking you. You're the one that's really taken care of her even in the beginning. Kid puts a hand on Krona's shoulder, and he looks up at him. I could never help her. She never wanted my help, always yours. If there was a problem, you were the only one that could make her better, that she wanted to make her better in her mother's death. I couldn't even get her to speak. Kid smiles a big sadly. You got her to smile, Krona. You brought her back. I judged you wrong and I apologize. In my jealousy I didn't open my eyes to see how good you were for her. So thank you for watching and taking care of my best friend. Kid glances at Maka's face, those eyes glossed over. Where I couldn't. Krona stares at him with wide eyes, taking in all he said. That has to be the nicest thing Kid said to him, and his words get his chest to tighten. Maka only wanted him, only came to him. He was jealous of Kid for nothing. In this moment Krona gets a understanding of Kid, and for once he's able to smile at him. Kid sees it and smiles back, any tension between them gone. It's over. Go and heal her now. Kid glances at the vial and Krona nods. He turns his attention back to Maka, taking the cap off the vial. Time to heal her, time for them to go home to make a new start. Ragnarok holds the limp Maka's head up. As Krona places the vial to her lips. Yay, we did it, sis. Patty cheers as she jumps up and hugs her sister, smiling. The world and Maka are saved. Yeah. Liz smiles at her sister, holding her close, just glad this nightmare is over. Justin groans, coming to his blue eyes are unfocused. They focus only to see Giriko's face mere inches from his own, only to feel his warmth around him. Justin, thank God you're okay. Stop fucking scaring me like that. Kiriko growls, but it's weak, his eyes full of relief. Is it over? Is Arachne dead? Justin glances behind Kiriko, seeing Arachne's body. When he sees her heart is gone, a red flag is sent up, his breath catching. Something's wrong. What do you mean? The bitch is dead. Kiriko holds Justin closer. Relax, it's over. Krona pours the contents of the vial down Maka's throat. He waits for it to take effect. Everyone does. It takes a while, but soon Maka's cuts and her bruises get healed. Her face gets brighter and her breathing steady. Everyone sighs in relief, beaming as Maka shifts. She lifts herself up, her eyes still closed, her bangs covering her eyes. Maka, you did it. Arachne's dead. It's all over now. Krona cheers. Maka doesn't respond. This gets everyone's smile to falter. Ragnarok frowns. Hey Maka dash. That's not my name. Maka speaks as she slowly gets up, her bangs move, revealing her eyes. Those eyes aren't Maka's. They're darker, full of hate, of such deep, stemmed feelings. Her face is blank. I go by many names, but I will not be called by the same name as life, no. Her voice is odd. Sis, what's wrong with Maka? Patty tilts her head, Liz staring at her with wide eyes. And no, it can't be. Kid takes a step back, knowing just who this is. His face falls in horror. Maka. Krona takes a step closer, those dark eyes lock onto him, getting him to pause, a shiver being sent down his spine. Maka stares at him a moment, her face blank before she speaks. You look like someone I used to know. She walks till she's standing in front of Krona, those eyes so deep. But you're not him and I'm not her. This isn't over. There is no happy ending if I see Nat have one. Maka takes steps back. No one can. Death. Justin gets up, everyone turns to look at him except for Krona, who is looking at Maka with shaking eyes, not understanding why he feels so afraid of her yet feels so familiar with this feeling at the same time. Maka looks at Justin, looking away from her hands that she was moving around. What have you done to Maka? So it's true. This isn't a dream. Maka, no. Death looks at her hands, feels her body. I have the body, I'm the one in control once more. I'm free while life has taken my place. She wouldn't let me die, no. She wouldn't let my suffering end. Death grips her fist. Then I'll make the world suffer with me. The world's at its end, no more breathing, no more family. Death's eyes get odd. No more love. I will destroy it all. No Maka, you have to fight her. You can't let her win, Dash Kid protests. But you see, I've already won. Death cuts him off. She takes steps back and finally her lips twist into a wicked smile. No one can stop me. The human race is done for. She laughs madly, it crackles. Maka. Krona reaches out for her, his chest twisting. It was supposed to be over. Death flinches away from him, wincing like his touch would bring her pain. Don't look at me like that. Krona tilts his head and Death backs up more, her bangs covering her eyes. You're not him. I'll make everyone pay for my suffering and I'll begin where it all started. Death's lips curl again before she fades away. Time to pay my old town a visit. Then she's gone. Ragnarok can't believe this. He stares at where Maka was with wide eyes. This was supposed to be fucking over. This is where they were supposed to have the happy ending, and live happily ever after or some shit like that. But it's not over. The struggle between life and death will never be over. She's going to destroy our old home. Patty cries out. No. She's going to destroy the whole world. Kid trembles. We have to stop her. There has to be some way to help Maka fight her. Dash. Maka's deep in herself now, locked away. Justin looks down, his eyes have a faraway look. It's all up to her now, she has to fight herself out. Justin looks up. But we can't let her destroy the world. We must protect what we can. Us being around Maka should help her. Krona's knees feel weak, they give on him only for Ragnarok to catch him, gripping him firmly. We're going to fucking get her back, we're going to fucking get her back. He says this over and over again, but it seems like he's trying to reassure himself just as much as Krona. Krona takes comfort being close to Ragnarok, still feeling that connection they had, and maybe Ragnarok feels it too. That's why he continues to keep him close, not pushing him away. Krona's glad he doesn't know if he could deal with it if Ragnarok pushed him away now. We can use the gem to beat Death to the town. Kid pulls out that purple gem, getting close to everyone. We can't let any more innocent people die. They all nod, they all understand, but to protect the world, they have to fight Maka. Krona can't, he won't, but that girl isn't Maka. Maka's still inside that body though. They all fade away with heavy hearts, fearing the worst for their world and for Maka. It was supposed to be all over. This was supposed to be their happy ending. Chapter 75. A young woman stares down at her hand, a small smile on her face as she touches the diamond on her ring finger. It keeps her warm in this cold night. This ring is keeping her sane. After seeing so much bloodshed, seeing her friends and family kill each other with those crazy eyes, oh those eyes, she'll never forget them. They will haunt her for the rest of her life. She'll always remember her sister's blue eyes, how they bounced, how they looked so glassy as she tried to cut her throat. The woman lifts up her hand and kisses her ring. She won't think of that now, that's all over and done with. She still has her love, she still has her sanity. She won't lose it for his sake. She won't fall victim to the allure of madness. She'll fight it to the very end. As long as she has him. Her love. Her everything. He protects her, wipes her tears every night she cries in his arms. It's been hard, don't get her wrong. After getting out of the bomb shelter, once all the crazies stopped, they had no home to go to. It was destroyed, it was nothing but rubble. If not for her fiancé's quick thinking, they wouldn't have this garage to sleep in. They have been living in his father's garage for some time. The military and cops seem to be everywhere. If you walk the streets, a cop will grab you and flash a flashlight in your eyes to make sure your eyes don't bounce, to make sure no giggle escapes your throat. If your eyes bounce just a little, if you laugh, they shoot you. They don't think twice. It's not safe outside anymore. That crazy attack is over, but the people here are no longer normal. They have been scarred, they have lost so much. It's hard to be sane in this world. This world where you've lost your mother, or father, or sister, or brother, where death is outweighing life, when you can't even trust your loved ones, afraid they might turn crazy, afraid they might try to kill you. This world where little kids are on the streets hungry but no one can help them. To get food you have to fight for it. It seems as if the president has forgotten about them, or it could be she heard that the president is dead. Stabbed in the head by his crazy wife during the attack. It seems this world has no order anymore, no rules. Everyone's just running around, not knowing where to turn, who to go to. They search for a savior, for someone to save them, but no one is helping them. They have to help themselves. It may be selfish, but she doesn't help the little kids. She doesn't help the injured man begging for her to take away his pain. She can't help them. She barely has any food for herself, and she can't kill someone selfish. It's become a selfish world, but really it's always been one. This situation just brings out the worst in people, she supposes. She doesn't think this world could get any worse. Sarah. Sarah. At her name she sits up, her eyes wide at the urgency in it. The garage doors sling open, Sam runs in, he's panting, out of breath, his eyes wide. We have to get out of here. Now. What? Why? Sarah doesn't have time to ask before Sam grabs her wrist and yanks her out of the garage. He takes off running, Sarah being dragged with him, her eyes wide. He looks so scared. Why? That's when she sees it, the sky. It's completely black. The sun can't shine through these clouds, making it look like it's nighttime. There's a wind picking up, a strong one that whips her hair all over the place, whips her tattered dress around her hips. Is it about to storm? Or? Sarah hears a scream, and when she turns her head she sees a man running from a dark cloud. He trips and the dark cloud consumes him when she can see the man again. He's lifeless, those eyes glossed over in death. Sarah then sees someone crash a car into a building, a park bench on fire. There's blood and guts everywhere. What the hell is going on? What was that cloud? It just killed the guy. Sam. Sarah cries out in fear as he keeps pulling her, moving as fast as he can. She watches as one of those dark clouds goes into a telephone pole. Sarah watches with wide eyes as it comes down right on a car with a woman in it trying to start it. The telephone pole crashes right through her windshield, smashing into her head, it cracking like an egg. The sparks from the wires shoot out towards them, Sarah holding out her hand to protect her face as Sam runs even faster. I don't know. I was in town, trying to get us some food, and then the sky turned dark. Stuff started to happen, like the fucking ground opening up. That took like 5 people. Shit, I can't get out of my head the sound they made, the screams they made as they fell. I almost fell, Sarah, if I didn't pull myself up. He shivers, he's breathing heavily. People started dropping around me for no reason. Things were falling apart, moving by themselves. I ran as fast as I could to you, afraid you were in trouble, afraid that whatever the hell was happening to me was happening to you. I'm so glad you're okay, but damn, so many people, Sarah. They were jumping off of the highest buildings. Do you know the sound a body makes when it falls and hits the ground from the height of 70 feet? Do you know? His voice is cracking and she hates it. She hates that he had to see that. Hates that they can't have a break, hates that something like this is happening again. She survived the first one, can't she just live with her fiancé and be happy? Why can't she just have her happy ending? Sam, what are we going to do? We can't fight whatever that is. Sarah screams when she sees more people running next to them drop dead. Some get hit by a truck that randomly came out of a corner too fast for anyone to see. They can't even see what's going on. So much chaos. We'll get on a boat. The sea has to be safe. We just have to get the fuck out of here. You're going to be okay, Sarah. I'm not going to let anything hurt you. Sam screams over all the others, the screams of pain, of dying, of death. Sarah can't help to notice the grass at the park has turned gray. It's died, all the flowers too, everything's dying. Sam, we'll never make it. Sarah whimpers out when a guy next to her suddenly gets hit with a brick that fell from off a crumbling building above them. His head busts open as he falls lifeless, his blood on her. That could have if she was just a bit more to the right. That would be her brains all over the sidewalk. Don't say that. We have made it this far. We'll make it through this. I promise you. Sam roars, running faster with her. He's trying to outrun something that can't be outrun, but he doesn't know what this is. He doesn't know what these clouds are or what's happening to their world. Trust me, Sarah. Don't look okay. Don't look at anyone. Just focus on your running, focus on me. We're going to be fine. Sarah knows it's all a lie. There's no way they can make it out of this, but she'll believe him. She will put her faith in her love, and if she dies, she just wishes to die with him in his arms. It would be okay. She could see her sister again. She still loves her sister. It wasn't her fault this crazy mess happened. There it is. The dock. Sam screams out in relief when they can see the boats in the distance, their way out of here, their way to life, to freedom. Sarah hears a loud cry, causing her to look over. She watches as a mother drops dead with her baby son in her arms. Her body crushes him. It's the saddest thing she's seen so far, because the mother clung to her baby so tightly it ended up being the thing that killed him. Stop, please stop this. She doesn't want to see anymore. What have they done? Why is this happening? We're almost there. Sam looks back at Sarah. That's when it appears a dark cloud right in front of Sam. Sam, move. Sarah screams as she tackles him. The shadow passes over them, missing her barely. She pants, laying next to Sam. She smiles. That was close. I saved you. Just as she's talking, the cloud goes into a tree. The tree dies and falls, falling right on Sarah, crushing her, killing her instantly. Sam stares with wide, horrified eyes as he touches his love's blood on his face. As he watches her blood pool around the tree, he screams and gets up. He tries to lift the dead tree. Even though he knows she's dead, he still tries, screaming her name in agony, tears steaming down his face. It wasn't supposed to be like this. Sam feels a cold breeze behind him, and when he turns around, a dark cloud is there. He stares into this cloud of death, those tears still streaming down his face. He feels no fear, nothing, as he looks into this thing that took his love. In the cloud he sees green eyes. Dark eyes. Then he sees a girl. She stares at him. Those eyes aren't so dark anymore, as if she knows his pain. She holds out her arms as to ask to embrace her. He doesn't hesitate. He hugs her, knowing who she is. She's death. He welcomes her. Take him away from this horrible world, and hopefully he'll see his love once again. Sam's lifeless body falls next to the tree, to the pool of blood that's left of Sarah. This is the new world. A world where love doesn't win, where there is no happy ending, where the sun doesn't shine and the flowers don't bloom. You can't hide, you can't run. Abandon all hope. This is the world of death, the end of all times. Maka's eyes slowly open. The first thing she sees is bars. She groans, her head killing her. Everything about her aches as she slowly sits up, grabbing onto the bars for support. Her vision is blurry. It's hard to make out where she is or how she got here. She pants heavily, closing her eyes, willing them to focus, willing for this pain to stop. She opens her eyes once again and they focus. She's in the fireplace room. But something's wrong with it. It's nothing but a black room. The fire in the fireplace is black. This room is a room of nothingness, just an empty void. What happened? Maka grabs at the bars, confused. She's in a cage. But The end. Maka tenses at that voice and at the fact that someone appears in front of her cage. Her back is turned to her, but Maka already knows who it is, knows who this girl with the same body is. Death doesn't turn around to face her, she just stands there. The quiet gets to Maka more than her laughing or prancing around. She's free, and yet. How did you get out? Why am I in here? Maka struggles with her words, gripping the bars tightly as if that would break it and set her free. You let me out. Death turns around, those green eyes blank, her face dark. You surrendered to me, remember? The words came out of your mouth that you surrender to me. That spell set me free. How do you think I was able to kill that spider witch? I wouldn't have been able to unless you let me out. Death looks away from Maka's shocked face. She looks at the black ceiling. You know I could do anything to you. I could have just killed you, sucked you of your life, then I wouldn't have to see your face, wouldn't have to see the reason for my suffering, but... Death looks back at Maka, her eyes full of hate. I want you alive. I want you to feel all my pain. How does it feel, Maka? To be locked in there like a fucking dog? You like it? You like that I have control? When this is your body as much as mine. Do you like this? Death roars as she spreads her arms. All of a sudden a bunch of screens appear. They turn on, showing horrific scenes of people dying, terrible ways of crying, of screaming, of blood, of death. These screens show all over the world, show pain, show fear, show darkness. Do you like how I'm fucking killing everything while all you can do is sit in that fucking cage? Do you? Stop. Maka cries out, gripping the bars when she sees a small kid get consumed by a dark cloud only to fall dead. Her eyes shake as she watches as the ground opens up, swallowing hundreds of people in one gulp. She watches as her world falls apart and all she can do is sit in this cage. She fights with the bars, screams, kicks, punches, does all she can, but the cage doesn't bend, doesn't move. She's trapped. All she can do is watch. Watch as I take away your precious world. Watch as I rob everyone of their breath. It hurts, doesn't it? Being in that fucking cage where all you can do is watch and wait. This is it, life. You'll spend all eternity in this cage. Or at least till I kill every last thing, to the plants that grow, to the humans that inhabit the earth. Death looks at the screens. When everything is dead I will kill you, life, and maybe, just maybe. She puts a hand to her heart. I will be able to consume myself. If there is no life. Death's eyes shake. There cannot be death. So you just want to kill yourself, you crazy bitch. Maka roars out, shaking the bars, banging against it desperately. No. Death starts to laugh. You see, I did want that. I wanted that spider witch to take my job from me. I wanted to disappear. Death turns around, a smirk on her face. Now, I want something else. I want to be death. I want to destroy everything you love. I want to take away everyone's happy ending, and guess what? You'll watch me take away everything from you, and then I won't kill you, no. Me and you, we're going to live forever. You will be in this cage for all eternity. You will know my pain, life. Death looks back at the screens, at the fires, at the screams. Everyone will know my pain. Look. Maka pants. She feels tired, drained. It doesn't have to be like this. I saw into your mind, Death. I saw that look in your eyes when you killed that flower. Death doesn't look at her. I saw the pain in your eyes when you took Custos and Judas. This gets Death to tense, a gasp escaping her lips that Maka hears. She trembles, gripping her fists. You can't really want this. Think of Custos. He gave his life to protect this world. That's why he died, and Judas gave himself for the same cause. To help Krona, to save us from Azura. Do you really want to destroy all that they worked to protect? Maka stares at her intently, trying not to look at the screens, trying not to look at the people that are still dying. Death doesn't respond for a moment. Maka feels a hope when the dying starts to slow down on the screens. The dark clouds halt. Maka knows she's getting to her. I was wrong to just keep you in here, Death, but you have to understand. I did it to protect the world from something like this. I did it so you wouldn't hurt Krona or anyone I love. It doesn't have to end like this. Think of Custos and Judas. Maka gets closer in the cage to the girl. Please stop this, let me out. Death slowly turns around to face Maka. Her head is bowed, her bangs covering her eyes. There can be a different ending? And what is that? If I let you out of that cage, then what? Are you just going to lock me back up to protect your loved ones? Is that the ending? You get to save your world, be a hero, you get to have your loves to rejoice with your friends. That's a great ending for you, but what about me? Is my ending going to be me locked in this cage, watching as you have love and happiness and warmth, while I'm trapped in this fucking cage alone? I don't think so, life. I want a happy ending too. At this the clouds start attacking again. It's becoming worse, more of them, the screams get louder, the deaths more gruesome and bizarre. You can have one death. But this isn't it. What about Custos and Judas Dash? It's because of them that I'm doing this. Or more so that I want to do this. Death growls, her face turning green, her eyes black. You're not getting out of this fucking cage. I don't give a fuck what Custos or Judas had wanted. They're gone now. I fucking took them. I consumed them. That's why I'm alone. That's why I fucking feel like this. You'll never know the pain I've gone through. You don't know the hell my existence is. Death's teeth turn sharp, her lips in a snarl. Everyone loves you, life. You're the beautiful one. The hero. You're the one everyone is fucking rooting for. While I'm the monster. The fear of every living thing. I decay and destroy. It's not fair, you're not fucking fair, life. You have never really been hated. Those townspeople, they hated me. They could feel me when the seal was broken, they could sense me. They hated you because everyone hates me. They feared you because everyone fears me. Death trembles, the killing's getting worse, a growl emitting from her throat. And you know what's really fucked up? The only two people that were not afraid of me, that treated me with kindness, that loved me, I killed. I took them from myself. I'm all alone, so is the fate of death. It's not fair. Death looks up, and that's when Maka sees it. A black tear falls down her green face. It's one tear, but it shocks Maka so deeply, the look in those black eyes as that tear runs down her cheek. Why should everyone else have a happy ending? Why should everyone else have love? No. No, I'll destroy everything. This is what I was made for. I'll destroy love. I'll destroy, just like I destroyed Custos and... Death closes her eyes and that tear falls, hitting the black floor. Judas. Maka stares at her with wide eyes. She always thought of death as this evil being. Of something that wasn't capable of feeling. She thought of this girl as something that she was supposed to just lock away and ignore. She never thought that death had feelings. That death could feel. The pain in her voice and her words, they get Maka's chest to tighten. She almost feels guilty even in this circumstance. Death. Maka reaches out of the cage as if it touched her. Don't you fucking pity me, life. Death roars. Maka is sent back in the cage, hitting the bars hard with her back, getting her to cry out in pain. I will not be pitied by you, of all people. You don't really care about my pain. You only want to stop me. To save your fucking world and be a hero. That's not happening. I won't let you have your happy ending. Death turns to the screens. Everyone's dying. She rules. This is my happy ending. If I have to be alone, if I can't have love, if I can't have happiness. Death's eyes turn hard black evil. Then no one can. I won't let you do this. I know you're in pain, but I won't let you destroy the whole fucking world. Everyone loses people they love, dash. It's a part of life, I know this. Because I'm you, but how many can say that they took the people they love with their own hands? When they didn't want to. No one knows my pain, no one can know the hell that is my fate, but I'll rob the world of life. And that will be close enough. Death grins back at Maka. You can't do anything to stop me. You're stuck in that cage, like a dog. Just sit back and enjoy the ride, it will all be over soon anyway. Death's lips curl. We're almost at our old town, won't they be so happy to see us? She chuckles darkly. And after the town I will take all of your friends and all you will do is watch dash. No. Maka screams, struggling with the bars, but she can't get out. She's trapped. Her eyes get wide when a big screen changes, showing her town from a bird's eye view. Death is above it. This is where the fun begins. Death chuckles, wiping away the black stain on her cheek. This is the end. This is when I get my happy ending, the only ending I could ever get. She closes her eyes. Destruction. Bloodshed. She opens her eyes. Solitude. This is it. The space is quiet, the wind barely blowing as 8 people suddenly appear out of nowhere. This gets some gasps out of the inhabitants of this small place. It's not every day you see someone just appear right in front of you, especially when one of them happens to be the old mayor's son. They surround the eight, their eyes full of wonder, of fear, of confusion. This town isn't in good shape, the buildings broken as they are all around the world, blood staining the sidewalks. They were affected by the last madness attack just like the rest of the world. Please people, do not fear. There isn't time to explain. Any minute now a powerful being will be here. You must all evacuate now. Kid steps forward. His yellow eyes firm. Patty and Liz look up, noticing the sky is starting to turn black. They have to hurry. Hey, isn't that Kid? Somebody mumbles in the crowd. Yeah, the mayor's son. What happened to him? This place has been a mess without him. Yeah, where's your dad? My father is dead. Kid pants, trying to keep his posture up when the townspeople gasp. Now's not the time for this. You must leave now. That attack on you was nothing compared to what's coming next. If you don't leave now, I can't tell you what your fate will be. But we can't just leave. Yeah. My mother's in the hospital, dash. I just fixed my house, dash. Hey. Kiriko suddenly roars, getting all the chatter to stop. His brown eyes turn hard, his teeth baring. Either you stay here and fucking die, or you get the fuck out of here now. Maybe it's how loud he's being or the seriousness in his expression. That gets the crowd to run, but they're running to their houses, running to get their possessions when they should just run. They need to get out of here now. Death isn't here yet, but she's coming. Justin looks at the sky. He grips a cross in his hand, those blue eyes slightly shaking. Maka. Krona watches as the black clouds block out the sun. Now it looks like it's night, the darkness so thick. The wind starts to pick up, blowing his bangs out of his face, showing his eyes, those pale blue eyes full of many emotions: fear, pain, anxiety. Please let this end well. Can he have his happy ending? Krona feels a tightening cold pressure on his wrist, and when he looks over, his eyes lock with Ragnarok's. The ghost is by his side, holding his wrist now. It doesn't feel odd, it's a welcoming pressure, a welcoming comfort. Ragnarok's piercing blue eyes bore into his own, and maybe somehow he's able to know just how he's feeling. Everything's going to be fucking fine, alright? That bitch is going to get out of this like she always does. If there's one thing we know about Maka. Ragnarok looks up at the sky. Krona moves his wrist out of Ragnarok's hand only to link hands with him. Ragnarok doesn't push him off, he tightens his grip, knowing Krona is seeking comfort in his touch, in his words. She's fucking hard-headed as shit. She doesn't give up, and she won't give up now. Think about it, Krona, all the fucking shit she's been through, and she's survived it all. Ragnarok looks from the sky to look at the pink-haired boy that's looking at him intently. The ghost's eyes are firm. She'll make it out of this. Alright. Krona nods, taking a deep breath. He wants to believe Ragnarok's words, but why does he have this sinking feeling in his chest? It's small now, like a small black hole, but it's slowly sucking his chest hollow. Please let him have his happy ending. Suddenly the air turns freezing and violent. If possible, the sky turns blacker, and then she appears. Krona's throat gets dry as his wide eyes take in Maka. She's not Maka anymore. This girl floats above them, above the town, her skin a sickly green, her eyes black as the sky, black as oil, her teeth large and jagged. Though the wind is so violent, the girl's hair doesn't move, her body is still, eerily still, as those empty eyes take in this town below her feet. There she is. Justin roars out to the others, and they all take off running so they can be right under her. Maka needs to see us. She needs to be able to hear us. Right. Kid is faster than everyone else, his yellow eyes ablaze. Krona is close by and he doesn't realize it, but his hand never leaves Ragnarok's. Even if he did realize, he wouldn't take his hand from the ghost. He needs him now, and maybe Ragnarok needs him too. They need each other. Mommy, what is that thing? A little girl screams, pointing at death, tears steaming down her face. She's shivering, her teeth chattering at how cold it is now. Her mother gets in front of her protectively, her eyes wide. The townspeople do something stupid. They all stop just to look up at death, to take her in, their curiosity getting the better of them. No, you fools. Run. Run now. Kid roars at a crowd in front of them. They are right below Death, looking up at her. Death smiles, grins, and it's wicked, her dark eyes lighting up in glee as she looks down at the crowd below her. Who am I, you ask? Don't you recognize me? Let's see. Death hits her chin before she snaps her fingers. Ah. Yes, I believe you called me the crazy girl. Remember that. Death. Changes her face so she looks like Maka again. All the townspeople gasp, all their eyes filled with such a deep fear as Death's face changes back to her own green one. You were wrong to call me crazy. Let's get the fuck out of here. A man yells. He turns to run only for Death to appear right in front of him. You threw a rock at me and told me to get the fuck off your lawn when I just wanted to return your son's ball. Death jabs her hand through this guy's throat. He makes a gurgle sound, his blood pouring down, getting the rest of the crowd to scream and run. You shouldn't have done that. She rips her hand out and the man falls dead. She appears in front of a crowd of high school students that were part of the crowd. Death's eyes have no emotion. You laughed at me, and teased me for my mother's death. She snaps her fingers and the ground opens under their feet. They all scream, getting swallowed by the earth falling to its core to roast. You shouldn't have done that. The woman with her little girl starts to run only for Death to appear in front of them. The woman gasps, taking steps back with her crying child, her eyes shaking in fear. Oh Cindy, Cindy. Death tsks, shaking her head. You were a good friend of Kami's. You came to my birthdays. I remember the doll you got me for my 7th birthday. It was fun. When life would sleep I would play with it, but when my mother was ruled insane you didn't even come to her funeral. Death grabs her by the throat. She lets go of her kid, the little girl crying as she watches this with wide eyes. And now no one will come to yours. She grips and there's a snap. The woman's eyes go dull as Death lets her go, her limp body falling with a crack in front of her daughter who is sobbing hysterically. Please. The little girl pleads, falling to her knees. She hugs her dead mom as Death takes a step towards her. Death stops in front of her. That wicked smile leaves her face, those dark eyes staring down at this girl. You asked what I am, so I'll tell you, I am your ending. Death reaches out for the girl. I am everyone's ending. Stop. Kid finally gets to Death first. He screams out. Death pauses in touching the little girl. She twists her head in an odd angle to look at him. The little girl doesn't run. She stays hugging her mom, sobbing into her chest. Kid pants, his eyes shaking. He saw all of that, saw all these people that he's grown up with just get destroyed. Why should I? Death turns her body so she's facing Kid completely. You know what these people have done to me. Back then I thought this body was mine just as much as it was life's. The seal broke, it set me free, and I was free. I didn't know what I was back then. I just watched as these people beat on life, beat on my body, and treated me with such contempt. You of all people should know this. I know what these people have done was wrong, but you can't just kill them. But I'm Death. I can just kill anyone I want. I'm destroying the world today. It took God 7 days to make the earth and all its inhabitants. Death's smile turns wicked again. It's only going to take me one to destroy it all. I won't let you. Maka, I know you can hear me. You have to stop her. I know you don't want this. You have to push her back. This is your body. Is it now? Death's lips go in a tight line, her eyes narrowing. I was going to keep you alive for a while longer, but fuck that. Her eyes light up. You're dying now, witch hunter. She lashes out. Kid. Liz yells out in fear. She's still trying to catch up to where they are. Kid jumps back. He pulls out a cross, and when Death gets close he presses it into her forehead. It sizzles against her flesh, her body stopping at this. Kid thinks he's got her, but when she looks up, that grin on her face. He knows he doesn't. Ah, did you think this would stop me? Power goes out of her, sending Kid flying into a building, hitting his back hard. He spits out blood. Death appears right in front of him, that smirk on her face. It's time to join your father. She reaches out to touch him, Kid knowing if she touches him it's game over. She's Death. She's powerful. You can't fight her. Death always wins. I don't think so, bitch. Soul roars, pulling out his machine gun. No. Krona screams. He jumps to tackle Soul, but it's too late. Soul shoots at Maka, the bullets hitting her dead on, the force sending her away from Kid. Krona and Ragnarok watch in horror as the bullets go through her chest, her stomach. Soul stops firing, his red eyes watching as Death falls backwards, blood coming out of her mouth with no remorse. She hits the ground with an unforgiven thud. Maka! Krona cries. Ragnarok lets go of Krona to tackle Soul. He starts choking him, lifting him off the ground. Hate in those piercing blue eyes. He's losing himself. Ragnarok, stop! Kid yells, wiping the blood from his mouth that comes out. He grabs his side. He knows he has some broken ribs. Ragnarok doesn't listen to Kid, he only stops when he hears giggling. In shock he lets go of Soul to look over at Maka. She's giggling. Everyone watches with wide eyes as she slowly gets back up, the bullets falling out of her skin healing at an alarming rate. Her skin is greener, her eyes seem even more evil as she grins at everyone. Did you really think you could kill me? I'm death, bitch. She giggles, doing a twirl on her tiptoes. Fuck. Soul rubs his throat, taking deep breaths. What the hell was that shit? Maka's body can't die as long as Death is out of the cage. Justin takes a step forward, holding out his cross. He glances at Krona, who is staring at Maka. There's relief in his eyes and he sighs. Avoid killing her though. Death only makes her stronger. The more she dies, the worse it gets. How the fuck could it get more worse than this? Kiriko growls, his brown eyes starting to shake. He's been in many fights throughout his life. He's felt fear, but nothing like this. The feeling, it's overwhelming, consuming in itself. This isn't Maka. He knows that this being. How can they fight Death? It's fucking up to Maka then. Ragnarok appears by Krona's side, Krona quickly grabbing his hand, needing that. The ghost is panting, flickering. This is hard on the both of them. This is Death, but this is also their love. Kid. Liz and Patty run to their falling friend. They kneel by his side, holding his head up. Kid smiles at them. I'm fine. His face turns stern as he glares over at Death. Krona, it seems I can't get to Maka. I know you can give her the strength she needs. It's always been you. You have to stop this, Krona. Before it's too late. Maka can't do shit. Death giggles. She's locked away forever. She can't beat me. I always win. You're all going to be consumed in my darkness. Her lips curl. Maka, please. Krona takes a step forward with Ragnarok. His eyes shake. I need you, please come back to us. Everything is over now, please come back to me. Krona feels the tears at the corner of his eyes, but he doesn't care. Death's smile twitches, something flashing through those eyes. Fight this fucking bitch, Maka. I know you can do it. Get your ass back out here before I beat you out of that fucking cage. Ragnarok roars, but his eyes show how much this is affecting him. Death closes her eyes. Death. Krona's addressing her, gets her eyes to open. They lock onto his. Everyone looks at Krona, a bit confused to why he would talk to her. Please, I don't care about the world. You can kill every last person here. Krona, what are you saying? Kid's eyes widen. But please let Maka go. Krona takes a step closer. Please give her back to me. Death's face falls as she takes in this boy, takes in how his eyes shake. Her eyes change. It's not fair. She mumbles to herself as she takes a step back. Death. Krona reaches out for her. This gets something to snap in her eyes. Don't say my name. She screams, her power going out, sending everyone flying away from her. Krona hits the ground with a cry of pain, along with Soul and Ragnarok, these three being in her range, as Kid struggles to get up with Liz and Patty on the side. Death sighs. They can't be described, the mixture of hate, pain, sorrow. Don't fucking look at me like that. Not with that face. Not with those eyes. She keeps screaming as she slowly starts to float, so she's back in the sky, her dark eyes lighting up. Krona looks up at her, looks up at those shaking eyes, and in that moment he understands. Oh, I get it now. Krona forces himself up, holding his arm as he looks up at Death, a sad smile on his lips. Why, you said I look like him back at Arachne's castle. At first I didn't know what you meant, now I do. The way you look at me, I remind you of Judas, don't I? Fuck you. Fuck you all. Death roars, her hands starting to light up, the wind turning even more violent, her face getting so dark, but that pain in her eyes has gotten deeper. I miss him too. Krona words gets Death's glare to fall, her hands slowly start to go dull as she looks down at Krona, and that sad smile on his lips. I know it hurts, I'm still hurting. I see, can't he even grasp sometimes that he's gone? He may have left you, but he left you with someone to love. He left me alone in a cage, and I'm the one who ripped him away. Death's voice isn't so harsh, her hands going limp by her sides. He really liked you, I remember. She seems to be thinking. The wind is dying down. Suddenly there's a rumbling, everyone whips their heads over just to see large tanks rolling this way. They stop when they are close enough to Death. She looks at them with blank eyes. Aim. A man in a uniform yells out on one of the tanks. The cannons lift up, all aiming at Maka. Is that the military? Liz looks down at Kid. Yes, they must have felt her energy and came here to put a stop to it. Even regular people are able to feel where this power is coming from. Kid's eye shake. And no. Krona yells at them. You don't understand, she's dash. Fire. He yells, all the cannons go off, hitting Maka dead on. The large cannonballs go right through her, mangling her body. Her limbs fall apart, her blood spreading with her limbs as he falls from the sky. Maka. Ragnarok and Krona scream, only to watch with wide eyes as her body parts start coming back together in the sky, the blood going back inside. They watch as her skin heals and her eyes open. She stops falling, turning her head to look at the tank again, her eyes there nothing but hate as she points a finger at the tanks. Oh shit. The man in the uniform is able to get out before all the tanks explode, Ragnarok tackling down Krona to protect him from the flying debris. It's hard thinking he's gone, but he is gone. You're not him, he's left me. I hate him. I hate you. I hate the world for what it's done to me. Deaths. Bangs cover her eyes as she lifts up her hands. The wind picks up violently, dark power sparking around her. Her teeth are a lot bigger now, sharper. Her skin turns black. The only thing that makes them able to see her is her eyes. They are lighting up in an unnatural light. Fuck Judas. Fuck what he wants. What about what I want? She roars. My happy ending is the ending of all of you. She screams as a large dark ball of magic appears above her hands. No. That attack is strong enough to destroy the whole earth. Justin screams, his eyes wide in fear. Maka, you have to stop her. Shoot at her. Soul roars. He shoots his machine gun at her, but this time no matter how many times he shoots her it has no effect. Her spell doesn't break. Maka, fucking stop this. Ragnarok roars at her, his eye shaking. Maka, please. Krona begs. It can't end here, not like this. No. Fucking stop. Maka cries out as she tackles the cage, growling like an animal. Her throat hurts from all her screaming. Maka, seeing everything that just happened, hearing everything that her friends said, heard everything Krona said, yet she can't get out of this fucking cage, and now death is so close to destroying them all, and no matter how much she hits this cage it doesn't budge. It's sturdy, isn't it? Death speaks quietly, still standing in front of Maka with her back turned to her. There's no way you can get out. It's all going to be over soon, and then it's just going to be me and you. Krona. Ragnarok. Maka screams their names. It gives her strength, but all her fighting is getting her is busted knuckles and a dislocated shoulder. She pants, tears at the corner of her eyes. She's helpless. Her world is being destroyed in front of her very eyes, and she can't do a thing about it. She's weak. So weak. It's funny, I try to protect you, you throw me into a cage. Death suddenly says, getting Maka to look at her confused. What the hell are you talking about? Maka pants, her whole body hurting. You don't know. Death chuckles to herself. It almost sounds sad. Judas did. He could see right through me, even though it pisses me off to admit. I was a child once, just like you, with childlike thoughts. Only recently did I realize what I was. I've been with you since the beginning. I wanted you to be. She trails off before she shakes her head. But you hated me just like everyone else, though I am a part of you. You pushed me aside, threw me into a cage like an animal. You looked at me with disgust when you could finally see me. I thought when you could see me things would be different. I wouldn't be alone, but you are the one that sealed me away. You're not making any sense. Maka grips onto her bars. What are you talking about? What did you want me to be? Since I'm going to kill you after this life, I'll tell you. Death turns around, her body lighting up from the spell she's doing out in the real world, the one she's about to throw down at the earth and destroy it completely. Maka would never have guessed the words that come out of this girl's mouth. I wanted you to love me. I watched you since the beginning. The seal Kami put on you made it so you couldn't see me. She stopped my power, so at the beginning I didn't even know what I was. I just followed you around. I adored you back then. I enjoyed seeing how Spirit and Kami loved you. I acted as if they loved me too, and I felt as if I belonged. When you cried, I was there, stroking your hair. I knew you were special. That you were life, and I adored you. Maka's throat closes up in shock. This wasn't what she was expecting at all. Death chuckles. I thought that I was your friend. I knew you couldn't see me, but in my childlike mind I thought that once you could hear me, feel me, you would love me. How stupid I was. I held on to this belief when you were cursed, when the seal on you broke. Little by little I got my power back. I felt darkness, I felt your madness. We were one. I whispered to you, giving you advice, still following you around. You could hear me but not see me. At your court case I was standing by your side. The sentence on me just as much as you, and at the asylum after all the shit you've been. Though those nurses were talking about our dead mother, so I took matters into my own hands. I was crazy back then, crazy with power. I killed all those nurses. I liked taking them, and in that moment I knew I was death. I thought that was okay. I thought since I was a part of you it would be fine. I didn't like Cronus. Something about him has always screamed at me, telling me to keep him away from us. I tried to protect you from him. I wanted you to be like me. I was mad that you treated me so badly, that you didn't want to be one with me, yet you treated Cronus so well, and in the end you fucking locked me away. You hated me from the start. Maka can only stare at her. It's too much to take in, and those eyes of death, oh those eyes. The past doesn't matter. It was a foolish thought. It pains me to even admit this to you, but you, along with everyone else, will all be dead soon. She turns her back to Maka. I envied you for being so beautiful, for everyone loving you. Once I realized what I was, that's when this hate began to build. This hate I have for you, the reason why it's so strong. Death lifts her hands up. Yes, because it used to be love. Maka knows she's about to throw down the spell, about to kill everything, but she can't move those words. Who would have guessed? Death was always there watching her. It's just death. At Maka's voice, at this feeling in her chest, the cage opens. It's a feeling she didn't know she could feel towards death, that tears would fall for this being. Stay the fuck away from me. How the fuck did the cage open? Death turns around growling, baring her teeth at Maka, who is looking at her with an unreadable expression. Because I've given you what you've wanted. What you've wanted all along. Maka takes a step forward. You're too late. You haven't given me shit. Death roars. She lifts up her hands, about to end this. No. Maka tackles Death into a hug, a tight one. She closes her eyes as she holds the thrashing girl against her. The cage appears around them, both girls being in it now. What the fuck are you doing? Death roars as her spell breaks her being in the cage doing it. Death fights against Maka, fighting for control. Still the cage isn't completely shut. If Maka lets go of her, Death will get out again. Maka holds her close. I'm ending this. You wanted us to be together, now we're locked together. Maka closes her eyes. Now we're going to die together. It's fucking over. Death roars, about to throw the large powerful ball down, about to destroy the world, only for her breath to catch. She screams out in agony as the ball disappears. Her scream is bloody, her body twisting as she slowly floats down. Her eyes flicker. Krona and Ragnarok watch in hope as the girl's skin slowly turns back, her eyes turning green, but one stays black. Maka lands on the ground, her shoulders slumped, her bangs covering her eyes. She lands right in front of Kid, her body twitching. Maka. Maka, you did it. You saved the world. You dash. Kid beams getting up. The others are starting to run over except for Justin. His eyes can't be read. K-Kid. Maka barely makes out his name, her voice shaking so bad, she looks up at him. K-Kill me. What? Kid's eyes widen. What are you saying? It's over, it's dash. No. I won't be able to hold her much longer. Shoot me, Kid. Maka's eyes, how serious they are. Get anything Kid was going to say to die on his lips. P, please, you have to protect Order, remember. I don't want to kill you, I don't want to kill Krona. P, please, I don't want to destroy the world. K, kill me. Maka is begging him, begging Kid for death. He knows if he kills her now she won't come back. This is it. He watches how her eyes flicker, how she pants, and he knows she can't hold out much longer. Maka, you did it. Krona cheers, running towards her. It's over, it's dash. He stops. Everyone stops. Blood splats against the concrete, red and thick. Krona's mouth open in a silent scream, too shocked to do anything as he stares at the sight before him. Maka looks down at the iron bar that is sticking out of her chest. Kid looks up at her with shaking eyes. He looks at her with horror. He wasn't the one to make the blow. Maka looks behind her, blood coming out of the corner of her mouth as her eyes lock onto the eyes of Justin's. His blue eyes are shaking so bad, tears falling down his face as his trembling hands hold onto the other end of the iron bar. Justin. Maka's eyes refocus and she smiles at him, such a soft smile. Thank you. I'm forever grateful to you, Maka. Justin closes his eyes, his tears falling more as he rips the iron bar out of her. She falls with that smile still on her lips, her body hitting the concrete, the sound of it louder than any cannon that has been fired today. For the people watching this horrific scene, Maka's blood pools around her. This snaps Krona out of his shocked state. Maka. He screams her name. He runs to her, pushing Justin out of his way. He falls to his knees next to her, holding her body in his arms, her blood soaking him. Maka. Maka, please say something. Please. Suddenly Soul latches out. He punches Justin in the face, but those eyes aren't Soul's, they're Ragnarok's. The rage in his eyes, the hate in his eyes can't be described. He moves in to hit Justin again, only to get a punch to the face. Kiriko getting in front of Justin protectively. Get out of my fucking way. He fucking killed her. She was okay. She dash Ragnarok roars, moving closer. She wasn't okay. She was fucking asking for death. She didn't want to destroy the world. Kiriko's eyes shake. I know you're upset, but you're not going to fucking hurt Justin. It's what Maka wanted. Fuck you. Ragnarok roars, about to fight them both if he has to, not caring who they used to be to him when he hears coughing. He stops, turning his attention back over to Maka, only to see her open her eyes. She's alive. Maka. Ragnarok gets out of Soul's body and appears next to her on her other side, holding her with Krona. Oh. Maka grins weakly up at the two boys. Hey guys. Don't fucking hey guys us. You're fucking dying. Ragnarok growls at her, his eyes shaking so bad. Maka, heal yourself. You'll be okay. Just heal yourself dash. No. Maka's words get Krona and Ragnarok's face to fall. She smiles up at them all the same. I can't to heal myself. I would have to let her go and she would get out again. She'll destroy the world dash. I don't care. Krona screams out in desperation as Maka's blood starts to pour out more. I don't care about the world. I only care about you, Maka. Please heal yourself. I can't lose you, Maka. And I can't lose you. Maka touches his cheek, her blood getting on him. That's why I won't you alive on Krona. It's okay, I'm okay, it doesn't hurt. Ragnarok can't speak, can't do anything. The feeling is intense. His chest feels as if he has a heart and it's dying. He can only hold her, listening to her, seeing her blood leave her. I don't want to live without you. Maka, please, I need you. You promised me. Krona cries out, those tears starting to fall down his face as he puts his hand over hers that's on his cheek. You promised you would never leave me. Please don't smile at me when you're dying. Please, you can't Maka. He sobs, he's begging her, pleading with her. Don't cry. Maka smiles sadly up at him as she wipes his tears. They only fall more. I'm sorry I couldn't keep my promise, but... She grabs his hand and then Ragnarok's. She puts their hands together on her bleeding chest. You two keep the promise alive, stay with each other live. Krona, I love you both so much. Don't. Krona shakes his head, his words getting harder to understand. Heal yourself please, Maka, we need you. If you love me, don't leave me. Don't look like that, why you can't. Maka has never seen this boy cry so much, the pain in his eyes too deep, too much. I want to thank you, Krona, you were always there for me, you brought me back to life when my mother died. She wipes his face. It's an honor now to die in your arms, you were with me in my life and now in my death. Maka, we can get you medical help. You don't need to use magic. Someone help. We need an ambulance. We need medicine. Krona starts screaming frantically as Maka's face gets paler, her blood keeps pouring out. She's really dying, yet that smile on her face doesn't leave. He watches as her eyes slowly close. He shakes her. Maka, you can't. Just hold on. We'll get you home. You're going to be fine. Krona, can I sing you a song? Maka tilts her head at him, rubbing his cheek weakly. We're going to get you home. Krona's tears fall on her. Please. Someone help. Why is everyone just standing around? My mother used to sing this to me. Maka's voice is getting quieter. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost but now am found. Was blind but now I see. She sings sweetly, slowly, painfully. Please someone. Krona cries out. 'Twas grace that taught my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieved. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed. Through many dangers, toils, and snares I have already come. 'Tis grace hath brought me safe thus far, and grace will lead me home. The world is quiet around them. Maka's smile still there, it's getting weaker. We'll get you home please. Krona sobs out, wanting this to stop, wanting her blood to stop, wanting this to be all a horrible nightmare. How sweet the name of Jesus sounds in a believer's ear. It soothes his sorrows, heals his wounds and drives away his fear. Must Jesus bear the cross alone and all the world go free? No, there's a cross for everyone. Maka's hand goes limp in Krona's. And there's a cross for me. Krona watches as she breathes her last breath. Her chest stops moving, her eyes close, her head lolls over to the side, her smile not leaving in her death. Maka. Krona's voice is no more than a whisper when she doesn't open her eyes. When she doesn't move, it hits him, and it hits him hard. Maka. No. Get up. Please. Get up. Krona shakes her desperately, her body moving without fight. She's gone, she's dead, she's... You can't. You. His. Tears fall down so fanatically as he holds Maka's limp body in his arms. Maka. He screams out in agony and lost. He howls. When Ragnarok saw Maka take her last breath, that's when the tears fell down his face. He's crying, the boy that never cries. He didn't cry at his mother's funeral, he didn't cry when the gang members broke his bones, but he cries now as he holds Maka's dead body in his arms. The feeling in his chest is death all over again. They have lost their life, they have lost their love, they have lost Maka. Patty hugs her sister, crying in her chest. Justin looks away, Gurko holding him. Kid can't move as he stares at Maka's lifeless body, at her blood everywhere. The dark clouds part, giving way to the bright Sunday. The sky turns back blue and beautiful, the air calm and nice. It's over completely, death is dead along with life. My name is Maka Albarn, what's yours? Krona sees Maka reaching out his hand for him the first day they met, that smile on her lips. Maka is dead, she's gone. Krona and Ragnarok roar out together, they scream in their agony, their scream resonating, going together, their howl breaking all sound barrier. The sound of lost, the lost of a great friend, a protector, the lost of a lover, the lost of the girl that befriended a crazy patient, showed him the good in life, showed him kindness, took away his loneliness, the girl that got a ghost to love her, made him see he wasn't a demon, the girl that saved Liz, the girl that had mercy on Justin, gave him understanding and helped him get his love, the girl that never gave up, fought through death, pain, sorrow, fought witches, witch hunters, monsters. They cry for the lost of the girl with the soft smile and a heart of gold, who healed, who sacrificed herself so that the world would be saved. Today no eye is dry, everyone cries, feels the pain of the lost. Of Maka Albarn. Chapter 76. Falling. She's slowly drifting downward, the darkness around her feels as if it's trying to crush her. It can crush her. She knows where she is because this is where she belongs. Maka keeps falling, keeping her eyes shut tightly, trying to get Krona's tears out of her head, the pain there, but she can't. She can't get Kid's face as he stared on at her with horror out of her head, or Justin's tears as he shoved that iron bar through her chest. She can't get that look in Ragnarok's piercing blue eyes out, she can't get any of it out of her head, and it's hurting her. Maybe this is what hell is. It's not fire or molten lava, but just nothingness, and you have to stay alone in this darkness, always falling, never getting anywhere as you replay moments in your life, regretting, wanting. This is the true hell. No fire could hurt her like this. No demon could rip her apart like her thoughts are. She didn't want to leave Krona or Ragnarok, she didn't want to die, she doesn't want to be here, but it had to be done. If she tried to stay alive, death would have got out again and destroyed everything. Maka was going to die either way, so at least she saved the world, right? At least she saved her friends and her loves. This, despite where she is, gets her lips to tug in a small smile. She did it. She avenged her mother, she killed Arachne. She saved the world, she did what she wanted to do, so why is she so sad? She did it. Maka wonders if her mother saw what she did before she was dragged to hell, and her mother would forget all about her. Maybe that's for the best. Maka's did some things she would have rather her mother to never see. Maka did all she wanted out of life. She finally found love, she was able to grasp it and feel it with Krona and Ragnarok. She got the two closer, made them more of a family. She atoned for all her sins by giving her life for the world. Well, since she's here, Maka guesses that wasn't enough to not send her to hell. Oh well. Maka keeps that smile on her lips as she keeps falling. Suddenly she stops. She hits something hard. Maka groans, it hurts here like it does in real life, damn. For the first time she opens her eyes to look around, and she can't help to be surprised when she's in a lighted room. The thing she hit was a wooden floor. Maka looks up at the ceiling, but there's no hole. No signs of where she came from. What? Maka looks down and takes in her surroundings. This is just a plain wooden room with candles everywhere. The flames dance when there's no wind. Maka has a bad feeling about this. The candles tip over. By some force they all fall over the flames building as soon as they hit the wooden floor. Smoke immediately fills the room. Fuck. Forget what she said. Maybe hell is full of burning alive. Maka gets up and runs towards the open door only for it to slam in her face. No. Let me out. Maka starts pounding on the door frantically. She can feel the heat on the back of her neck. The flames are getting closer. She coughs, the smoke becoming too much for her. Damn it, you couldn't have given me a 10-minute break. I just got here. Maka doesn't know who she's complaining to as she hits the door with her shoulder. Just as the flames are starting to burn the back of her legs, the door clicks. With a surprised yelp, Maka falls through it, landing right on her face, feeling as if she just broke her nose. She still feels the heat of the flames as she turns around and quickly slams the door in the flames' face as though she's sure they will eat through the wooden door. Maka feels like it buys her some time. She crawls away from the door. The flames don't eat through the door. She doesn't even smell smoke anymore. That's odd. Maka gets up, brushing herself off, a frown on her face. That was too close, but since this is hell, those flames would have never killed her, would they? This gets a shiver to be sent down her spine and she hugs herself. Maybe if she's careful she can avoid the flames like she did then. Maka sighs when her heartbeat calms down a little. She turns around and takes in where she is now. It looks like a hallway, a white marble hallway full of doors. Maka doesn't like the look of this. Who knows what could be behind these doors if the room she was just in almost killed her. She looks down this hallway and can't help her eyes to widen. She sees herself down the hallway walking, looking at all the doors, grumbling to herself, wait, this isn't her. It's death. Maka calls for her, feeling relieved that she's not alone in this hell. Death tenses, turning around with those dark green eyes, a glare on her face. Get the fuck away from me, life. You're the reason I'm fucking here. I'm going to find my way out and leave you fucking here to rot. Death gives Maka her middle finger before she turns around. She starts heading for a door to open it. Wait, Death, don't. You don't know what could be behind that door. Maka runs as fast as she can. She grabs Death's wrist before she can open the door. My freedom. Death growls, struggling with Maka. Get the hell off me. I don't know what's going to be behind that door, but it's sure as hell not going to be a way out of here, no pun intended. Maka keeps her face firm as she fights with Death to keep her away from the door. This is hell. There wouldn't be a way out. So what do you want me to do? Stay in this fucking hallway with you forever? I don't think so. Don't fucking touch me. Death rips her arm out of Maka's grip before giving her a punch to the face, getting her to yelp and fall on her butt. You're so lucky I don't have my powers right now. I would fucking kill you. Death growls before she grabs the door handle. Don't dash. Maka gets up trying to stop her, but it's too late. She opens the door and in a blink of an eye a large black hand comes out, grabbing both Maka and Death, gripping them before it yanks back into the room, the door shutting behind them. Maka screams, not knowing what's going to happen. The hand is crushing her. She feels Death struggle next to her, but it's no use. The hand suddenly lets them go, Maka falling hard on her side. She cries out in pain, feeling the cold concrete flooring she's on now. She groans as she sits up, holding her ribs as she looks around. The dark hand is gone. They're in a prison. A grey prison with nothing in it. Maka stares at the bars in front of her. They look strong, sturdy. It reminds her too much of that cage. Damn it. Death groans, getting Maka to look at her. Death sits up in a corner of this room holding her shoulder. She must have heard it during the fall. You okay? Maka starts to push herself towards Death. Her legs kind of hurt. This place is just sucking her strength right from her. Let me think. I'm here in hell, stuck with you in a fucking prison cell. I'll have to say I'm fucking not okay. Death screams at her. This is all your fucking fault. You idiot. Killing us like that, and now I'm stuck in hell with you. I've done nothing but be what I am, and yet I'm being punished for it. Death pants. Why couldn't you have just healed yourself when Chrono was begging you? I know you wanted to. I could feel your temptation, yet you didn't. You let him suffer and watch you die. The world meant nothing to him as you did. He would have rather died than seeing you die, you idiot. I wouldn't even be here. Death's eyes flash at that. I know. Maka hugs her knees to her chest, thinking back to his tears. Maybe I'm selfish, but I couldn't see him die. I couldn't be the one to kill him. I don't regret what I did. Maka looks over at Death. I'm sorry. Sorry doesn't get me out of this hellhole. Death growls. No, I'm sorry for everything, Death. For the way I treated you that little time in that cage was hell, and I can only imagine how it was for you. Mako looks down. Death's snarl falls. I'll be honest, I used to think that all you cared about was killing, that you didn't have feelings. I thought you just wanted to kill the people I loved, but I was wrong. I saw in your eyes, Death, that it brought you pain, taking away that flower's life, taking away Judas and Custos. You don't want to be Death, but that's who you are. Just as I am life, I didn't choose to be life, and you didn't choose to be Death. I was wrong with my actions towards you, and I'm sorry, Death. You're not really sorry. If we were still alive, you would still be trying to put me back in that fucking cage. Death glares away from her, closing her eyes. Do you know why the cage opened back then? Mako watches Death. She doesn't open her eyes and she doesn't respond. It's because in that moment I finally understood you. I accepted you. That's what you've wanted from me, acceptance. We are both a part of each other. Death and life go together. We share the same body. You wanted me to accept you for what you are, to give you love. You're tired of being hated, of being the bad guy when you have no choice in what you are, just like I didn't have a choice in being life. In that moment I understood me and you, we're not much different at all. You have just been dealt the harder deck. Fate is a bitch, huh? Maka chuckles slightly, but it's humorless. I'll fucking say. Death opens her eyes, looking at Maka differently. She seems to be studying her. Those dark eyes can't be read. I know I've been a bitch to you since the beginning, and I know I'm the reason we're here right now, but I want to make it up to you. You'll never be alone. I'll always be with you. For eternity I'll treat you as I should have, and we can be friends. Maka forces herself up and starts walking towards Death. For eternity, I can make it up to you. Like I fucking want your friendship. You're too late. I don't even know why I told you all that shit back then. I thought you were going to fucking die and I would be rid of you. Now you have the wrong idea, as if I want you to even touch me. Death screams at her, those eyes narrowing, showing hate, but Maka can see deeper into them, can see how she's really feeling. It's okay. Maka falls on her, wrapping her arms around her. Life hugs Death. She buries her head in the crook of her neck. Death tenses badly, her breath catching in surprise as Maka hugs her closer. You'll never be alone, we'll be together like you wanted. Death shudders, and that's when Maka sees scenes passed through her head. Maka sees herself as a little girl in bed. She's shaking, trembling, sobbing. She looks scared. Then Maka sees another little version of herself staring at the girl in bed, those green eyes of hers blank as she slowly climbs into bed with her. Little Death starts stroking Maka's hair, smiling down at her. You have nothing to be afraid of. I am here. I'll always be here. Death's words seem to get the little girl to calm down. Her tears slowly stop and she nuzzles into Death, unaware of what she's doing. Everything fades away. When Maka can see again, her younger self is on the floor playing with Barbie dolls, and little Death is by her side watching her play. She's content just being there. Someday, Maka. Death reaches for the Barbie doll, but her hand goes through it. She frowns. I want to play Barbie dolls with you. I want to be able to talk to you. I think you'll like me. I like you. There's something about you that draws me, and I just want you to be able to see me and hear me. Then we could have fun, right? I could really comfort you, and we could draw and do all sorts of things. Then maybe Mom would be happy too. She would see she has 2 daughters. We'll never have to be apart. Won't that be great, Maka? Death looks at her hopefully. Her eyes are bright, not like how they are now. Baby, it's time to go to the park. Kami comes out of a room with Spirit. They both smile at their daughter, at Maka. You ready? Yeah. Maka cheers and gets up. Spirit picks her up and nuzzles her head. Kami smiling at her baby as they walk out of the house, leaving Death staring after them. Someday. Death smiles sadly as she follows behind the 3. Won't it be great, Maka? Everything fades away. Maka slowly opens her eyes. Death is trembling in her arms now, her breathing uneven, her body so tense she seems to be frozen, not able to push her off, and that's good, or maybe she doesn't want to push her off. Maka saw the wanting in little Death's eyes, how her eyes never seemed to leave Maka, silently wishing she would see her, speak to her, and when Maka could finally see her, hear her. What did she do? Someday. Maka speaks softly, closing her eyes. Is today, Death? I know I'm late. I promise to you I will never ignore you again or throw you aside. You are a person just as I am. I don't want to be your enemy. I want to be your friend in this hell. We could be like this forever. You'll never be alone. I'll always be with you. She uses Death's own words. She hears the girl gasp. Death doesn't say anything as Maka continues to hold her close, but slowly Maka feels Death's hands move so slowly, uncertain, but soon Death's arms are around her. She's hugging her back. Maka smiles and nuzzles into her. I promise, Death. Death lets out a long breath. She seemed to be holding. She pulls back, her arms still around Maka as she looks into her eyes. Her eyes, they're lighter. The way she looks at her is different now, not full of hate, not full of dark intent. Death glares away from Maka when life smiled at her. I'm still pissed off about you getting us in here. She grumbles, but it's half-heartedly as Maka chuckles and hugs her tighter. Death hides the small smile forming on her lips. This isn't so bad, right? I mean, this prison kind of sucks, but I thought hell would be a lot worse. Maka speaks against her shoulder. I thought it would be more badass. I mean, look at this fucking prison cell. It's so plain and boring. Death grunts. I am just glad I'm not here alone. Maka scratches her cheek, smiling sheepishly. I think this would be hell of a lot more scarier alone. Death stares at her a moment before looking at the wall. Well, I said I would always be with you, and I meant it. We live together. Die together and go to hell together. Hell yeah. Maka feels her moral come back to her. She can deal with this. Okay, we really need to stop saying hell. Death shakes her head. But why? You're both in hell. Maka and Death tense, whipping their heads over to look at the bars. On the other side is a police office. His face covered in a cheap-looking Halloween mask of a werewolf, it covers half his face, his mouth can be seen, his lips turned in a twisted smile. Say hell all you want. Hell, hell, hell. Maybe add some flair to it like hell, he purrs. Fuck off, asshole. Death growls, gripping Maka closer. Ah, how cute. This is too precious. The police officer sir gushes. I knew there was a soft side to you. Life and death sitting in a tree. K.I.S.S.I.N.G. First comes love dash. Next comes my fucking fist down your throat. Death's eye twitches. And what is up with that mask? I'm guessing you're a demon, so what? Are you that pathetic you need a mask to cover up your ugly face? Maka snorts, glaring at this guy who starts to laugh. Snap. Death holds up her hand and they high-five. It's official. Death and Life are friends. They just high-fived, and really now that Maka understands her, she's not bad at all. Hey. How dare you? I'm beautiful. This guy gasps offended, but then he starts to chuckle. It's deep and dark and scary. Now you two young ladies must have been awfully bad to land yourself in hell. In a blink of an eye. He's in the prison, his grin wicked. Maka and Death get up in alarm, their fist out ready to fight if they have to. They don't have their powers, but they still have their will. They still have each other. Why so serious? He tilts his head, his smile getting even larger. Let's party. He rips off his officer outfit. Now all he has on is a bow tie around his neck and a black thong. Party rock. All of a sudden lights come out of the prison ceiling, flashing it red, then blue strobe lights come out, and then music starts to play. It starts out as just bass. This boy starts to move his hips to every boom of the bass. Party rock. Yo. Let's go. Maka knows this song, but why is there lights and music in hell? And why the fuck is this guy dancing like this? Party rock is in the house tonight, everybody just have a good time. The odd werewolf guy points to them, licking his lips. And we gonna make you lose your mind, everybody just have a good time. It repeats these lines a couple of times. Maka and Death just staring wide-eyed as this demon does flips, crawls on the floor, starts humping the ground. Oh wow, he can bend. We just wanna see ya. The boy jumps up at this, his back to them, and his head bowed to add dramatic effect. Shake that. As soon as it says this, he starts going crazy. Shaking his ass like a fucking salt shaker. Damn, why can't she have a butt like that? He pops his back out, touches his nipples. Maka's too shocked to do anything, and then. Fuck yeah. This boy picks up a rock and throws it at the stereo in the wall. The rock makes it explode. The boy does a backflip and rips off his mask. Welcome to hell, bitches. Maka stares at him with wide eyes, looking at those pale blue eyes, that pink hair. Krona? No. It's not Krona, not how his eyes bounce and that grin on his face. It's you. Maka loosens her muscles that were tense. She sighs in relief. So this really does prove it, we're really dead and in hell. Not quite. He grins at the look Maka gives him. Are the dead really gone? He giggles at this. I mean, you're still here, right? So am I. And I wouldn't even count this as hell, you got like the mildest level, this is for the unborn babies dash. What? Maka stares at him in horror. Kidding. He waves it off before smirking. Or am I? Judas. His name gets him to stop. He looks over at Death, who is staring at him with wide eyes, her face nothing but disbelief. But you, I killed you, you died. You're only a part of a demon, you should have disappeared for good. You're right, but since I killed all my brothers, that didn't happen. There has to be at least one heir, and that's me. Judas points a finger at himself. I knew I would just come back here. No big deal, but I did have to milk it a little. You know me, drama queen. He fans himself. I didn't really destroy you. Death still looks in shock. Hell no. Pun intended. Did you really think you could get rid of me that easily, baby girl? My love is forever. Judas's smirk turns softer to a smile. I never left you, Death, come here. He holds out his arms, that smile growing. Don't even try to fight it now. I know you love me. I saw everything, Death. I've been watching all of you helping where I could. Of course I couldn't leave hell, I can't leave until my father is dead, but I saw that tear you shed for me. I know you love me and you missed me. His smile is so bright. Come on and give me some sugar. Let it all out. It's okay. I still love you. Death's face slowly changes, her eyes shake as she grips her fist and closes her eyes, closing them because they were getting watery. She runs towards him and tackles him into a hug, the demon wrapping his arms around her. See, I knew you loved me dash. Judas starts only to get cut off by a tight squeeze from Death. He pants. Whoa, hugging a little tight there, I can't breathe. That's the point, asshole. How dare you do that shit to me? Making me think you were gone for good, that I killed you. I'm going to kill you all over again for this. Death growls in his chest, but Judas feels the wetness there. She tightens her grip on him and he grunts. Oh yeah, I missed you trying to kill me. Judas sighs happily as he barely can breathe. I didn't want to leave you, Death, believe me. I hated seeing you alone in that cage without me there to piss you off. Hey, look at me. Judas grabs her chin and lifts her face, Death struggling with him, trying to hide the tears falling down her face. She tenses as he leans in and starts licking them up. It's okay, Death, I know. I know you care, just admit it, tell me you love me. I don't. I'm crying because I'm that pissed off at you. She struggles with him, but he only tightens his hold on her. You can deny me all you want, but I know you love me, but don't worry. Judas keeps licking her tears away, getting her face to flush. I will always love you more. You are my cherry pie, and I eat you up, I eat you all up. You know, when I died on Earth it was a wonderful feeling because I felt you. Inside me, all around me, it was like you were kissing me on, and you weren't you? Don't cry, I'm here. I know you felt pain for killing me and Custos, but I'm not dead. I'm here, and Custos is in heaven somewhere. I adore you, you can kill me all you want, Death, but you'll never get rid of me. He rubs her cheek, his word turning to a whisper. I'll always be here to piss you off, right? Yeah. Death's body melts into his. She glares up into those med eyes, her face red. Don't ever do that again, asshole. You leaving me alone like that, thinking you were. She shakes her head. I am sorry. He pulls her closer. Never again. He leans in, clashing his lips with hers roughly, gripping her tighter. She doesn't struggle, she kisses him just as hard, digging her nails into his back, getting him to groan. Ugh, you're so hot. I was so masturbated when you started killing all those people. You're so fucking creative. He growls as he bites her lip. Ow. Death pushes him off, licking up the blood on her busted lip, glaring at him. Easy, asshole. I'm not like I was when I was alive. Oh, that's right. You don't have any powers. Judas grabs her again. He starts to gush. Aw, this is so cute. You're all weak and helpless like a human now. He pokes her nose, Death snapping her jaw at him, almost getting his fingers with her teeth. Shut the hell up. I still can beat the shit out of you. Death starts hitting his chest with her fist, but to him they don't even feel like bug bites. Oh, you're so adorable. Trying to beat me up when you have the strength of a baby. Give me a kiss. He cheers as he cups her cheeks, kissing her again when she struggles. He pulls away a devious smirk on his face. You know, if I wanted to, I could totally rape you if I wanted. I'm the boss here. It wouldn't be rape, asshole. Death's face falls when she realizes what she said. Judas's eyes glint dangerously before he tackles her. Death falling on the ground with Judas on top of her, pinning her down. He starts to attack her neck, kissing and sucking, growling. Death groans, reaching up and digging her nails as deep as they can go in the flesh of his back. After a while of this, he starts lifting up Death's shirt. Maka coughs into her hand, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Judas stops him and Death look at her. Oh, I'm sorry, Maka, how rude of me. You're invited to join in if you want. Judas gives her a goofy smile. I'm sure Death would like that. This gets him a punch to the jaw by the girl under him. That's not what I want. I'd rather you guys not do that in front of me. You look like him, you know. Maka hugs herself and looks away. Oh. Death pushes Judas off of her. She walks towards Maka. Those eyes stare at her like she knows her pain. Krona, right? Maka nods, hugging herself. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad you guys are united, but... She trails off. What are you so sad about? You'll see him soon enough. Judas comes towards them, smiling. What? He's going to die soon? And go to hell. Maka's eyes get wide, her throat closing up. He's not going to die. Judas's grin turns wide. You're going to live. Huh. Maka and Death look at him oddly as he snaps his fingers and a piece of paper comes to his hands. Tell me, Maka, do you remember the day I stole your soul? I told you that you could have anything you want in return for your soul. Do you remember what you asked me for? Judas tilts his head. Maka puts a hand to her chin, trying to think all the way back then. She didn't even know that was real. What did she ask for? I can't remember. You asked me for a second chance. Judas puts a hand on her shoulder, his grin turning into a smile. And I'm going to give you just that. I'm going to give you your life back. Why, you can do that? Maka stares at him with wide eyes, and he nods. Fuck yeah, I can. Since your soul is mine, and we made a contract, even demons have to go with a signed contract. I will give you your life back and you will have your second chance. Thank you so much. Maka feels tears at the corner of her eyes as she falls on her knees in front of this demon that all along was on their side, who has done nothing but either for Krona. He's going to give her a second chance, he's going to give her life back. But I don't want to leave you, Judas. Death speaks up, frowning. It's okay, you'll see me again soon, I promise. He smiles at her. And now you have life just like you wanted. You're free from that cage. Life won't lock you away anymore. You two stay balanced. Just as there is life, there is death. Maka. Judas looks down at her. Don't lock her away anymore. Your body is also hers. Work together, understand each other. Things will be so much easier for the both of you. You better not be fucking lying, Judas. You come back, okay? Or I'll kill you with my bare hands. Death snarls, getting Judas to chuckle. Maka nods. She reaches over and grabs Death's hand. She doesn't rip her hand away from her, she lets her hold it. So cute. Judas gushes, getting Death's eye to twitch. Now I must warn you, when I give you your life back, your celebration will be short-lived. What do you mean? Maka frowns, getting up. I release you. Judas rips the piece of paper. Maka and Death become see-through. Those med eyes lock onto Maka. Maka, no matter what happens, what you find out, remember Krona loves you. He is for you, don't forget, okay? I'm a good actor, but there is someone who is just as good. Beware, my father is coming. Just before they fade away, Judas winks at Death. See you, husband. Keep grooming that mustache for me. Fuck you with sandpaper. Death gives him her middle finger as her and Maka fade away. Judas smiles after them before he looks around at the mess he made in this prison with the broken lights and rocks from the explosion. Like hell if I'm cleaning this up. Judas marches out of the prison. Pun intended. Now Maka, it's all up to you. Don't let your second chance be taken from you. Don't let her win. This is truly the end and you have to fight, Maka. You have to fight for your happy ending. This is your second chance. Your last chance. When Maka opens her eyes all she sees is darkness, and when she breathes her first breath for the second time all she feels is pain. She winces, it's like feeling everything starting back up again. Like a old rusted gear with spider webs on it slowly starting to turn again. She actually felt her heart start beating again. She can't even describe the sensation of coming back to life again. She touches her chest and she feels that the hole is gone. She's all healed, all better, she's alive, she's actually alive again. Judas gave her a second chance, brought her back to life despite the pain she's in and the confusion of where she's at. She smiles. She can see Krona and Ragnarok again. How happy will they be to see her? How surprised and shocked. She should think of something witty to say, have like a cool line, or just tackle Krona in a hug when she sees him. She never wants to see that pain in his eyes ever again. Maka moves to get up only to feel that she can't. She's stuck on something but she can move her hands. She's not tied down, her legs seem to be stuck though. Fuck, it hurts. She hears death, her voice is a lot louder and Maka can feel her now. She can feel her power flowing through her. It's like she's still holding hands with death. Death isn't trying to take control, she's just there. What's wrong? Maka wheezes out, looking over at death. She can see her form. See though. Don't you feel it? The magic, we're on a magic circle. Death groans. Something isn't right, Maka, this is hurting me, I can't move at all. I think we've been captured, someone's trying to take our body again. Who? Maka starts, her eyes getting wide in alarm. That's when the lights turn on. Maka gasps as she sees the dark diagram she's on. That's what her legs are sealed to. She can't get up. She looks around this room, her eyes falling on the door to it. A red flag is sent up when she sees the door with a crescent moon on it. What? She's back in the mansion. In the room with this door. Maka hears footsteps and when she looks in front of her she can't help how everything stops, her eyes shaking as she takes in this person standing before her now. She takes in that smirk, that blonde hair, those dark, yellow eyes filled with so much glee. Her arms are crossed, that smirk is so satisfied. Medusa. Maka gasps out, and if possible. The snake witch's smirk grows more. Chapter 77. Maka can't think, her brain and her breathing seems to have stopped. She stares at Medusa with wide eyes, her face pale. What the hell is going on? Medusa's yellow, hard snake eyes bore into her own. Maka can't look away, those eyes holding her there, that smile on the snake which keeps getting bigger and bigger. The way those cold eyes look, they have a hint of madness to them, fangs showing slightly under her upper lip. Maka wants to look away. Wants to blink, to get rid of this vision. This is all this is. It has to be. There's no way Medusa is standing before her. She doesn't even know if she's actually here now. It could be a nightmare, right? She can't really be on this diagram in the room that she's always been drawn to since she's seen the crescent moon door. This is just a really fucked up dream. That's all it is. Maybe she's gone mad, maybe Judas is fucking with her. This can't be real. Death's whimper snaps her out of her thoughts. She still can't take her eyes off Medusa, but she's aware again that death is by her side. She's in pain, the diagram is hurting her, yet Maka doesn't feel anything. Maka squeezes Death's hand in a way to comfort her. Death's grip is tight, her nails digging into her flesh. Maka doesn't yelp. She doesn't do anything, she can't. Medusa's eyes are keeping her frozen. This room is quiet except for the hard breathing of Death, but maybe Maka's the only one that can hear it. Medusa only looks at her. Like she's frozen there too, just staring at her, smiling at her with that twisted grin. The silence is unbearable. What is this? Is this a dream? Is this real? What's going on? This can't be Medusa, it can't be. In what seems like forever, the snake witch finally opens her mouth. She speaks. What's wrong, Maka? You look like you've just seen a ghost. Medusa's lips curl at this, those yellow eyes sparking. Maka swallows down some saliva, trying to make her dry throat a bit moist so her words don't come out as croaks. She takes a shaky breath, still not able to look away from those eyes. Aren't I? She starts off uncertain. You have to be one. I saw you die. I held you in my arms, you shattered into dust. Did I, Maka? Are you sure? Medusa tilts her head, her eyes bounce as if she's laughing, but she's not, she's just grinning, grinning, and grinning. Are you sure that was me that shattered in your arms? Maka closes her mouth, thinking back to Medusa's death. It feels like so long ago considering all she's been through since then, but she forces her aching brain to think back. She remembers holding Medusa in her arms. She watched with her own eyes as Medusa's body started to crack slowly until she was nothing but dust. That had to be her, right? It had to be you. Who else could it have been? Oh, Maka, Maka. You must be smarter than that. Here I am, standing before you. I didn't die. No, I didn't even get hurt in that fight with my sister. You did all the work for me. All I had to do was throw a copy of myself in front of you. My stupid sister was too caught up in the moment to realize the change in my power. If she was paying attention, she would have realized what she hit was nothing but a clone. Medusa chuckles thinking back at it like it's some kind of joke. You faked your death. Maka gasps out, her eyes wide. Why? Why would you do that? It's simple really. You didn't have enough hate in your heart, Maka. You also started to not trust me. To make up for this, I saved you and sacrificed myself for you. I gave you a sob story and you fell right into it. My death gave you enough hate to complete the spell, life's surrender. You killed my sister for me and gave up to death. You did it all for me. Just like I knew you would, just like I planned. Of course there were times things didn't go how I wanted, but it all ended just as I knew it would. With my sister dead, and with you by my feet. Medusa's smile is starting to turn mad. Maka's chest tightens, her throat becoming dry again, her whole body trembles, not believing what she's hearing. What do you mean? I don't understand. I thought you were just trying to hurt me to sacrifice my life for my mother's. I thought you were for me. Though that's true, that's only half of it, Maka. You trusted the wrong witch, don't you see? Don't you get it, Maka? Medusa spreads her arms, those lips turn in such a large smile. It was me. All me. My sister didn't even have anything to do with this. All your troubles, all of them have been caused by me. You didn't even suspect a thing. You believed my words, even after all the times you almost died because of them. You're a fool, Maka Albarn, she laughs madly. Such a fool. Are you saying that you're the one that... Maka trails off, her throat closing up, she's sweating, her heart beating so fast. No. This can't be she. Yes. I'm the one that cursed you, Maka. It was all me. Medusa's lips turn, her flesh looks like it could rip, those yellow eyes have never looked so mad, those fangs showing more. That can't be. You cared about my mother. I saw your past. You couldn't have lied about that. I saw those emotions in your eyes, you have to be lying. Maka's breathing is uneven, everything falling apart around her. I know you cared for my mother, why would you kill her? This gets Medusa's mad smile to fall, something like guilt or maybe regret flashes through her eyes. Medusa's breathing becomes uneven as she holds her head in her hands for a moment, those long nails digging into the flesh of her cheeks. Maka stares at her, waiting for her to say something, to tell her she's just joking or something. This can't be real, this can't be. Kami was never supposed to die. Medusa's soft voice can barely be heard. Maka has to lean closer to hear it. The snake witch moves her hands from her eyes, they're blank, yet Maka knows they're hiding emotion like a curtain. She wasn't supposed to even get hurt. In the beginning I didn't even want this. I didn't even know what you were, I just... She trails off, her eyes getting a faraway look. I wanted her back. Huh. Maka blinks when Medusa's eyes turn back hard. She glares at Maka, her expression nothing but hate. All of this is your fault, you know. It's all your fucking fault. She roars before her face goes back blank. It's a bit unsettling seeing her so worked up. Those blank eyes stare at her, they seem soulless now, no anger, no hate, nothing. The curtain has been pulled again. Why'd you do it? Maka finds herself asking, her voice nothing but a whisper. She saw all she needed to know in those eyes. Medusa is the one that cursed her, it's been her this whole time. I already told you. Medusa stares at her, not blinking. I haven't been completely honest with you. With anything I've told you. I told you I sent Krona to the insane asylum to protect him from myself, but that was only half the truth. I wanted him out of the way. I wanted to be able to be around Kami like I used to without having to worry about my secret being exposed. I wanted to help her raise you because it seemed that she was slowly drifting away from the council, slowly drifting away from me. Medusa's eyes flash at that before they go back blank. For a year I urged her to go to the meetings, to bring you. I was confused as to why she wouldn't let me see you. She never let me touch you. She spent time with me, when Spirit had gone off to work. In those moments when we were alone, it felt like old times. It felt as if she would listen to me, that she would leave Spirit and come live with me again. She kissed me and held me like she wanted to. Medusa growls slightly at that, her lips turning in a snarl. Yet when it was time for me to leave, she never gave me a straight answer. Never let me see you. I had to leave before Spirit came back. For a year it was like that. She played with me, never letting me know what's going on, making me think she'll come back, that she wants to be with me, only to stay with that idiot of a man. Those eyes get full of rage again, her hair moving slightly only for the rage to dull to a cold acceptance. So she stayed with him, and she started coming to the Witches' Council less and less, making excuses to leave early. There were rumors that she was going to leave the Witches' Council. I warned her not to. It was stupid to do such a thing. She was a witch. She acted as if she wasn't, as if she was actually in love with that man. Medusa's eyes start to get full of fury again. One time she lied to the Grand Witch just so she could take you out for your 6th birthday. I saw this, came and went off on her, telling her how dangerous something like that can be. Lying to the Grand Witch to her face like that? Did she want a death wish? It burned me when she told me to leave. I did. I didn't fight her. I just left. Medusa's fury softens to something Maka could almost make out as hurt. Soon after that she told me she wanted nothing to do with me. That we couldn't see each other anymore. I tried to reason with her. I knew she truly didn't want me out of her life. I saw it in her eyes. Yet she stood firm. She told me to leave. I did. I was furious that Kami would rather be with that man than with me. Back then I thought it was because of him that he was the one that took her from me, but I was wrong. I was so wrong. Medusa closes her eyes. She stopped going to the Witches' Council, told the Grand Witch you died, and she resigned. She moved away, maybe to get away from me, I don't know. Yet she kept my necklace. Medusa pulls out the necklace, the crested moon one, the one Maka thought she lost. She hid it away in a box. It was supposed to seal the magic so I wouldn't be able to track her, but I was still able to. She couldn't get away from me. Medusa stares at the necklace with blank eyes. For a while, I was pissed. I didn't miss Kami. I did my own thing, worked on a couple of experiments, but as time went by, as I was alone, sleeping alone, eating alone, I couldn't help to think of her. Soon that thinking became something I couldn't escape. I wanted her back. I wanted her to be with me. I didn't like how I was feeling the emotions. I went to her place to spy on her to see how she was doing. That's when I found out she was lying. I saw you. You were alive. Kami was always with you, holding you, playing with you, a smile on her face. If I wasn't so furious I would have smiled too. I began to watch the both of you a lot. Watching you as you went to the park. As you two played together. I just watched for a couple of years. At first I don't know why I did it. Maybe I just wanted to see Kami again, maybe I wanted to see what she gave me up for, but as I was watching I noticed something. You had a seal on you. The reason how she was able to hide you, how she was able to fool even me to thinking you were dead. At that moment I realized what I had to do. Medusa grips the necklace in her hands, those eyes still blank. She pauses for a moment, Maka not able to speak. She just waits for her to go on. I knew how I could get Kami back. If that seal was broken, then she would have to train you to be a witch. She would have to come back to the Witches' Council, she would have to come back to me. So for years I worked on a solution which I found in a small curse. I cursed you at age 11. It was a small curse, it wasn't supposed to be anything. Slowly but surely it worked on your seal. The reason why it was so mild was because you had no power. If I put it on a regular witch it would kill them. The demon would have been awakened, so the demon wasn't even on you back then. For 5 years you were cursed and you didn't even know it, but your mother did. She actually came to me worried about it. Worried about you. She didn't suspect me. Of course she wouldn't. Anyone could have cursed Maka for what she's done, for lying about her death. I told her, after I examined the curse, that all she had to do was break the seal, then the curse would break. In other words, if the seal broke I would take off the curse. You wouldn't get hurt. She would come back to me, but Kami, she shook her head, she left me once again. Medusa grips her fist. For 5 years Kami tried little spells while you were asleep, unaware. She tried to break the curse herself, knowing it was eating away at the seal she put on you. I didn't understand why she so desperately wanted to keep your powers sealed. I didn't understand why she stayed away from me. For 5 years I warned her to just break the seal, she never did, and then Kami did the stupidest thing she could do. A shudder runs through Medusa's body, her eyes they dilate as if she's reliving a nightmare. She put the curse on herself right when your seal was about to break. Do you know how fucking stupid that was? I was shocked. The curse tripled in power because of Kami's strength. The demon was awakened and it came for Kami. I couldn't understand why she just didn't let that fucking seal break. Why she had to fucking do that. I tried telling her that the curse was hooked to your seal, all she had to do was break it, yet she wouldn't. She decided she was going to fight this curse by herself. Medusa's eyes shake. Maybe I should have stopped it then. Maybe I should have broke the curse, cut my losses and think of something else, but I couldn't. I was too caught up. I was certain Kami would see how stupid this is and break the seal on you. I was certain this couldn't go on for much longer. But it went on for 2 years. Slowly but surely Kami was losing, but I was too stubborn to stop it. I just wanted her to give up. To break the seal on you. To come back to me, that's all I wanted. Medusa's eyes hold that regret in them as she looks down at the necklace in her hands with longing. She never gave up. Even when she was sent to the insane asylum. I saw the madness eat away at her brain, yet she wouldn't give in. No matter how much I told her, how much I begged her to see this was pointless, she wouldn't give up. She wouldn't stop fighting. She suffered. In that room alone I watched her and I watched you. I watched how that fucking man did nothing but cheat on Kami, my Kami. I decided I would kill him then. I tried to reason with her that if the seal broke, nothing bad would happen to you. But she kept saying the same thing. I don't want that. I don't want her to suffer. I didn't get it. I didn't understand. I was baffled. Finally, when she was getting weaker, about to die, I told her I was going to break your seal. I was going to contact you. Medusa's eyes narrow. She went crazy. That was the first time she attacked me. She told me to stay away from you, for me to never see her again. She was crying. I knew she didn't want to do this, yet I didn't understand why she was treating me this way, and then I saw it. Medusa's whole face scrunches up in rage, pure, unadulterated rage. Maka actually whimpers in the back of her throat. She's never seen anything like it, and all this rage is directed towards her. It was love in her eyes. Not for me. Not even for that fucking man. It was love for you. You're the one who really took her from me. You're the one she truly loved. She only liked that man because he made you happy. It was all you. She wouldn't come back to me for you, and I didn't get why back then, but it made me so angry. I lost myself, and well, I figured, if Kami wasn't going to come back to me, then she wasn't going to come back to you either. You killed her. Maka can't breathe, her mind so crammed with all Medusa has said. Her heart feels like it's stopped beating. Death's whimpers and cries have been tuned out. No. Not I, not I. Medusa closes her eyes before she opens them. I could never have killed her, no. Someone else has the blood of hers on their hands. She starts to chuckle, that dark smirk coming across those lips. The killer of your mother is someone you hold very dear. He's betrayed you from the start. Do you want to see the killer of your mother, Maka? Do you want to see who ended her? Maka can only nod, confused now. What is she talking about? If Medusa didn't kill her mother, then who? Come on out, Krona, let her see who's really guilty with her mother's blood. Medusa turns her head to the side. Maka's breath catches as she watches as both Krona and Ragnarok walk out of the shadows of a dark corner. Ragnarok's piercing eyes don't look at her. Krona's head is bowed. Maka can't see his face. You're... Why you lying? Krona wouldn't do that. You're lying. Maka started off soft only to start screaming, her eyes getting wider, her chest twisting into an angry knot. I'm afraid I'm not. Of course Krona didn't do it alone. Ragnarok helped too. Medusa chuckles darkly. Poor Maka, your so-called family has been lying to you this whole time. They knew I was bad news, but they didn't warn you, no. They killed your mother, and lied about it. They have been playing with you, Maka. And no, you're lying. Krona, you didn't. Maka turns to look at the two boys she loves, that she's put all her trust in. She stops, she forgets how to breathe as her eyes lock onto Krona's. Those blue orbs are shaking, filled with absolute guilt. There's no hiding the expression of the fear, of the regret. He's trembling, teeth chattering. Ragnarok isn't looking at her, his eyes are closed, his shoulders slumped. Even he can't hide his guilt now. Krona looks as if he can't look away like he wants to, but he's frozen there. Maka can't think, but yet she speaks, her voice nothing but a whisper. You killed my mother. Krona. Ragnarok, you killed her. It feels as if her heart just got ripped out of her chest. Maka, Krona's voice trembles. those eyes so afraid, so caught. His whole body is shaking so bad it looks like he could just fall apart. His frail body doesn't seem to be holding up well at all. You killed my mother. Maka's soft voice turns hard, her face changing into a snarl as the realization hits her like nothing before, as a rage burns her to the very core. You fucking betrayed me. The both of you. I thought you loved me. Pure unadulterated rage burns those eyes, making her green orbs look black, her face scrunching up, making her look like a monster rather than a girl. He betrayed you, he betrayed you. They both did. And after all you've done for them, Maka. Get angry. Medusa crackles. The diagram is starting to light up. Death cries out. Maka. Calm down. You're doing something to the circle. I know you're mad, I am too, but it's hurting me. She's going to steal our body if you keep this up. I won't be able to fight it. She wants me to consume you. You have to calm down. Death screams out at her. She's in pain. Maka can't hear her. She can't hear Medusa. She's just glaring, panting like a bull, grinding her teeth, baring them like an animal. Krona opens his mouth as if to speak, but all that comes out is a squeak, tears stinging the corner of his eyes as he tries desperately to form a sentence. He can't get any words out, and neither can Ragnarok. The raven can't even look at her. His breathing is uneven. Maka snarls, and opens her mouth. Krona flinching, ready to be yelled at, to be told that Maka hates him now, waiting for him to just drop dead from the fury in her eyes. What comes out of her mouth isn't a roar, isn't a curse, it's a sob. That fury in her eyes dulls to nothing but pain, tears pouring down her face, her body shaking in her sobs. Krona winces, starting at her with wide eyes. He can't say anything as she stares at him, stares at both him and Ragnarok. I thought you loved me, I thought. Maka shakes her head and bows her head, sobbing, Styr Kali. You killed my mother, you bastards, you. She breaks off into sobs again, Death groaning at how the diagram lights up and Medusa's smirk grows. If she was looking, she would see the utter devastation in both the boys' eyes, the pain there, the guilt. She would see how even the raven shakes, flickering in and out of existence. She would see they're trying to speak, yet they can't. Not with how she's crying. Not with the sin on their hands. Suddenly Maka stops crying. She stops shaking, her body going still, her bangs move slightly out of her face, her eyes are blank. There's no expression in them, the tears still streaming, but there's no sound. No emotion. Maka Ablarn is broke. She's broken. Maka. Death grips her hand, but she doesn't respond. She pants before glaring so darkly at Medusa, at all of them. I will fucking kill you all. You will all be consumed in me, especially you, you bitch. What's wrong, Death? I thought you liked me. Medusa chuckles. It was me after all that got you out of that cage. I must say I'm surprised. I thought of a lot of scenarios that would happen when you were set free. I was watching the whole time, getting the ritual ready, and yet at first I must admit I was afraid Maka was really dead. I came there as soon as I can, but I still felt something. I didn't understand it, but then I remembered that stupid demon. The reason why Azura didn't take your soul was because of him. That demon took your soul. I knew he would give you a second chance, so I took you, and brought you back here. I never would have guessed that when you came back that you would come back together. Both out of the cage and being so friendly. I'm impressed, Maka. You have befriended Death. You are just full of surprises, aren't you? Maka doesn't respond. Medusa's lips curl. You see, Maka, all this time I've been working you up for this. It was me that sent that plant thing on you. It was me who cursed Krona. Remember that note Kid got to tell him to get the angel's tear? That was me. Not my sister. I signed for her, and it was me who attacked the ship, making it look as if it was spiders attacking when really it was my snakes in disguise. I've worked you physically, mentally, wanting you to give in. It was me at the circus that gave you extra power, the reason why you killed all those people. Medusa snaps her fingers and a ton of blood falls on top of Maka. She doesn't move, doesn't even blink. In order to sacrifice you, life has to kill a good amount of people, and you did. This is your sacrifice, Maka, all those kids, all those families. This is your sacrifice for me. I will fix all of this. I will bring back Kami. I'll make her forget about you if I have to. I will steal your body, and me and her will live forever. Medusa's eyes turn blank for a moment. You know, I didn't even know what you were until Kami was dead. When the curse went on you big and powerful, the seal broke, yet you still were holding it back. I knew then what you were when you put on my necklace. It told me what I needed to know, and then it all made sense why Kami was acting the way she was, but she loved you. She pushed me aside to protect you. It's all your fault. Now you're going to die and you're going to give her back to me. Maka doesn't respond, the blood matting her hair dripping down her face. She doesn't blink. She doesn't move. The diagram starts lighting up, getting Death to scream in agony. Maka, you have to do something. If you don't, we're both going to die. She's going to win. Maka, please do something. She can't. She can't think. Can't move. Can barely breathe. She can't blink, she can't do anything, all noise is tuned out, everything she's known has been a lie. She doesn't have the will to fight. The ones she loved betrayed her. They killed her mother, they knew about Medusa, they know. She can't fight, she only stares forward, waiting for the static noise in her head to be over. Maka is broken. Krona and Ragnarok exchange a look, both look horrible, but there's a light fire of determination as they look back at Medusa, who has her eyes closed. She's mumbling something lowly, Death's screams becoming louder. I used you and dried you to the very bone. Medusa mumbles. Yet I still hate you, this fire, it's all your fault, I lost her because of you, I hate you. She grips her fist. This is where you die. Die for fucking good. Medusa points her finger at the diagram, about to seal the deal, about to finish the spell and steal Maka's body. I'll take your, then Azura can have your soul. You'll suffer forever while I live forever. It's going to be great. Medusa roars, her power going out. Only for the ceiling to crave, and Medusa is tackled by a flash of brown growls emitting from his throat, the smoke covering the view of what's going on. Before Maka knows it, someone is standing before her. Maka doesn't look up, just looks at the bottom of her dress, her polka-dotted dress. Maka, we've come to help you. You're going to be okay. Erika speaks calmly despite the fight going on behind her. Covered by the smoke, she bends down, Maka looking blankly into those dark eyes. Erika frowns as she mumbles something under her breath. She has no hands, but she has her mouth. Power flows through her, and once she says a quick spell, the diagram stops lighting up. Death screams stop, and Maka feels the diagram let her go. She doesn't get up. Doesn't even try to move. Maka, come on. We must go now. Erika gets up, looking at her frantically. Maka doesn't look up at her. Doesn't get up. Death pants before she fades away, going back to rest in Maka. She can't move anymore, can't even take control of her. Maka feels her regenerating inside her, but Maka can't move. Erika's eyes jump in fear when she hears Free whimper, he's losing. She has to act fast. Erika speaks a spell and a huge tadpole appears, an odd smile on its face. She mumbles something before she lifts Maka up with her powers and puts her on the tadpole. Erika jumps on it and it speeds off, busting down the door, along with pieces of the wall to get out of there. Maka is placed so she watches from behind, watching as they move away from the door. She hears the roars of Free and the magic in the air, but she can't really think of it much. She's still broken. That's when she sees they're being chased by Krona and Ragnarok. That doesn't do much for her, they must be after her too. She can't think what's happening, so much is happening. Damn it, Free has been captured in a spell. Erika grinds her teeth, her eyes light up as she comes to a stop, right in front of two men. Please take her. We don't have much time till Medusa will be out here. Erika hands Maka over to a rough-feeling man. He smells of cigarettes. She sees the flash of brown hair before she's looking down at the ground again like a limp doll. What the hell is wrong with her? Giriko frowns as he starts taking off, running with Justin holding Maka against his chest. Erika stays behind saying a spell, getting ready for Medusa. She has to let Krona and Ragnarok get by, so she has all her strength for Medusa. She gulps, knowing she'll have to keep her as long as she can. She seems broken. Justin frowns as he runs by Giriko's side, glancing down at her. She must have found out everything, how it was all Medusa and about Krona and Ragnarok. What about them? Giriko looks at him with his eyebrow raised. Justin only shakes his head. Long story. Justin looks ahead of him as they run down the mansion stairs. We have to get out of here. We have to give her to Kid and them. They can get her the out of here. Good thing you fucking knew where she would be. Giriko snorts. The only good thing about that demon was all the information he gave you. Yes, but I also fear he's coming soon. I know he's coming soon. I can feel him. Justin's breathing is uneven. Giriko gets closer to him protectively. We just have to get Maka out of here first thing. Luck seems to be on our fucking side. What are the odds of running into a fucking werewolf that was here to do the same thing? Fucking bust your ass out. Gurko looks down at Maka. She still hasn't blinked. Gurko frowns. Damn, she's messed up dash. She's coming. Erica screams this, getting Gurko and Justin to tense. No. Justin starts to throw crosses behind them just as they run out of the mansion. It's surrounded by forest, but waiting for them is Kid, Liz, Patty, and Soul. Kid's eyes light up when he sees Maka, only to shake in concern at her state. Take her. Medusa's coming. They don't seem to realize Medusa isn't the only ones chasing them down. Got it. Kid runs forward, talking the limp Maka in his arms. His eyes flash when he sees her face, and he knows, just like how she was with her mother's death, that she's broken again. He frowns deeply, cradling her head to his chest like a baby. Kid, here she comes. Liz screams, getting out her gun in a cross, along with Patty. Get back, Justin, this is going to get ugly. Patty pulls him behind her, this getting Gurko's eye to twitch slightly. Kid's eyes lock onto Krona. He's running towards him, though he doesn't know of their confession. He doesn't like the deranged look in his eyes. That's how Kid takes it. And then Medusa comes flying out of the mansion, her eyes ablaze in rage, her lips a snarl. Liz and Patty start shooting Justin, saying a prayer. Kid watches them fight with her a moment, and he knows he has to be a part of this. He has to help them hold her back. Soul. Kid turns to the albino, who is out of bullets and is only watching with wide eyes. Red orbs lock onto yellow, his face serious. Take Maka and run. There's a magic field that has been placed since we came here and Medusa realized we were here. Run up on that hill and use this. He hands him the purple jewel. You'll be able to get out of here. Go now. Right. Soul grabs Maka. He doesn't hesitate, knowing that look in Kid's eyes. He takes off running towards the hill. Kid stances before he runs towards Medusa, ready to end this once and for all, not noticing how a certain ghost and pink-haired boy run past them, chasing after Soul. The albino runs fast, but Ragnarok is faster. He goes through the boy and he drops Maka once he makes it up the hill. The raven kicks Soul and he rolls down the hill. Maka doesn't move, staring at Krona and Ragnarok with those blank eyes, feeling nothing, doing nothing. What the hell are you guys doing? Kid roars at them, only for Medusa to disappear, reappearing right in front of Maka. She smirks and snaps her fingers, a force field appearing around them. Right as Kid gets to it, he smacks into it, face first, falling back, his eyes wide. No. No, Maka. Get up. Run. Run. She can't even blink. She just stares up at Medusa, no expression, no fear, no anger. Krona and Ragnarok are behind her, she thinks, but she doesn't know. She can't think. Everyone's yelling at her, Kid telling her to run, Patty and Liz screaming, Justin shouting with Gurko, but it's all static noise. She doesn't understand what's going on. Now we will continue out here. This is it, Maka. Your friends can't help you now. You're mine. All mine. Medusa reaches out to touch her to start the ritual again. Medusa never touches Maka. She watches with unblinking eyes as something sharp sticks out of her chest. Medusa's eyes are wide, confused before she can react. Ragnarok is in front of Medusa. He grabs her hands and covers her mouth. She shocks him and he roars in agony, but he holds her. Maka watches still with no emotion as Medusa is stabbed down, her blood splatting everywhere. She can't see who's doing it, but she can see the blade going in and out of Medusa. One final stab through the throat gets her to make a gurgled sound. Medusa falls to her knees, Ragnarok letting her go, so she falls limply, exposing just who took her down. Krona pants loudly, his clothes covered in his mother's blood, those eyes shaking so bad, in madness, in adrenaline, in fear. Maka doesn't know which it is. He looks afraid for a moment as he takes in his mother, all mutilated, but she doesn't stir. She doesn't move. She's dead. Krona's eyes slowly go from his mother to her. That's when he looks tired. His eyes droop, such a sadness in those eyes as he walks over towards her, slowly dropping the bloody knife. He falls to his knees in front of her, Ragnarok watching him, not getting in his way, knowing how much harder this is for him. Maka doesn't move away. She just stares at him, at his blood-stained face and hands. A hiccup shakes his body, those eyes tearing up as he reaches out and touches her cheek, rubbing his thumb on it, soothingly yet hesitantly when his hand touches her as she stares in those droopy eyes. Everything fades away. When Maka can see again, she's standing in a familiar room. She hasn't been in here for so long, at first she didn't recognize it. When her eyes fall on the frail-looking boy curled up in a corner, hugging his knees to his chest, a sad look in his eyes, Maka knows where she is. She's in Darkside Asylum, back in Krona's room. It's odd seeing him in his white gown that seems so long ago. The boy looks anxious, his eyes shifting. I wonder if she's not coming today, if she's realized what a waste I am. Krona mumbles, gripping his knees tighter. But she said she would come back, she's my friend. He blushes, his eyes having a faraway look as if he's thinking about something. She's a fucking bitch, Krona. Ragnarok suddenly appears in front of him, snorting. Why do you want her to come back anyway? She's fucking weird. Maka, I isn't weird. Krona glares at him, straightening up a little defensively. She's amazing and nice and real as she's pretty and soft and dash. He stops blushing darkly before fiddling with his fingers. She's my friend and I don't appreciate you talking about her like that. Oh whatever. When did you grow some balls? Ragnarok grunts as he grabs Krona, putting him in a headlock. He starts rubbing his fist in his head, smirking as Krona whimpers in pain. You quit it. No. I can't believe you actually like that fucking girl. She's just like everyone else, Krona, don't get your hopes all up. She has a life outside of this, unlike you, unlike us. He mumbles that. She'll stop coming. You know she will. And no stop it, Ragnarok. Krona whimpers, his eyes wide with hurt, he looks like he's about to cry. Ragnarok makes a odd sound in his throat as he lets Krona go, crossing his arms and glaring at the wall. She looks at you like you're some new fucking animal at the zoo and you know it's true. Krona looks down at that, his eyes getting glossed over. At least she comes to see me, even the monkeys at the zoo get more attention than me. Krona closes his eyes. If that's what she thinks of me, then it's okay. I am okay with that as long as she keeps coming back, that's all I want. Ragnarok looks over at him, those piercing eyes can't be read. That's when she appears, she comes in from the door. Krona jumps with a start as his eyes take in his mother, the woman he hasn't seen in years. She smiles at him sweetly. Well, hello Krona. Long time no see, yes? 7 years I believe. Medusa tilts her head, Ragnarok's eyes alight in fury. You fucking bitch. What the hell have you been doing? Keeping us fucking here for 7 years. Ragnarok fums. Medusa. Krona stares at her like she isn't there, his eyes so wide, his teeth starting to chatter. Now, no need to get all mad. I have some good news, Krona. Wouldn't you like to get out of here? To come back home with me? Medusa coos. I see kin are really. Krona perks up, his eyes lighting up. Yes, of course. I just need you to do something for me. There's a woman in room 403. She has hurt me, Krona. She's betrayed me. I need you to sneak into her room and make her drink this. Medusa holds out a vial of something, it's black. What would this do to her? Krona trembles, staring at it with wide eyes. It will just weaken her. Don't worry, she's a nobody, Krona. No one will care. No one will ever find out it's you. Medusa holds out the vial. If you do this, Krona, you'll come home with me. I'm not asking you to kill anyone. Just do this for your mother. Krona stares at the vial before he gulps. And this woman, no one will care? She doesn't have a family. None whatsoever. Medusa smiles reassuringly. This is your freedom, Krona, are you going to do it or not? She growls, pulling away the vial. Or you can stay here for the rest of your life and rot. And no. Oh okay, I'll do it. Krona reaches out, taking the vial out of her hands, it disappears and he gasps, looking at Medusa confused. It will come back when the time is right. Do it tonight, Krona. Medusa smiles and ruffles Krona's hair. I heard of your little friend Krona, she's cute, Maka, right? Krona's face turns pale, his eyes wide, he opens his mouth, only to close it. She seems to like you. She snares, smirking before it changes to a smile. Well, make me proud, I hope I get to meet her soon, Krona. With that she turns and walks out of the room. Krona is left there alone, his eyes look odd before he hangs his head. Ragnarok looks at him a moment before sighing and fading away. The door slings open. Krona. Another version of herself comes running in. The boy doesn't respond, but when she touches his hand he looks up, that odd look in his eyes before it disappears. Maka. He rubs his eyes as if he can't believe she's there, but when he sees she's still there after he rubs his eyes, a smile rips out on his face. Why, Yuri? Back. Such relief in those pale blue eyes. Everything fades away. Alright, let's get this the fuck over with so we can get the fuck out of this asylum faster. Maka blinks as she can see again. Ragnarok is leaning against the wall by Krona, his arms crossed and that scowl on his face as he looks over at Krona, who is doing a little dance, smiling so brightly, his cheeks flushed. Are you fucking done yet? Sorry Ragnarok, I am just so happy. We kissed. And as she said I was cute. She likes me, she really likes me. Krona squeals, still doing a twirl on his tiptoes as he holds his hands against his chest as if he didn't his heart would pound out of his chest. I wouldn't even call that shit a kiss. You two didn't even move. There wasn't even tongue. If you're all derpy from a peck, I don't even want to know when you get a real fucking kiss. Ragnarok snorts, his eye twitching irritably at how Krona turns to him, giving him a bright smile. That kiss was real enough to me. I don't need tongue. He blushes darker at that. But he smiles all the same. Just her lips against mine is enough. Oh Ragnarok, what is this feeling? I feel happy. I'm happy Ragnarok. She makes me feel happy and my palms sweaty. My heartbeat speeds like I'm afraid but I'm not. It's just her. I feel so warm and nice. Krona hugs himself, giggling. She kissed me. He squeals again as he falls back on his bed, the cheap material making a creaking sound. God damn it, you're like a fucking schoolgirl. What the hell is wrong with you? Squealing over this shit. Ragnarok groans, rubbing his temples. Now I have a fucking headache. Let's just fucking go, I'm tired of hearing about Maka this or Maka that. It's annoying as shit. There's nothing special about her or that kiss. Ragnarok grunts, rolling his eyes when Krona looks at him like he's offended. There is too Ragnarok. She's amazing. The best person I know. Idiot, she's like the only person you know except for me, Medusa, and the fucking doctors here. Ragnarok shakes his head. I'm a lot better than any of them, bitch please. Ragnarok gives him his middle finger. Maka's just. Krona has a dreamy look in his eyes as he sighs happily, hugging himself tighter. Yeah, Maka's all that in a bag of chips. Now let's fucking go, I'm tired of being in this place. Ragnarok snarls. Oh okay, I guess we should do it now huh. Krona's smile starts to fall, his eyes refocusing, looking anxious. Are all the halls clear? Yup. Now come on. Ragnarok walks over to the door and opens it, holding it for Krona. The pink-haired boy takes a deep breath as he gets off the bed, his happy demeanor fading as soon as he leaves his room. The hallways are dark, no sound as this boy quietly makes his way down at Ragnarok by his side, glancing around every couple of seconds to make sure no one's coming. Krona's eyes shake, his shoulders slumping, his movements becoming slower, a conflicted eyes in his eyes. It's just giving some bitch we don't know a drink. Medusa didn't even say it would kill her. Chill out. Ragnarok glares at him with those piercing blue eyes, but maybe if Krona was looking he would see the barely their concern. We've done fucking worse. Krona nods gravely, they have indeed done worse. Ragnarok's words steady his breathing a bit, his legs still tremble as he gets closer and closer to their destination. I don't know Ragnarok, I have this really bad feeling. You always have fucking bad feelings. It's simple. We don't know this crazy bitch, so who cares what happens to her? You give her the drink, we leave, and then Medusa gets us the fuck out of here. Don't fucking mess this up Krona or I'll beat the shit out of you. He growls. Krona sighs, knowing his threat is true along with all his words. He wants to get out of here. He doesn't want to be trapped alone in his room. He stops in front of the room 403, he closes his eyes, preparing himself. He's done worse. With that Ragnarok opens the door for him and he walks in, his eyes immediately take in the woman in the hospital bed. Her blonde hair covering her face in a crazy fashion, her breathing steady, her chest moving up and down just fine. Krona gulps before he makes his way deeper into the room, Ragnarok pushing him a couple of times to make him go faster. Krona stops by the side of the bed looking down at this woman he doesn't know. Why you don't have a family? Krona whispers to himself as the vial appears in his hands. And no one will know. Krona's hand shakes as he slowly lowers the vial towards this sleeping woman's open, unaware mouth. You're not going to die. This seems to steady himself up with one final breath. He presses the vial to her lips, the contents going down her throat. The woman makes a gurgle, her eyes shooting open as she grabs at her throat. She starts coughing, like she's trying to get the substance out of her. Those eyes, green large emerald eyes, lock on Krona. Kami's eyes widen in recognition along with Krona's. He falls back on his butt, his eyes wide in horror. Even Ragnarok's face has fallen as they both take in his woman. Maka. Krona whimpers this out, seeing those green eyes. Medusa. Kami chokes out, her eyes dilated, shaking. You bitch. Her body starts to thrash violently. She screams. The piercing sound gets Krona to scream, covering his ears, his body shaking as if it would fall apart. Krona, let's get the fuck out of here. Ragnarok yells at him. When Krona doesn't listen, Ragnarok takes control of his body. He runs out of the room, running all the way back to their room without stopping. He runs back into their room that's open before slamming the door. Ragnarok pants before he goes out of Krona. The pink-haired boy falls to his knees, his eyes dilated in horror. Our Ragnarok, she looked like Maka. What does that mean? Who was she? Krona trembles, his eyes shaking because deep down he already knows who it was. The two bitches probably aren't even related. Ragnarok snaps, yet his eyes they change because he knows as well just who that woman was. Why yeah, that she couldn't have been her mom or anything. Medusa said she had no family. Krona giggles oddly. No family, no family. It wasn't her. It couldn't have been. Krona giggles to himself, crawling to his corner, his smile twisted in those pale blue eyes. You can see it's not him, the madness there has been his guardian. Damn it, you're losing it again. Ragnarok grumbles, yet as he watches Krona laugh hysterically, obviously trying to distract himself from what he just did, from who that person was. Everything fades away. It's not Monday, it's Thursday. Maka smiles at him, yet her eyes hold a sadness. But Monday isn't a visitor day. Krona's eyes get wide, flickering in fear as he looks up at her from the corner he's in. Maka, did something happen? Did something happen to your mother? Yeah, my mom has gone in a coma. Oh, I'm so sorry Maka. Did they find out what caused it? No, Stein didn't find anything wrong with her. Maka's voice is getting warped. Hey Krona, how did you know something was wrong with my mom? Krona tenses up, his eyes shifting, those blue eyes full of something she didn't understand back then. Guilt. Pure guilt. Everything fades away. Maka's eyes open, those green, blank orbs locking onto Krona, who has his head bowed now, the tears falling freely down his face, his body being racked with sobs and hiccups. His body covered in blood, his hand still on her cheek. She doesn't move it, she doesn't move. It was me Maka. The reason your mom went into a coma, I knew then, I knew what I had done, but I didn't want to accept it. I didn't know why your mother was going to die Maka. I didn't even know it was her. I swear Maka, I swear to God I didn't. His voice breaks off for a moment, he sobs pitifully before he sniffles, trying to get his air back in his chest. I'm so sorry. F for everything. I know I should have told you, I didn't want you to hate me. I didn't want you to lose it and get taken by Azura. I was going to tell you Maka when all this was over. I promise I was. We didn't tell you about Medusa because we were never sure. She didn't make anything clear to us. We didn't want to scare you when we needed her to break the curse on you. I'm sorry. Why your mother, oh God, your mother. I'm sorry. He keeps crying out apologies, holding his head in his hands, his body shaking so much, Maka wonders if he'll fall apart. Those blank green orbs slowly refocus, feelings starting to come back to her. She still feels that hurt, that betrayal, but Krona didn't know. He didn't know that was her mother. He just wanted to get out of there. Medusa lied to him, it's all her fault. She's the one who truly killed her mother, who's done everything to her. Ragnarok doesn't say anything, a frown on his face as he watches the two, though he doesn't express his feelings with word. By the look in his eyes, Maka knows how sorry he is, how upset he is. They didn't know. I don't think I could ever forgive you, Krona. Maka's lips go in a tight line and Krona gasps, trembling more. I think you killed me. Yup. You killed me, Krona. I'm dead. What? No. You already died once. I am so sorry, Maka. Please don't leave me again. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He whips his head up to look at her, only to squeak in horror as she falls over, her eyes closed. He reaches out, catching her crying on her, his tears staining her. Ragnarok's eyebrow raises a bit, confused along with everyone else that's watching outside of the force field. You know what you have to do, Krona. Maka keeps her eyes closed, still speaking, yet Krona is freaking out. You know how to bring me back. How? I'll do anything. You've done it before. Is all Maka says. Krona stares at her with wide, terrified eyes, then it hits him. His eyes light in recognition, his lips quivering. I'll save you, Maka. He leans in, kissing Maka with his bloody lips. It's a soft kiss, full of emotions. Full of love, full of fear, full of everything this boy is feeling now. A giggle gets Krona to tense. He pulls away from Maka to see her grinning at him. It's almost playful. Hey Krona, guess what? What? Krona looks at her with wide eyes as she sits up, still grinning. You're still naive, falling for that trick. Some things never change, huh? She grabs him by the arm and pulls him into her, hugging him tightly. A shiver is sent down Krona's spine. He gasps out, his body getting racked with his shaking, his breathing uneven. You didn't know I don't hate you. I don't hate you either, Ragnarok. You didn't know, hell. Maka chuckles lightly. It's over now, you killed that bitch for me, Krona, you did that for me. It still pains me, but I still feel it, this love for you. Some things never change, huh? It's okay. Maka pulls back from him, giving this boy a soft smile. I forgive you. Krona just stares at her, his mouth wide open. He opens and closes his mouth as if he wants to say something, but no words come out. He's looking at her with shock, complete and utter shock. Cat got your tongue. Maka can't help to grin, when his eyes get wide in terror. Gah. And not that again. He tenses about to look at his tongue, but then he stops, looking back up at Maka's smiling face, and maybe then he gets it. She's forgiven him, she's teasing him just like she used to. She doesn't hate him. This is enough to get him to start crying again. Oh Maka. He sobs, throwing his arms around her. He starts to laugh and sob at the same time, holding her so close. It's over, it's really over. It's okay. Why, you forgive me, do you really? How can you? Because I love you and I know it wasn't you. Maka nuzzles him. I can't believe you still fell for that cat thing. Hey, it's still scary. Krona blushes only to laugh more, then sob. Maka laughing with him. It's something about almost dying, about something big coming to an end, or a barrier being destroyed that either gets you to sob uncontrollably, or laugh. Now they're both laughing. It's over. Ragnarok allows himself to smile, watching the two hold each other. He tenses suddenly when they both look over at him, still laughing. Come on in, Ragnarok. Don't be an ass. Join us. Krona giggles. Ragnarok stares at them a moment, and though he doesn't want it to, his smile gets bigger. But I am a fucking ass. He walks over there, and as soon as he's close, Maka and Krona grab him, pulling the ghost in their three-way hug. It's over. Yay. They did it. Patty cheers, smiling. It seems that way. Justin looks over at Giriko as he wraps his arms around him. He smiles. Yes. Kid smiles. They did it. Hey kid. Liz frowns suddenly. Shouldn't the force field be going down since Medusa's dead? Well, yes. Kid's eyes widen as he touches the force field. It's firm. Solid. His eyes widen in horror. Maka. She's still alive. What? Maka starts, only for Krona and Ragnarok to be ripped from her suddenly. Maka. Krona yells for her just as he's thrown into a cage-like thing, black magic making the bars. Ragnarok does a flip in the air, his eyes wide and alert. Maka stares up at this woman towering over her, now blood covering her body, hiding where all the wounds are. Her hair is matted to her face, those lips in a snarl, the fangs showing her eyes so dark if Maka could see her wounds, she would be able to tell they are healing, but she's too busy staring at her face. Medusa's skin is changing, becoming like scales, dark, gray scales. Her forked tongue hisses at her as her eyes turn black. She's getting taller, towering over Maka more. It was all you. Maka breathes out, black eyes boring into her own. There's no fear even when she feels this witch's power blow against her, strong, dark, murderous. Not Krona, not Ragnarok, you tricked them. You're the one that killed my mother. It was all you this whole time. Kami was supposed to give in. I wasn't lying. That potion didn't kill Kami. It only sent her into a coma. I visited her in her dreams, telling her that she had to give, and now I even healed her, making it so she was better. She could have lived, but she didn't listen. It was her own fault she died. Medusa straightens herself out, smirking at her. Now it's her fault you are going to die. This is where it ends, Maka Albarn. All your toils are over, you're mine now. Your body and your immorality is all mine. She starts laughing hysterically. You bitch. Maka screams as she gets up, feeling her power flow through her more than ever before, because it's not just hers, it's Death's too. Maka's face scrunches up in rage. I can't believe I actually shed a tear for you. You manipulative cunt. Maka rushes towards her, lashing up, her hands lighting up. And don't you forget it. Medusa does a gesture with her hand, and the ground beneath Maka cracks, vector arrows coming out. She's barely able to dodge it, one of them cutting the top of her shoulder as she does a flip in the air right when she can see Medusa is in front of her. That snarl there. You can't beat me, Maka. You know you can't. She reaches out her hands, lighting up in dark magic. Her scales are getting harder, sticking off her face like spikes. I don't fucking think so. Ragnarok appears next to Medusa. He punches her in the face, knocking her away from Maka, who lands on her feet. The ghost doesn't stop there. He hits her as much as he can, grabbing her hands to stop any spells. Maka, hurry up and do a strong spell or some shit. You have to kill her now or she's going to fucking destroy you. He screams. It hurts him to be grabbing Medusa like he is. He grinds his teeth, bearing it. Our Ragnarok and Maka. Krona's eyes shake as he takes this, as he starts to hit against the bars. They need him, yet he can't get out. Got it. Maka pants as she feels someone grip her hand. She looks over to see Death. She still looks exhausted, but those green eyes are looking at her with something Maka's never seen before: determination. We can finish her together if you let me. I can kill her. Death grips Maka's hand. If we die and she ends up stealing our body, I need to know, do you really love me? And when this is over, will I still be free? Maka turns her body so she's facing Death. She takes both of her hands in hers, leaning her forehead against Death's. I promised you, didn't I? Maka smiles. I don't believe you. Death glares slightly, but their power is gathering together, her eyes getting darker. Prove it to me. I'm not going to be tricked. I'm not going to kill her when you're just going to push me away again. Hurry the fuck up. Ragnarok roars, not able to hold Medusa off much longer. He's getting faded. Death. Maka cubs her cheeks and leans in. To everyone else, Maka is kissing air, but to her, she's kissing Death. The other girl's breath catches, tensing before she leans into it. She fades away, leaving Maka alone. What the hell are you? Ragnarok starts, but when Maka turns around, he stops. Those dark eyes are no longer Maka's. He's seen them before. Mortem omnibus. Death cries out, about to end Medusa for good when. No. That's it. Bond break. Medusa growls, getting out of Ragnarok's hold. Enough to say this, Ragnarok screams in agony along with Krona as the bond that was holding them together gets destroyed, shattered. The ghost is thrown off of her, falling to the ground where he doesn't get up. He continues to scream, becoming so faded. Our Ragnarok. Krona screams with him. Feeling as that chain, the thing that has kept them together all these years, snaps, and it hurts. It hurts so much. No. Maka shouts out, inside her head, her eyes wide. Shit, you bitch, I am Death's hands light up. Not even you can defeat me, Death. The ritual went too far. Medsua lifts her hand and Death starts screaming, something hurting her, causing her to fall to her knees. You're mine. Now be a deer and consume Maka. And no. I can't. Death pants, grinding her teeth. She closes her eyes. Maka, I can't fight her, it's all up to you. When Maka opens her eyes, she's herself again, and whatever Medusa is doing isn't affecting her. She gets up, ready to run to Ragnarok, to help him. He's fading so quickly. That's when she hears the mad laughter behind her. A shiver is sent down her spine, her face turning pale. No. No, it can't be. Maka whips around only to see her worst fears come true. Hello, Maka. Azura smirks, landing in front of her, his scarves twitching in anticipation. I see you finally found out who put me on you. Such a shame. You didn't stand a chance. My son gave you a second chance, but it was all in vain. Get away. Maka trembles, backing up. Ah, Azura, you've come for her soul? Medusa smirks as she grabs Maka, her backing right into her. You can take her. She's more trouble than she's worth. Her body is immortal now, she can't die. All I need is for her soul to leave. I've already prepared death. Go ahead, take her. No. Maka struggles with Medusa being able to get out of her hold. They struggle with each other as Azura's body lights up with pleasure. Your soul will forever be mine as you rot in hell. Azura's mouth unhooks and he lashes out. Maka closes her eyes, saying something, maybe a silent prayer, maybe a last attempt, but then Azura grabs her, ripping her from Medusa. His hand rips into her, gripping her soul, gripping what makes her, her. Maka and no. Krona screams as he watches her soul get ripped out. A bright blue ball. Azura smirks, Krona watching with horror as he eats it, swallows it whole. Maka's body falls limply dead. She's dead. They lost. This is no. Maka. He screams, tears tricking his eyes. He sobs, hitting the cage. Medusa looks over at Krona. She smiles and winks at him. What? Suddenly Azura makes a gurgle sound as he grabs his throat, his red eyes wide as if he's choking on the soul, his eyes shaking so much. No. What the hell is this? Identity illusion. Medusa's lips curl. Krona watches with wide eyes as Medusa turns into Maka. She's grinning ear from ear. The weakest spell in the book and you fell for it. Identity illusion. Then that means... Azura's eyes shake as Maka's dead body turns into Medusa's. He ate her soul. He killed the one that made the curse. No. Azura roars as his body lights up, lights coming out of him, making holes in his body. This can't be. You couldn't have done this. How fuck no. It burns. I'm scared. I'm dying. He falls to his knees, gripping his hair, his eyes dilated as the lights get worse. Suddenly he stops screaming. He looks Maka right in the eyes. If I die, where do I go? I'm scared. What happens to me? I don't give a fuck. You disappear. Fuck the both of you, burn in hell. Maka gives Azura her middle finger as he screams again. The light engulfs him till he explodes. Maka puts her arms in front of her to protect her from the harsh wind. This causes grinding her teeth. Maka. Krona feels the relief in his heart as the light leaves and Azura's gone, his mother dead on the ground. He smiles at her when she turns to look at him. You did it. At that moment the cage disappears, letting him go. He runs to her as fast as he can, practically tackling her in a hug. With a oof she falls on her back, Krona on top of her. I'm so sorry. Did I hurt you? I'm just so happy. You did it. You're not dead. Yay. Krona. Maka giggles, holding him close to her. The force field disappears and in comes running the others, cheering, shouting as they all surround Maka. You did it, Maka. Patty punches her fist in the air. That was amazing. You beat Medusa at her own game. Kid almost bounces. You killed Azura, Maka. He'll never bother us again. Justin cries out in relief. That was fucking badass, bitch. Kiriko roars. I don't even know what the fuck just happened, but shit, man. Good job. Soul shouts, hitting his fist in the air. Are you guys okay? Kid looks at Krona and Maka. His smile is still there. IMW, what about you, Maka? Krona smiles at her. I'm fine, better than ever. Maka kisses him deeply. They pull away, smiling at each other, the sun shining down on them. What about you, Ragnarok? Both Maka and Krona say, looking over only to stop their smiles wiping off their faces. Ragnarok lays on the ground not moving. He's almost gone, and by his side is Medusa, her ghost smirking down at him. Ragnarok. Krona and Maka get up, running towards the raven, who is barely there anymore. Who? Kiriko raises his eyebrow, looking around at everyone else who seems to be confused at the change of attitude. Maka falls to her knees in front of Ragnarok, Krona on his other side. They both hold him in their arms. I'm going to save you, Ragnarok, you're going to be okay. Maka lets her power flow through him, expecting his body to become solid. But it doesn't. It continues to fade, and what makes things worse is that Maka watches with horror-filled eyes as dark hands start to come out of the ground. They grab Medusa's soul, but they're also reaching out for Ragnarok. These hands, she's seen them before. He's going to hell. Medusa laughs madly. You couldn't save him. I'll gladly take him down with me. He'll be stuck with me for all fucking eternity. You didn't win, Maka. No. I'll make him pay for what you've done to me. I've taken everything from you. You've taken everything from me. This is all your fault. She roars. Azura's death must be the reason she was released. No. Maka and Krona grab at Ragnarok, trying to keep those dark hands away from him. They want to drag him down to hell. He doesn't deserve hell. Maka cries out. Stop it. Ragnarok, please, you got to get up. Krona shakes the boy whose eyes are closed. Why is this happening? Because the bond has been broken. The only thing keeping him from hell, it's ready to engulf him. Medusa crackles. Too bad you never got a second chance, right, Ragnarok? No one would give you one, you poor thing. She laughs, but her words get Maka's eyes to light into realization. A second chance. Maka glances at Medusa's dead body. That's it. Maka picks up Ragnarok, taking him away from the hands, but she knows they're still reaching, still wanting him. What is? Krona gets up, running with her as she runs over to Medusa's dead body. Giving a body to the dead, the forbidden spell. Maka looks over at Krona with wide eyes. It will give Ragnarok his life again. All we have to do is use Medusa's body. You're a fool even thinking about trying it. Medusa chuckles. You'll die. No one's been able to complete it. Even you, life. It will take you. All you need is blood. A book appears in front of Maka, flipping to the last page. All I have to do is say the words. She reads the instructions. It requires a lot of blood. I'll do it with you. Krona grabs her hand, locking eyes with her. Ragnarok was my first friend. Take my blood, T2. I don't want him going to hell. I don't want him leaving us. Maka nods. She looks down at the book as she grips Krona's hand. They both cry in pain as Maka cuts them, getting the blood to cover Medusa, making strange letters on her skin just like the book said. Maka can't help to feel woozy, but with Krona by her side she can do this. It's okay, Ragnarok. Maka soothes as she puts his soul into Medusa's body. You're going to live again, I promise you. She looks back at Krona. Are you ready? Why, yes. Krona grabs her hand as the book appears in front of them. We both say the spell. Here we go. Maka looks at the couple of words, knowing this could end so bad they could all die. They follow each other anywhere. That is their promise. They won't abandon Ragnarok. They will try to save him, even if it means they die in the process. I have to warn you, Krona, this could kill us. Just never let me go. I don't want us to be apart. I want us all to stay together. The sky starts to get dark. I love you, Maka. I love you too, Krona. Maka smiles, but when the hands start reaching for Medusa's body, she breathes in. They're running out of time. By the blood that has been shed, by the reason in our hearts, we ask for this soul to live again. To be able to breathe and eat. Give him this body, make it his own. Give him life. They chant together. The body lights up, making it so bright no one can see anything. When the light clears, Kid can't help to gasp. Maka and Krona are laying on the ground in front of Medusa's dead body, limp, not moving. The clouds turn dark, rain starting to fall down on the two. Medusa smirks. You fools. You failed. Chapter 78, The End. The rain pours heavy, the clouds dark as if the sky itself is weeping. Kid and the others can only stare at the three limp bodies before them with wide eyes, not knowing what just happened, not understanding why it looks as if Maka and Krona aren't breathing. Medusa crackles to herself madly, those yellow eyes burning in her skull, a dark being of evil who takes pleasure in seeing these three lifeless bodies, knowing it means they're all going to join her in the dark pits of hell. No one says anything, they just stare, waiting for something to happen. For what? They don't know. It's like all their throats have closed up, and even though Kid wants to scream Maka's name, nothing gets past his lips. His body doesn't move, he can only stare, his hair slicking to his cheeks from getting soaked. All different kinds of eyes watch this scene, the eyes that have all had a part in this story. They're dead. Dead, dead, dead. Medusa crackles. You fools. You actually thought you could do it. They don't respond. The rain pours harder, the blood bleeding off of Medusa's body. That's when it happens. There's a twitch, a groan, everyone's eyes get wide as two bodies start to move again, their hands connected. Not once have they let go of each other. No. Impossible. Medusa stares with shaking eyes as Krona and Maka start to get up. They look so tired, their eyes almost drained, but with the help of each other they're able to stand up, and they stand tall, panting, their wet hair sticking to their faces. Maka and Krona's okay. Patty cheers and everyone sighs in relief except for Medusa, of course. Do you think it worked? Krona glances weakly at Medusa's body that hasn't done anything. No changes have been made. We're still alive, right? Can you feel me? She grips his hand and he nods, gripping hers back. Then we're alive enough for me. She looks down at the body. Come on, I know it worked, I felt it. Ragnarok. Maka walks till she's standing right before Medusa's body. She touches the forehead. She looks back at Krona and he puts his hand over hers on Medusa's forehead. Awake, love. Maka whispers. The body lights up, getting Krona and Maka to stumble back, covering their eyes. When the light gets barely there, they watch with wide eyes as Medusa's body starts to change. Her yellow hair falls out, changing in style, turning to a raven black. Her chest sinks in only to pop out a little from muscle. The body gets widened, the curves leaving it. The shoulders get broader, the body gets shorter. It keeps changing and then the light stops. Krona and Maka can't help to gasp, looking at the boy laying before them now. It's Ragnarok. He's not see-through, his chest is moving up and down, his eyes closed as the rain pours on him. He's alive. They did it. They gave him his body back, his life back. Krona, we did it. Maka cries in her happiness. She hugs Krona close, who grips her tightly, smiling so much they start hopping up and down, doing a little dance, laughing. What the fuck are you two jumping around for? Krona and Maka stop, turning to look at Ragnarok. He's still laying on the ground, his head turned towards him, those piercing eyes locking onto them. He looks tired, wore out. He winces when a raindrop hits him right on the nose, his X-scar still there. Why the fuck is it so wet? He stops, his mouth opening as he sits up quickly, holding out his hands. The rain pours on him. He stares up at the sky with wide eyes. I feel it. It's cold, I feel the wetness. Ragnarok pats himself, his eyes getting wider when he feels how solid he is. How the fuck am I naked? He gets up quickly, peering down into a puddle by him. Looking at his reflection, he gasps, touching his face, slowly running a finger over the scar, touching his hair as if he can't believe it. No fucking way am I. He looks over at Krona and Maka, who are both giving him a soft smile. You're alive, Ragnarok, can't you feel your heart beating? You're alive. Maka grips Krona's hand, her smiling growing, her eyes closed in her smile. Welcome back. Ragnarok stares at their smiles, stares into their eyes, searching for something. He must find it because his eyes widen and he looks down at himself. He lets out a shout and he jumps in the air. He starts running around in circles, shouting out in joy, touching himself, touching his face, dancing in the rain. I am alive. I'm fucking alive. I feel the rain and how fucking cold it is, and it smells like shit, but I don't even care. I can fucking smell it. He stops running around to look at Krona and Maka, who are giggling at him, smiling heartily. His lips turn into the brightest smile anyone has seen on this boy, his eyes alighting in a happiness he didn't know he could feel. Maka. Krona. He roars their names before running full force towards them, not seeming to care he's exposed. Who would care when you're been granted life again? The clothes on Medusa ripped off when he changed. Krona can't help to squeak when this boy tackles them into a hug, holding them both close. Maka laughs, being pressed into Krona from Ragnarok's hug. And I can feel you. You're cold and wet but still warm. You both smell like sweat, but I don't give a fuck. You're both soft and fuck. I'm so cold but I don't give a shit. You. Ragnarok looks at Maka first, that smile still there. This would have never happened if not for you. I can't even express this feeling, but here. He leans in, kissing Maka deeply. She melts into him, feeling his love, feeling his adoration of her. His tongue is warm, not like how all the other times she's kissed this boy. He's warm now. Not cold. He pulls away slowly, licking his lips, grinning before he looks over at Krona. And fucking you, Krona. I got my body back because of you too. I felt you in the darkness. He leans in. He doesn't give Krona a kiss, but he gives him a passionate nuzzle, getting Krona to smile and melt into him. I love you, you motherfucker. I love you too. Krona chuckles when Maka nuzzles into them. They start jumping around. Ragnarok probably will never be like this again, but he's probably too happy to get pissed off or care about clothes or his image. You. Ragnarok stops and turns around, his eyes falling on Giriko, who is staring at him with wide eyes. It's you. Yeah. Ragnarok lets go of Maka and Krona to face him. Those piercing eyes flash with something. They stare at each other a moment, Maka and Krona just watching, both knowing who these people were to each other, from seeing moments in his past. We used to be best friends, but now I can't even remember your name. What happened to you? You just disappeared. Kiriko rubs his temples, still seeming shocked. And you look as you did all those years ago. How is that possible? It's a long, long story. I was stupid, that's all you need to know. I should have listened to you. Ragnarok's eyes don't leave his. I want you to know I didn't mean what I fucking said when I saw you last. I was too caught up in revenge to see what a fucking ass I was being. I knew you didn't mean it. Kiriko grunts. Doesn't mean it didn't piss me off any less. He grins at this sharply and Ragnarok grins back. What's your fucking name, asshole? Ragnarok, dickhead. The raven chuckles darkly. Wow, Kiriko, the years have not been kind to you. Fuck you. Kiriko's eye twitches as he gives him his middle finger, Ragnarok returning it, grinning. I look fucking sexy, pipsqueak. Pipsqueak. Ragnarok raises his eyebrow. That's what you should call your dick. Kiriko chuckles loudly, laughing at how the cold rain water is affecting his body. Oh, I'm going to fuck you up for that. I am built like a stallion. It's just this fucking rain. Ragnarok fums, talking a step forward only for Justin to get in front of Kiriko, smiling. Hello uncle, it's been so long. Ragnarok's face falls a bit when Justin walks up and starts touching his scar. A faraway look in those blue orbs. I'm sorry about my parents, what they did to you. I had nightmares of that night for most of my childhood. I shouldn't have abandoned you. Ragnarok sighs, those eyes softening in slight guilt. It's okay. Who would stay after something like that? Justin smiles. Welcome back, Uncle Ragnarok. He leans in and gives him a hug. Yeah, welcome back, Uncle Ragnarok. Kiriko sneers as he hugs them both. Ragnarok punches him in the gut and he starts cracking up. What's going on? Patty tilts her head, looking at Liz. I believe. Kid starts looking at Ragnarok. He smiles. It's over. We won. Completely. Kid walks over towards the group. Liz and Patty laugh and run towards them. Soul walking with Kid. He seems to be the most confused, but he just goes along with it. Justin. Patty cheers when the hug ends. Justin turns around confused, only to be tackled into a hug by the younger sister, her smile so bright. Hug me. We won. Yes, we did. Justin hugs her back lightly, smiling, not noticing how Kiriko is giving Patty death glares when she leans in and gives him a kiss on the cheek. Kiriko growls. Get your fucking hands off my man. Kiriko marches over, ripping Justin from her hold, bring him forward so he kisses Justin on the lips passionately, leaving the blonde out of breath when Kiriko pulls away to smirk at Patty. Why don't you date someone your own age, old man? Patty snorts. Pedophile. Fuck you. He's 18 and he's mine. Justin, come over here so I can show you what true love is. He isn't going fucking anywhere. Kiriko hugs Justin close. Patty comes up and starts trying to take Justin away, the two having a tug of war with the poor blonde-headed boy. Patty. Liz frowns, running into this mess, trying to pull Patty off of Justin, joining this tug of war. Must they fight now? Kid sighs, shaking his head. I think it's how they're expressing how happy they are. Kid looks over at Soul, who's smiling at him. If you notice, they're not really fighting. Yeah. Kid glances at the bandages on Soul's chest before looking away, feeling unconformable. Why aren't you doing anything? You guys won, right? So jump around, go crazy. Soul chuckles at the look Kid gives him. That's not what I do. I am very happy. Kid raises his eyebrow. I don't see you doing anything. You're not expressing your happiness either. I'm about to. Soul gets closer, grinning sharply. He grabs a hold of Kid's face. What on earth are you? Kid is cut off by Soul pressing his lips against his, those chapped lips moving against his frozen ones. Kid quickly pushes him off, his face a dark red as he wipes his lips. What the hell was that? Why did you kiss me? Because I'm happy. Soul chuckles, not seeming affected by being pushed away. You're fucking alive, I'm alive. That's what makes me happy. Kid can only stare at him in puzzlement as he wipes his lips again before straightening himself out. Does that mean that you dash? Kid's question is cut off by the ground shaking like a earthquake, this stopping Patty's and Giriko's fight. Maka, Krona, Ragnarok holding on to each other as it finally stops. What the fuck was that? Maka sighs. Please let it not be anything weird. Depends on what you consider weird. A voice smirks behind them. Krona's eyes get wide as he whips around, a gasp escaping his lips when he sees the medgrin of Judas. The demon's arms are crossed, vines floating around him. He looks taller, those eyes matter, but it's the same Judas. You did it. You killed my father. So you know what that dash. He starts only to be tackled by Krona into a hug. His eyes get wide in surprise as Krona buries his head in the demon's chest, his breathing uneven. I knew it, I knew you couldn't be completely gone. It was you, wasn't it? Oh, on the battlefield? Why, you saved me. He hugs him tighter. Well, guilty as charged, he purrs, wrapping his arms around Krona. Couldn't let me best friend die, could I? Are you? Since Azura is dead, does that make you? Krona pulls away, happy tears stinging the corner of his eyes. Yup, I'm the fucking demon god of madness, bitches, and you know what that means. Judas points a finger at Death, who just appeared next to Maka. He smirks. Get to stripping. Go fuck yourself. Death grunts, a smirk on her face. Aw, come on. I'm the fucking demon god of madness now. Do you know how many girls would kill to have this pretty face? He gives a twisted snarl that's anything but pretty. You got to listen to me, husband. I know you want me. I'm so fucking hot, I'm burnt. I'm fucking extra crispy. Go suck a dick. Maybe I will. Hey Krona, can I dash? Don't even think about it. Maka grunts, crossing her arms. Guess that means I'm going to be sucking your dick, husband. Fuck you. The love fight between Death and Judas is cut short when Krona starts to laugh softly, it turning into a giggle, smiling so brightly. I am so happy that you're back. That you're okay. Everyone's okay. This all of you, us back together. Krona smiles at Ragnarok, Maka, Judas, at everyone. This is more of a happy ending than I could ever wish for. Ah. Judas gushes, nuzzling Krona. You're too cute. He squeals. No. A roar stops the smiles, stops the laughter, everyone turning to see Medusa struggling with the hands that are trying to pull her down. Maka can't believe she forgot all about her. Medusa's eyes are mad, those eyes on fire. How could this have fucking happened? That spell should have killed you. It should have fucking destroyed the both of you. Maybe it would have, but you underestimate the bond of my family, the love we share. If it was just me I would have died, but with Krona and Ragnarok, I was able to do it. Teamwork. That's what has kept me alive. The only reason I haven't died is because of these two. These two wonderful boys that you have used for years. Now that's all over. I've stolen your life, just as you stole Ragnarok's all those years ago. I took your life, and gave him back his. Medusa, you have ruined so many lives. You killed my mother, you killed River, you ruined Stein's life, you ruined Ragnarok's life, you were a bitch of a mother to Krona, you killed the mayor. All of it has been your fault. Maka locks eyes on her. I feel no remorse for what's going to happen to you. You deserve all of it. I'd do it all over again. If I could change any fucking thing, it would be ripping you apart from the beginning. Killing you like your fucking mother. Medusa screams and somehow rips out of the hand's hold. She runs over to Maka, as if to grab her. Krona and Ragnarok getting in front of Maka protectively. The hands reach out and grab Medusa again, pushing her down into the dirt, holding her there. Her eyes shake as she snares. Judas whistles. She's a total bitch, but you got to admit she never gives up. He chuckles and shakes his head. You have a visitor, Medusa. What the hell are you? Medusa starts only for the ground to shake. Maka can't believe what she sees or who she sees standing behind the snake witch. Stein. Maka breathes out as this stitched up man glares down coldly at Medusa. Looks like you finally died. Stein speaks calmly, then his whole face rips, showing those eyes that bounce so much he's insane. Completely deranged. I've been waiting. Me and you are going to have so much fun for all eternity. Stein grabs Medusa by the hair, pulling her head back. He grins. Hell is nothing to what I'm going to do to you. You killed my boy, killed my River. Judas told me everything. You are going to be my experiment for all eternity. You like to fuck up people's lives. Now I'm going to fuck you up. I'm your hell bitch. He stomps down on her back and in that moment the hands drag her down to hell, her screaming all the way. Stein laughs madly, his eyes bouncing, but when her screams die he looks over at Maka and he calms down. Well, hello Maka Krona. His eyes fall on Ragnarok, he frowns slightly. Son. Ragnarok glares away from him, not looking at him yet. Maka can't help to wonder if it's because he still hates him or it's hard to look at the man when he knows where he's been, what he must be going through. Maka. Stein looks back at her, he smiles. Thank you for your prayer, I promise I'll make Medusa pay for all she's done, I have all eternity to do so. His eyes bounce at that. Her prayer isn't over yet. Only half has been answered. Custos appears in front of Stein smiling. Maka's eyes get wide. Custos. She cries out in happiness, the angel giving her a smile before turning back to Stein. I have brought someone to see you. Maka has asked for it and God has assured it. Custos moves out of the way. Ragnarok and Stein's faces falling in disbelief and shock as they stare at River. The woman looks confused as she stares at Stein, her blue eyes sparkling a halo over her head, her black hair framing her face. River. Stein breathes out, his eyes wide as he takes her and his voice is shaky. Who are you? River tilts her head, frowning slightly. Instead of Stein showing pain he smiles brightly, happy, so happy. I'm no one, oh River, I'm so sorry, so sorry. He shakes his head, his eyes welling up with tears. I've done this to myself, if I was better things would have turned out better, I didn't say it when I was alive, but I love you, River. He reaches out, cupping her cheek. You taught this monster how to love, I will never forget you, in hell you will be my heaven. I don't understand, why are you saying such things? I don't know you, do I? River looks so confused. Stein smiles more, his tears falling down. No. You don't know me, I'm no one, just a fool. He leans in, giving River a soft kiss on the lips, holding her close. I'm no one worth remembering, just know I love you, River. I don't get this. River backs away from him, looking at him with wide eyes. Enjoy your heaven, River. Stein starts sinking back in the ground, a smile on his face. It's time for me to go back to where I belong. He closes his eyes as he disappears. I'm no one. River blinks, frowning to herself as she turns around. She stops as her eyes fall on Ragnarok, who is tense, he's shaking. Who are you? You don't recognize him. Maka frowns deeply. Custos, why doesn't she recognize him? There's no sadness in heaven, if she saw what became of him it would have broken her heart. Custos frowns, looking at River and Ragnarok. Maka and Krona watch Ragnarok intently, not knowing how he will take this, but just like Stein he smiles. I'm no one either. He leans in, wrapping his arms around her, closing his eyes. I'm no one, but I love you and I'm sorry. Maybe someday you'll remember who I am, maybe someday I can join you, but that time isn't now. Why are all these strangers saying they love me? River frowns as she takes steps back. She looks at Custos for answers, he only smiles sadly. I believe it's time to get you home. He touches her forehead. River fades away, Ragnarok taking a deep breath, Krona and Maka holding him, giving him comfort. Maka looks at Custos, the angel is smiling brightly at her. You did it, Maka, you were able to keep yourself, befriended death, you are now immortal, you cannot die, the power you have is great, so tell me, what are you going to do now? What will you do, witch of life and death? I'm going to start rebuilding the world. Helping everyone to start over, the world was almost destroyed because of me, I'm going to fix it. I won't be able to fix the lives that have been lost, but I can save the ones that are still here. I'm going to protect life, and this world, but, accept death as well, and that if there is life, there's death. People and things need to die or the world can't go around. Maka locks eyes with Custos. Even if it takes me all of eternity, I'm going to fix this world and make it a better place. There will be no illness, people will live long, happy lives, and that, I promise you, Custos. And I'm going to help you. Kid steps in, smiling at her. You're going to need help if you're fixing the whole world. I need to make sure you do it symmetrically too. Count me in. Liz puts a hand on Kid's shoulder. Me too. Patty giggles, putting her other hand on Kid's shoulder. Can't leave me out. Soul jumps in, smirking. It's only right that I help too. I feel responsible for this, for my alliance with Azura. Justin walks up smiling. And I'm forever grateful to you, Maka. I'm fucking in. Gurko grunts. You can't save the world and get all the credit, bitch. He grins sharply. Count us in too. Everyone turns to look at Free carrying Erika in his arms smirking at them. Now it's a fucking party. For saving me we'll help you with anything Maka. Erika smiles gently. Of course we're fucking in. Me and hubby here will be like the cheerleaders. Judas pulls Death into an embrace, grinning. I'll help by not consuming the world in madness, how does that sound? Gee good. Kid blinks, being able to see the demon. He frowns slightly. Are you sure it's okay to just have him around? What you say, Stripes? Judas barks. AHH. I know. They're hideous. Don't look at me. Kid grips his hair. Liz sighing and Patty laughing as he starts to cry. It's good you have so many friends Maka, but... Custos frowns. I must warn you now, all the witches know of you. They know the witch of life is out there and they will come for you, wanting your body. You may have won this battle but it's not the last. As long as you exist your life will be a constant struggle. I know. Maka's eyes burn with determination, a grin on her lips. Let them come. I'll fight any battle I need to. I won't lose, not now, not ever. As long as I have my family I can't lose. Maka frowns for a moment. If I'm immortal then that means Krona and Ragnarok are going to die and I'll be left alone. You are the witch of life and death. Judas speaks up, hushing the angel up who was about to speak. It's not something God will like, but you could make them immortal. Death just as to agree to it you could all be together forever. He smiles. And as long as Krona is alive I promise not to destroy the world. Then it's decided. Maka looks at Krona and Ragnarok, holding out her hand. Would you two like to live forever with me? To always be battling? Never really getting a break? Do you want to spend eternity with me? Do you even have to fucking ask? Ragnarok grunts, putting his hand over Maka's. Oh of course Maka, why you said we always stick tea together, right? Krona puts his hand over the two's, smiling brightly. Tea, that was our promise and now we can really be tea together forever. Custos fades away suddenly. Death kisses Judas, holding him close. Erika kisses Free. Justin and Gurko embrace Soul, Kid, Liz, Patty have a group hug laughing. It's over. Completely over. Let's go home. All our homes were destroyed, so. Kid looks back at the mansion. Do you think we could all live there? Fuck yeah, it's huge. Let's go. Me and Erika call the spa first. Free laughs loudly before running towards the mansion with Erika. Wait, there's a spa. Liz gasps, running after them. Oh, is there food? Patty giggles, running after her. Wait, you two. Kid and Soul run after them, smiling. Ready to get fucked. Death. Judas purrs, wrapping his arms around her. No, hey. Death struggles as Judas picks her up, throwing her over his shoulders. She blushes, grinding her teeth as he slaps her ass. You can't escape me now, he sings as he starts running with her towards the mansion, laughing loudly. Maka watches all of them and can't help to laugh, closing her eyes. When she opens them she tenses her eyes wide. Her mother stands before her, those green eyes light a halo over her head. She smiles at Maka, such a soft loving smile. Maka blinks, then Kami's gone. Maka puts a hand over her heart, rubbing her eyes and looking again. Is something wrong, Maka? Krona frowns, looking her in the eyes. No. Maka's lips turn in a smile. Nothing's wrong. She giggles, happy tears falling down her face. Come on. What are we waiting for? We can't let them beat us to the mansion. That's what I'm fucking talking about. Hey Gurko asshole, wait up. Ragnarok yells when Gurko runs past them, holding a blushing Justin bridal style. Maka grabs Krona's and Ragnarok's hands before they start running together back to the mansion, smiling, laughing. It's all over. This is her happy ending. She has a family, she has love, her mother has been avenged, her mother is in heaven. She smiled at her. Some may say they're crazy, some may not have even believed that a love between three people could be, but this love has saved her. This love is the only thing that's real. If this love is crazy. Maka looks at Ragnarok, he smiles at her, then she looks over at Krona, who's beaming at her, giggling and blushing, looking at her with those pale blue eyes that started it all. Then Maka will continue to be. Maka smiles back, closing her eyes, her heart swelling with joy. Forever Insane. Check the description for the links to the author.